All right, whenever you all are ready. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you all very much to the council for allowing us to proceed this morning. I am Tracy Fleming Stavalier, Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Criminal District Court, and I will allow my colleagues and the rest of our team to introduce themselves.
I am Juana Marine Lombard, Magistrate Judge and Deputy Chief of Criminal District Court, and thank you all for having us here. Good morning, Councilman.
All right, Rob?
Rob Kasich, Judicial Administrator, Criminal Court. Good morning, Council.
Shannon Sims, Deputy Judicial Administrator, Criminal Court.
And LaKenya Collins, Chief Financial Officer for the Criminal District Court.
All right, and we see that you all have received our PowerPoint for Criminal District Court. This will be our 2025 budget proposal. And we'd like to start off first with the 2023 department accomplishments. I think that's the third page. We can slide down. Thank you. All right, so goal 1, remote access. Outfitting each courtroom with technology to provide remote and in-person access to court proceedings. That has been completed. Goal 2, juror participation, summoning jurors to participate in the criminal justice system in order to proceed with jury trials. That process is ongoing in that we are currently working with Tyler Technologies in order to procure our separate system from Civil District Court so that Criminal District Court has basically monitoring and supervision over its own system of summoning jurors. We are widening the amount of jurors that we subpoena on a monthly basis as trials are proceeding, and a huge number on a monthly basis. Goal 3, case management system, unified case management system to encompass all criminal justice agencies. So we are, as Criminal District Court, we are working with the clerk of criminal court as our system will be connected directly to the clerk system. The clerk system did a soft live event in September. We expect all systems to go live in the spring of 2025. So we're currently working on that system. In particular, we're working on the minute entry system that will tap into the clerk of criminal court system as well as the Orleans Parish Sheriff system. Goal 4, pretrial services program, complete management and enhancement of the program. That is an ongoing process. And along with the Criminal Justice Council, which presented their budget on last Thursday, a week and a half ago, the Criminal District Court presented a budget for pretrial services where we requested an increased amount of funds for staffing. And we also sent a follow-up letter and documentation to the council last Monday. Goal 5, building enhancements, completion of building renovations and construction, including air conditioning hallways. That is an ongoing project, and we'd like to thank the council for its continued support with respect to capital budgets and renovation of our individual court jury lounges. That's been a very big project. You all have been working very hard with us with capital projects in terms of getting the funding for that project. And Rob Kasich, our judicial administrator, did participate in the bid process for the renovation of those jury lounges. So that project is underway. And then finally, goal 6, fleet, replacement of old fleet that are aged and have mechanical issues. That has been completed. 2024 department goals. Again, juror participation is ongoing, case management system ongoing, CJS agencies collaboration, that is ongoing, and that we continue to have collaboration with our criminal justice stakeholder agencies through regular meetings. Pretrial services, that again is ongoing. Building enhancements, that is ongoing. And domestic violence site, that particular goal is also ongoing. And we like to thank the council for its assistance again and receiving money that will help us to renovate a final space for the domestic violence program. Okay. In 2023, in terms of the budget, for other operating programs, we received $1,231,442 $1,000, and in 2024, we received $1,719,800. Those budget items included the New Orleans Adult Learning Center, Sanity Commission, domestic violence, drug testing, and our mental health court. All right. Okay. All right, and then in terms of our current budget, let me go to the next page. Do we have the 2025? You all should have also the proposed budget for 2025.
It's not in here.
You do have it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask for clarity from criminal district court judges. When you have on here 2024 budget request, is that what you asked last year?
This was the PowerPoint that was previously presented, but we did submit a proposed budget in PowerPoint for 2025. So you all should have that as well. We verified that the city had received that particular budget request.
I don't have that in the package that I have. Unless I'm missing it.
Yeah, it's not in the PowerPoint. We must have an old PowerPoint, and
Right.
so it's in
So-
this,
okay, that's fine.
this one right here. I missed it too.
Yes, someone put the 2020 proposal. So for 2025, I will go over what we are requesting. All right, so for 2025, for the general fund, we are requesting from the city of New Orleans a total of $6,755,519. So that is from the city of New Orleans. We receive funds from from the Supreme Court, as well as from other generated funds from other city agencies. And so we anticipate that our total revenue will be $7,672,412. In terms of our budget expenses will amount to approximately $7,672,412. In terms of our restricted funds, we are seeking a total of, so the amount that we're seeking from the city, $6,215,097, would include domestic violence capital outlay at $350,000. That's for the space that we refer to for domestic violence. The domestic violence monitoring court program, $437,399. For jury commission, $450,258. For the New Orleans Adult Learning Center, this is the center that is run by the Youth Empowerment Project and Delgado Community College. We're requesting $577,053 for pretrial services, which again comes under the Criminal Justice Council budget, $1,193,484. For Sanity Commission, $250,000. For Drug Court, $60,000. And then the remaining funds will come from our federal grants as well as state grants and the Louisiana Supreme Court. Okay. All right, in terms of the budget expenses, we expect to expend the funds provided through the city budget on, again, the domestic violence space, conferences and legal education, equipment rentals and maintenance, lease payments, office supplies, professional and contractual services, domestic violence monitoring court, travel for those conferences, jury commission expenses, New Orleans Adult Learning Center, and pretrial services and the Sanity Commission. Okay. Okay, that's just all divided. Okay.
Yeah, because
All right.
All right, yeah, so the members, Amy's going to resend the budget presentation
Okay.
so you can be at the top of your inbox, but it is part of the packet today. I have 2 comment cards, so why don't we get through those
Okay.
while members study their budget very quickly. Mr. Burnside and Mr. Riley. And thank you all for being here.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So this is a little bit difficult for me for 2 different reasons. One of which, of course, is criminal court judges are powerful and elected. The other is I try really hard not to pick on powerful elected people, not because I'm scared of them, but because it's unfair. They can't really hit you back. It's like being a kindergarten kid and kneecapping some NBA player. The NBA player really can't kick you. So it's not fair to kneecap powerful people. But at the same time, the presentation that was given to me has none of the data that's available to you. What was given to me publicly is the same thing that was on the overhead slides, which was the 23 and 24. I have nothing from 25. So whoever did the presentation and however it was dealt with, one assumes that it's not deliberate, but I'm completely ignorant and not able to make any relevant comment other than the fact that I am without information. Thank you.
Mr. Burnside, I'm going to come down and give you my copy. All right, Mr. Riley.
Bruce Riley with Vote. How you doing? I just wanted to start by saying, before you ask the sheriff why there's so many people in the jail, please ask these people why there's so many people in the jail, because they're the ones that have the power to let people out of the jail, not the sheriff. So we did this last year where you had all these questions of the sheriff, why there's so many people there, but you didn't ask the judge people. So please refer to them before this is out. Secondly, I just want to note that on page 3, I guess it is, there was only $26,000 in bond forfeitures in 23. There was only 34,000 bond forfeitures in 22, and there was 0 bond forfeitures in 21. And I point that out because this idea that we can't bail people out because they might not show up for court, if people weren't showing up for court, that number would be astronomical. 23,000 in bond forfeitures, that's like petty in the world of bail bonds, right? So the whole year. So clearly we can like stretch that out a little bit. And then finally, I just want to point out that there's a line item for $95,000 for law books and legal subscriptions, which I think is great. But also, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, that should also be inside the jail. So if there's not one in their budget for something similar to that, because people who are accused of crimes need to be able to look up the law and defend themselves, please make sure that the sheriff puts that in her budget as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Councilmember Thomas.
Excuse me, I apologize for my tardiness, but I wanted to ask a question in terms of budgeting. And thank you for allowing this to be joint criminal justice and budget. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We have enough meetings as it is. In your funding requests, what have you guys prioritized, or can y'all give us a list of priorities that would help keep people out of your courts and out of the jail, in terms of programs that have asked and requested funding? As you guys take a look at the different programs that y'all have or that y'all recommend, what can we invest in that helps keep the population down before it gets to you guys, especially as it relates to recidivism? I think that would be helpful in that, because you guys are the experts there.
So, thank you, Councilmember Thomas. So in terms of investing in programs that can keep people out of custody, I think that relies, or basically that resides, I would say, in budgets of those agencies that are third-party agencies, so third-party partners that we work with in criminal district court. Under both the judicial canons as well as the rules of professional conduct, judges and courts are limited in what type of jurisdiction we have and what we can do as judges. But as you do know, we do in criminal district court have a number of programs that we oversee. Those programs usually pertain to those who have been arrested, those who come within the court system, those who are court involved, in order to, one, determine whether or not they constitute a risk, a public risk, Two, whether or not there are issues, underlying issues that the court itself can address, like mental health, which we have the mental health court, substance abuse, so we have the drug court, domestic violence, so we have domestic violence court, pretrial services, which gives us that objective tool to determine the risk and the needs of a person who comes into the court. However, there are a number of programs that can basically be funded and supported prior to those persons entering into the court system. And so I would say, my colleagues at the juvenile court system obviously have a number of programs that would address issues when you have a family or a particular member of a family, a minor, who is in trouble or who is at risk, helping that particular person so that he or she does not reach the level of becoming court involved in criminal court. Also, our school systems, which I know you all don't have direct supervision over, but investing in programs that assist our school systems, in programs like the Youth Empowerment Project and Delgado Community College, which the court does help support in terms of GED programs and other programs.
But as it relates
when
to
they're not court involved.
recidivism, because
Yes.
when you analyze people who go to jail or prison, especially in this area, too often it's the same person time and time again.
That's right.
So where do we invest there in terms of the programs y'all?
So I think the investment has to come with Domestic Violence Monitoring Court. As you know, we talked over the last several years about the fact that those particular types of offenses are increasing for a number of different reasons: economic reasons, socioeconomic reasons, other related reasons, including the pandemic. And so I think addressing domestic violence and related issues, and then taking funds that are available and assisting and working with advocacy organizations, and then also working with those organizations that focus on behavioral interventions for those who are perpetrators, especially those who are repeat perpetrators. So Domestic Violence Monitoring Court, I think, is a very important program, and working in the school systems on educational systems. I know that the New Orleans Police Department has a domestic violence unit under the director, Rochelle Thomas, who works within the schools. I know that Crime Stoppers has an educational component that works within the school systems on a number of different issues, and a number of the judges participate in some of those programmings as speakers. I think investing in some of those programs sort of in an extended way also helps to address recidivism and helps to keep people out of the system.
In that category, but we have a history here with violence.
That's right.
Carjacking, murder, attempted murder, and I think that dominates. So just domestic violence or all?
That's one example. Judge Lombard is going to address a few
And I think
others.
the other place that we have to look is the mental health system. As we see a lot of recidivism amongst people that are just not getting the care or the medications that they need, both before they come into the system and while they're in the system. We do have the mental health courts and the pretrial services, which try to use outpatient services or inpatient when necessary to help them. But again, that's after we're in the system. I think there needs to be a stronger focus on mental health before they get into the system.
Unfortunately, Councilman Thomas, and I just have one of our clients this past week, he and his mother, the first time that they actually feel like they're really getting assistance is through the criminal court system, because we have been able to connect them with agencies who are now able to assist them because they are court involved. As you all know, many of our mental health programs have closed or ceased to exist. We don't have a mental health facility that is close by. The one that the court relies on is in East Feliciana. And so, but families oftentimes have to become court involved before they can get real court-ordered mental health services. So that is another avenue that needs to be, greatly explored, both not just on the city level, but on the state level.
And two other points. In your letter to the council, you talked about training and specified training. And one of the things that I'm noticing the last couple of years, especially this time around, is that a lot of the veteran employees in all areas of government have retired. So we have moved on. So we have a lot of newer people who are asking them to be more efficient and more productive but we haven't, within the departments and the agencies, we haven't invested, as a matter of fact, in training. As a matter of fact, if people go to training or travel, you might get a bad article, or somebody might complain about where you went to travel, but not even talk about the training. So what do you mean in terms of specific costs or specific programs, especially since you requested that?
In terms of the letter that I submitted. So just for clarity, so the court did submit a letter to the council on last Thursday talking about courthouse security and really advocating during this budget season for additional funds for courthouse security, for the safety of all people who work within the court, who enter the court, who serve as jurors in the court, who are families and victims who come to the court, and also for additional funding for those deputies who really come to work every day to do the job. We have some great deputies, but as you said, we've lost a lot of veterans, and so we have a lot of new people coming into the system who need appropriate training, who need additional training in courthouse security. The courthouse itself needs some sort of renovations in terms of security that will provide a safer environment for all those who enter the court. So yes, those deputies do need additional training, they do need additional support, and we need additional deputies within the courthouse itself to provide everything that needs to be provided on a daily basis to run our operations in a safe manner.
And then lastly, Mr. Riley's comments about access to libraries and books and education. If you know the history of many criminal justice systems and institutions, many of the inmates have gotten their own sentences reduced, thrown out, or overturned because of what they learned within those libraries and access to certain books. And especially when you talk about the federal system here, the tragic incident that happened around per se motions. And I think the gentleman who took his own life because they weren't even reading them and they were denying them. So I think that should be standard operating procedure in every criminal justice system, and especially as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Thomas.
Councilmember Green?
I just wanted to thank you all for the emphasis that you've placed on providing support and guidance for victims of crime, because of course we know that the most important reason for a criminal justice system to be efficient and to run right is so that we can protect people from becoming victims of crime and work with them after they become victims of crime. There's only so many programs that exist, but there are programs that exist, and I want to thank you, the Sheriff's Office, the Police Department, the New Orleans Police Department, Family Justice Center, Silence is Violence, and other organizations, our Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, for the emphasis that you have been giving, even more so now maybe than even in the past as a collective, on the victims of crime and the support that they need. Whatever we can do, and you've talked about providing more support and security for those who testify, those who come in as victims of crime, who have to be in the same setting with someone who may have committed the crime against them. I want to let you know that I feel and will work with the council to do what we can to make sure that those who matter most, those who have been victimized, those who have been traumatized, those who have mental health concerns based on the victimization that they've experienced, that those people have access to the resources and the support that they need. So I just appreciate the fact, for example, that you all were recently participants in the panel at the Domestic Violence Awareness Seminar, that you were participants in the Brides March, that you were participants in the National Crime Victims' Rights Week activities and the like, because again, the most important thing is to make sure that we reduce the number of victims in our city and that we provide them with the resources. So in general, I look forward to perusing your budget. I've seen the letter, so I will look carefully and we will give strong consideration on my end, and I know my fellow council members agree with what we can do to help reduce the number of victims in our crime in our city and make our streets safer for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green.
All right, seeing no more comments from the dais. Let's see, I don't have any cards. Amy, are there any cards for this one? No. Mr. Burnside? I figured. That's why. You can fill out a card after this. There's a call.
So to be 100% clear, I did come up and speak, and the reason I'm speaking now is because Joe DeRusso did give me the 2025 budget, which I did peruse very quickly, and I want to state the following. There are no FTEs in this particular piece of paper I have, and there's no org chart in this particular piece of paper that I have. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Anything online, Anita? No? Okay. Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all. And so you all do have the 2025 budget that we previously submitted, just for the record. Just want to make sure.
We have our staff put together a template, and so that's what we have, us council members up here on the dais, but we'll look to see if there's additional PowerPoints or whatever you all may have sent.
Okay, and we were receiving signs that that it was submitted, that you all did receive it.
It's in
So
my
I just
email
want to
now.
make
Yes.
sure that we're clear for all citizens that you all have that. And if you needed me to go over the 2025 goals, I can do that.
Whatever you'd like.
Okay, just to note that, in terms of our goals, because I think Councilman Thomas had asked for a list of the goals for 2025. So just for clarity, we have courthouse security listed, safety trainings listed, courtroom jury lounges, building repairs and enhancements, domestic violence monitoring, court space build-out, and information technology enhancements. And I've already discussed the amounts that we have requested for those for 2025.
Where are you on the build out for the DV section? That was a storage room?
Yes, it was a storage room. And I'll let Rob Kasich, our judicial administrator, who is participating on our behalf in the process for choosing the architecture and the contractors that has been put out for public bid.
Got it. So you're on to design then?
Yes.
So nothing's moving with the domestic violence component yet. The only thing that's moving is the jury deliberation room.
Okay.
The repairs from Hurricane Ida and Isaac from 2012. Some FEMA money has been moving, so we got those repairs starting. And then the WIN retrofit project, which is that $10 million hardening of the building.
Right.
But the money has been approved for the domestic violence, but no one has started the project with capital projects yet.
I
So
got
we're
you.
not sure if it's going through capital projects at this time or if it's going to go through property management.
Okay. We'll
But
get
we have been in
clarification on
discussions
that.
with them.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. That's it.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you all so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Up next, juvenile court. We can switch out presentations, please.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Council, our colleagues are en route and we're walking up, so just give us a couple of minutes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Council, my apologies. Apparently, our colleagues have been delayed, so I'm going to have to defer.
They're not here yet.
Okay, guys, we're going to skip over juvenile court and go to, is the DA's office here? I don't see the DA's office. I see NOPD's here. Chief Kirkpatrick, are you ready? All right, Chief, we're going to take you and wait for everyone who needs to be here for juvenile court to be here.
Since we're combining, especially criminal justice and in budget hearings, guys, let's make sure we please follow the agenda, especially for folk who've had it before. But if someone's not here, if you're ready to give your presentation. Okay, if you guys are ready, let's go.
Good morning. Sorry, I was on the bench.
No, that's all right.
And Councilmember Thomas, I forgot this was a combined meeting.
No,
Councilmember Druso tapped me to chair, but you'll chair.
No.
Thank you. No, it's all good.
Hey, we.
Oh, no.
We is better than just me.
I happily turn it over to you.
I know how that goes too. Thank you, though, very much.
Good morning, judges.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you all. We are here and ready to go. I'm Candace Bates Anderson, Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. We're here this morning for our 2025 proposed budget hearing with the Joint Criminal Justice and Budget Committee that is set for today. So we'd first like to take this opportunity to thank the City Council as well as everyone present for giving us the opportunity to present our budget. All right, today is Monday, October 28th of 2024, 9:30 a.m. I believe we all successfully survived the weekend, and what a weekend it has been in New Orleans.
It has been.
All right, also a good weekend where we haven't heard about a lot of things happening, so that is a blessing for all. Introduction, thank you for allowing the court the opportunity to present regarding our 2025 proposed operating budget. This presentation will include information relative to our 2024 and 2025 goals and accomplishments in the proposed 2025 budget and staffing. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce my colleagues. I didn't do that. I do apologize. Judge Cook Calvin as well as Judge Smith. I know Judge Darensburg is on his way. He too was on the bench. And obviously our Judicial Administrator, Ms. Yolanda Johnson. As we have always stated, OPJC's goal is to diligently seek new ways to improve all aspects of public safety and protection with the use of the latest technology and highly trained and professional individuals. We are working diligently and taking every reasonable step to achieve our mission and our goal. Our vision statement. The Judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court's vision is based on the belief that through a unified voice and collaboration, the New Orleans justice system can be a leader in administering fair and equal justice, provide individualized, comprehensive, and effective programs for delinquent and neglected youth, and ensure accountability and that builds safe and resilient families and communities. Our mission statement. Our mission is to provide a court of excellence for children, youth, and families by enforcing the Louisiana Children's Code. Status of our 2024 stated goals. As many of you are aware, for 2024, we have centered on 3 goals. One of them has been the mental health court. The mental health court, as well as truancy through informal fens and the handgun intervention program, which is also known as gun court. The mental health court has been implemented at OPJC. The Orleans Parish Juvenile Court Youth Mental Health Court, which has a long acronym OPJC-YMHC, and Orleans Parish Healing Center Cultural Continuum, OPHCCC, represents an effort to increase effective cooperation between the mental health system and the criminal justice system. The court aims to achieve improved general well-being among young persons in mental health needs. The services provided by OPJC and YMHC include, but are not limited to, determining whether youth referred are appropriate for the program, identifying the mental health needs of presenting youth, facilitating referrals to community and cultural-based mental health resources and services, providing information and support to family members and caregivers, and providing support and monitoring of youth's progress while under supervision. We've already had successful kids that have been enrolled in mental health program as well as mental health court that also sometimes have matters that might be delinquency or child in need of care cases, but still are able to receive some of those very well-needed services through the mental health court. The truancy court, and the truancy idea, or truancy as we focus on with informal fins, has been where we have had the opportunity to continue to maintain and beef up our informal fins process, where there are 10 grounds that meet for guidelines in which a child may not have been compliant with some of those 10 grounds, where they can come in through an informal process that is provided through services through the Supreme Court as well as through services through our court, in which we are able to continue to have positive outcomes for children. The truancy and gun court are ongoing endeavors and will continue in more detail as part of our 2025 goals. 2024 accomplishments. HB 1, the second extraordinary session, the truth and transparency in Louisiana justice system. Our DigiCourt case manager system has been updated to assure compliance with the reporting of juvenile crimes with crimes of violence through the clerk's portals as part of the requirements of the aforementioned House bill. The court went live as of August 1st, 2024, and all cases for the period of January 1st through July 31st, 2024 have been manually updated to the website. Information related to this House bill can be viewed as the website eclerksla.com. Also, one of our major 2024 accomplishments has been the FINS eliminating truancy. In fact, many of the persons that are present today, as well as on the podium, as well as in the audience, were able to participate in this very important conference. This conference took place on Friday, October the 4th of 2024, and it was hosted between OPJC and FINS hosted this seminar. Truancy is more than just a matter of missed days. It represents missed opportunities for learning, growth, and connection. Each absence tells a story, and it is our collective responsibility to listen, understand, and act to ensure that every student has a chance to thrive. The court hosted this seminar as a way to collaborate, learn, educate, and spark new ideas that can make a real difference in preventing truancy and re-engaging students in their educational journeys. Our vision for this conference was to foster a community of change makers, educators, advocates, policymakers, parents, elected officials, students, caregivers, social workers, who are united by a shared goal, ensuring that every young person has access to a supportive, inclusive, and engaging learning environment. Through inspiring talks, interactive workshops, and meaningful discussions, we sought to equip participants with the strategies, tools, and partnerships needed to address truancy from multiple angles, whether it be through early intervention, community engagement, or systematic change. We believe that by working together, we can build a future that every student feels valued, connected, and empowered to attend school regularly. The ripple effect of this type of endeavor can be profound, leading to healthier communities, stronger schools, and brighter futures for our young people. We have also implemented the Credible Messenger Corps, which is Credible Messenger Mentoring Movement's National AmeriCorps program. This past summer, AmeriCorps, the federal agency for national services and volunteerism in the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, the Office of Juvenile Justice, and the Delinquency Prevention, made awards to 12 innovative programs that support youth transitioning back to their communities from juvenile residential or correctional facilities. This month, the court launched a Credible Messenger program with its partnership with On the Right Path with Credible Messenger Mentoring Movement. This is a program referral working in collaboration with local lead Credible Messenger organization, On the Right Path. New Orleans is one of 5 cities represented as part of the inaugural National Credible Messenger Corps, which is housed at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Credible Messenger Mentoring Movement, CM3, helps youth and families break the cycle and long-term impact of justice system involvement by supporting and advancing credible messenger initiatives in the most impacted communities across the nation. Through their grant with AmeriCorps, they have established a Credible Messengers Corps made up of 50 leaders who will mentor and support 500 justice-involved youth in Atlanta, Columbus, Ohio, New Orleans, New York, and San Diego. Number 4 of our goals for 2024. 2024 OJJDP FY 2024, the Building Local Continuums and Care to Support Youth Success Grant. The court has been awarded this grant in the amount of $425,000. This project, through OPJC and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, will partner with families and friends of Louisiana's incarcerated children to implement community-based participatory research initiatives to develop a healing, centered in positive youth development informed continuum of care framework to support communities, youth, and the families in the city of New Orleans. 2024 court updates. Court notified. Officers originally received paper subpoenas, sometimes causing delay, confusion, and aggravation for their court appearances. Notifications are now queued in DigiCourt and pushed directly to Court Notify. This results in timely notification to officers for their court appearances and less wasting of their time. Open item warrants. The court has focused on open item warrants, and the process has been improved by displaying a banner in DigiCourt in the event of any open item warrants and/or out-of-parish warrants. This gives the court the ability to be aware if there are any matters that are currently pending with the child in front of them, but also to give the court information if there should happen to be an open item warrant on a child that has already finished with their commitment. You can imagine the frustration when a person has done their service and has done their time or whatever has been expected of them, and then suddenly to find that there was an open item warrant that was never taken care of. This is in partnership not only with the court, but also with JJIC, with the state, as well as with the defense. Also, the court has received a building engineer. The court has been assigned a building engineer, Mr. Brunel, to address the continuance issues with HVAC, plumbing, wiring, and just some of the basic things that may happen in a brand new building that we're not complaining about. This individual will be housed on-site and will provide on-site assistance critically needed to support the operation of judicial proceedings and service to the public. Research and data analysis. We're in the final phase, and I believe we have filled it, right? Okay. So this position has been filled. This is another, collaboration between the court as well as the criminal justice office as well, in which there was an individual has been provided to the court to provide support along with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. This individual will be housed at OPJC and will be charged with the responsibility of managing our data analysis and reporting in partnership with juvenile legal systems and agencies. And last, our Nexpo by Vonage is an AP1 text messaging alert system in which we are allowed to alert our employees as well as the judges as well as key staff about any expectations or issues that may affect the court, and the court expects to go online within the next 4 to 6 weeks with this system, which will notify all parties of court dates via text, resulting in inefficiency in court appearances. I think I missed it. Okay. All right. And then our 2025, is that you? Okay. And then to our 2025 OPJC budget personnel requests. The court's operating budget for 2025 is based on the court's current staffing and operating expenses of fiscal year 2024. This level of funding will allow the court to continue to offer the level of services required by those individuals we serve. The court's 2025 budget for personnel services is $2,199,179. This amount covers salaries and benefits for 29 full-time employees for administrative, clerk of court, and judges personnel. The court's 2025 budget for other operating is $1,123,000, $123,020. This amount is for the court's operational expenses and for 12 full-time contractors and 5 part-time contractors for court-related programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry to be late. I was on a minute. We wanted to bring up some of our 2025 goals, some of the things that we believe are significant in the court and in the community that require our attention at this point in order to keep the juvenile crime down as it is in the As we see here, what specialty courts are favored in the Louisiana Supreme Court and has been shown to be an effective form of intervention and recidivism prevention. In 2022, the Supreme Court in New Orleans operated 71 specialty courts in Louisiana. These included drug courts, family preservation, intervention courts, reentry, mental health courts, DUI courts, and veterans courts. These courts are led by a judge who works with a team of experts who ensure that they operate according to the appropriate standards and policies. Again, truth is our best guidance. Based upon the data presented in 2025, we hope to initiate specialty courts or programs to address the issues that most affect the lives of the court-involved youth and families and the safety of the community. As to truancy, you will see that The issue of truancy is increasingly becoming a point of concern in the court and in the community. As you can see from the slide presented, in 2022, arrests between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. were at 17%. Those arrests increased in 2023 to 23%. To date, in 2024, we have seen that 29% of our arrests to date have occurred between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Data shows that truancy is a stepping stone to delinquent and criminal activity. It is the goal of our court in 2025 to reduce the number of intakes between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. by instituting practices that recognize that parents must be involved and held responsible for their children's school attendance, and schools' responsibility for following mandatory reporting laws regarding truancy. We have met with the school superintendent, deputy superintendent, and assistant superintendents who have agreed and promised that they will follow the law as written, which requires that they report to the court 5 unexcused when any individual student is absent 5 unexcused times or experiences 5 unexcused tardies. Following the law provides the court with timely information to address the issue of truancy at its earliest possible moment. Moving forward, you will also see that weapons and handgun charges, we presented data to show what the charges have been over the last 3 years in court. And what we see is that weapons and handgun charges most often appear in the top 5 charges that are charged. I want to make a note that these charges do not relate to individuals. One individual could be charged for multiple charges. As our data shows, charges concerning weapons and guns have ranked in the top 5. Given the significant impact of youth gun violence on individuals and communities, it is crucial that stakeholders, including policymakers, community leaders, and mental health advocates, support the establishment and funding of handgun intervention programs within the juvenile justice system. By doing so, we can create a more just, equitable, and safe community for all of our citizens. Next, we want to discuss next slide is just a recitation of the previous slide, but the next thing we really want to discuss is need-based screening, something that's currently not addressed or done in the juvenile court. Based upon national and local data, we now know that up to 80% and above of youth involved in the justice system have a diagnosable mental health challenge. The implementation of need-based screening as juveniles enter the justice system is critical for fostering positive outcomes and better decisions by judges. Timely and comprehensive screening allows for the identification of individual needs, including educational, mental health, substance use, and behavioral concerns. By addressing these factors early, we can direct appropriate interventions that not only reduce recidivism, but also promote rehabilitation and reintegration safely into society. So we really hope to address some of the things we see in the data that we have in our court, and we hope to have your support, and we will be working with the community to make sure those things happen as we move forward. Thank you. I think that concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
We're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, a couple questions. Well, Councilmember Green.
I'll wait.
Sure? Okay.
Then I'll ask.
No, if you want to wait, your option.
Just because you started.
No, go ahead, Councilman.
All right. I just have a question because you alluded to it relative to intakes. First, we're clearly going to have fewer intakes this year than in 2023, right?
Absolutely. That's correct.
That's good news.
Absolutely, yeah.
We should be celebrating that.
Yes.
What are you doing that's making that happen? You just kind of passed over it. We could be at a significantly lower percentage of intakes, and I'm very consistent. If there's good news out there, the public needs to know about it. I'm going to ask something about parental involvement, but tell me what you see that's happening that's making our number of intakes lower, because that involves fewer youth in the system.
In the overall intakes, right?
Yeah.
Overall intakes, we believe, are lower because of other areas where we have concentrating our efforts. Most specifically in the area of evening reporting. What we learned some years ago was that the time that children are most likely to come in contact with the justice system is between 3 and 11 p.m. That's the reason we instituted the Evening Reporting Center. And what we've seen since its institution in 2019 is a reduction in the number of youth that are arrested between 3 and 11 p.m. We hope to institute programs that we can see that same type of reduction in the area of truancy and in the time frame between 8 and 3:30 in the afternoon. So yes, we believe that placing interventions where we see data showing us that there is a reason for concern gives us the opportunity to measure our results and show the improvement as well as the positive impact that that intervention has had on that particular issue.
Thank you. And such intervention may be the reason that we see lower rates of juvenile crime in our
I agree.
city.
Absolutely.
What do you see happening by the end of the year in terms of juvenile crime? Just the overall numbers are going to be down significantly, right?
We expect that the numbers to continue to go down as to the things that we are addressing today in court, the way things that we're able to address in the court now. For example, we believe that if we are able to do need-based screening of each youth that comes into juvenile court as they enter the system for the first time, it gives all of us from the bench the opportunity to make decisions at an earlier stage. And we believe most certainly maximum information in minimum time. So that the more information we have, the better our decisions are, and the more specific and the more targeted our interventions can be.
You mentioned the involvement of parents. We know that it's by law that there must be a reporting by the schools of truancy over certain numbers, but you did allude to parents. Talk to parents in general. What can they do to get more involved to make sure that we don't have some of the issues that we've been having?
Well, parents can get more involved in their children's lives in terms of extracurricular activities, in terms of what's going on at the school, in terms of communicating with the teacher and the school. I believe that schools now have enough electronic means to keep parents involved as to what's going on in the school, but it really is about taking more of an interest in children going to school and being more aware of the requirements that they have. I think one of the things we recently on October 4th, and we thanked Councilman Thomas for appearing at our Eliminating Truancy Conference, and we came up with a lot of really good solutions about what we're going to be doing. One of the solutions that came out of that conference, all-day conference, was that we develop a FINS collaborative. And what that FINS collaborative is going to do is get together the resources about quarterly, get together with resources available to families and make sure that those resources we're utilizing them to the maximum capacity in the FINS program, which is the program that is assigned through the Supreme Court to deal with truants.
And I believe there's just been quite a bit of collaboration, just working with the schools, being involved, talking about that, we do offer services, that there are programs and a process, family in need of services, before your child gets involved into a delinquency issue or before your child comes in front of us on another issue. If you've got some concerns, by collaborating with the schools, having the social workers aware, having the counselors aware in the schools that there is another option. And so before our kids get involved or they get in trouble, reach out. We get an ISFA. We talk to these kids. We look at the grounds. We see whether we can offer support and services. We're communicating with people. I believe that through diversion programs, I believe through a lot of our programs, the intervention programs that you all have allowed, the alternatives to detention, GROW, Girls Reaching Out Works Wonders, MELLOW, ODAP, we are showing that if we continue to invest in our kids before they're coming in front of a judge, before they're answering a petition, before we're telling them that everything that they did right, if we're offering these alternatives, offering a chance to see what are the underlying issues, maybe there's something further going on, and if we address those needs, then we see that those kids come back less. We see that those kids with us are one and done, and when they don't come back, then our numbers come down. So we don't want to be premature and being excited because we are clearly only almost at November, but we are seeing a trend, and we are seeing by investing in our youth and investing in our community and working together, everybody out here in this audience, every person that's coming behind you, we have continued to build relationships with, we've continued to work on, we've continued to find alternatives and outcomes where we talk about what's going on, put all of our resources together, and we're seeing these kids coming in less. And so we are grateful and appreciative that you did recognize that work today.
Yes, I do want to recognize it, and there was an article in the Times-Picayune just 3 weeks ago that talked about the reduction in crime, and it talked about maybe it's because agencies are working together more than before. So I just want to continue that, and I want to ask you all to be very deliberate in sharing information with us that we can share to the public. I go to a lot of community meetings, and they need to know different things, and sometimes every once in a while I've heard about things after they happen. Just be very deliberate. There are only 7 of us. Copy us on everything that we need to share with the public, all right?
If I'll share with you, we are working on that right now. We are instituting a community outreach program where we are going to be able to communicate with stakeholders directly, creating a database of stakeholders. So really it is very good, and thank you for bringing that up, because that is something we want to be vigilant about as the year approaches.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, thank you.
Yeah, to your question about what can parents do, be a parent. Well, now we understand there's several other root causes, things that are institutional, things that are part of the social science of this community, but for parents to be a parent. And if you would just do that, that would help with juvenile court judges and everyone in the criminal justice system is doing. And if you don't know what it means to be a parent, we need to maybe look at some programs about how we can train and assist young mothers and fathers about how to do that. I want to ask, based on what Councilmember Green just said, I want to ask this question. It's not part of the budget, but I think it's important. You know, no one does anything alone. And as someone who participates in your courtroom and at your programs and comes to your seminars a lot, I've learned a lot from you guys. How do y'all feel when the press has given out all of these kudos about reduction in juvenile crime to 71%, but at no time has given credit to what the juvenile court judges and what you guys have done? Because the truancy seminar was masterful. And putting together all the different agencies that collectively help with that impact. But how do you guys feel when you see these news headlines and these press conferences and these news reports about and these independent commissions, but no one talks about the list of what you guys did to play a major role in that?
So, Councilman, let me speak to that. I think that we take pride in doing our jobs and doing it well, and knowing that our collaboration with the council, with the community, with our fellow judges, these are our goals. This is what we said we wanted to do, and we're going to continue to move forward to achieve that, despite what anybody may say outside of our courtroom or may think that they know what's going on. We work real hard. We collaborate, as Judge Anderson and Judge Dansberg has said. You know, we work with a lot of different people, and we spend a lot of time focused on what is in the best interest of these kids, their families, and our community. And we will continue to do that, despite what the paper may say or what others may believe is occurring. So I thank you and the rest of the council members for working with us and for recognizing what we have done and what we have achieved and what we continue to do.
And that's the lead into the question in terms of this council has been, I think, extremely supportive in trying to at least target areas of criminal justice, whether it's juvenile or adult, where we believe we can make a difference. In this budget cycle, specifically, similar to what I asked Judge Davalier, what can we fund that will continue to impact this positive direction? And I think if we can tie it to that, then we kind of get off this roller coaster, because the one thing we do know, if we don't continue to invest, if we don't continue the programs, if we don't continue the collaboration that was started with the truancy seminar, then I can safely say that juvenile crime and overall crime is going to go back up. What can we begin to target?
Well, I believe, thank you again for the comments about the truancy, eliminating truancy conference, because it really was a springboard. It was our second year, but it really is a springboard into further action, and it was a call to action, and we definitely intend to continue in that same vein. What we will be looking for support in is getting all the players in the truancy area to do their part, meaning getting the schools to actually report to the court when these things occur. We have gotten a verbal promise from them to do that. We're going to hold them to that, and if they do not, we are fully prepared to take action, because we really are very serious about this. As you see, we are guided by our data. And if our data tells us we need to address something, we're going to have to address it with the fullest power of the court. And as we deal with ERC, in terms of what we believe we need funding for, it is our belief that screening at the point of entry into the juvenile justice system, it is not something new. It is a best practice in other jurisdictions that we have studied. And we believe that if we are able to get as needs-based information. Kids come into us, and what we test for when kids come in is risk. The risk that they will show up in court and the risk that they will not reoffend. That is the test we give. There is no testing for what may be an underlying situation, what may be a need that they have. So when kids come into our court for the first hearing after 24 or 48 hours, we are looking at interventions that deal with the risk that they are going to reoffend or the risk that they will not come to court. Rather, we would like to be looking at a broader picture, being able to look at what needs they have and what we can do to place them in interventions, even things that may be out-of-home placements. Through our mental health court, we have the resources to do such things as that. But we want to be able to institute effective interventions as soon as possible. And the first opportunity we have from the juvenile court system is when they either enter the FINS program, where they are tested for needs-based issues, or when they enter the delinquency system, when they come in through intake. So that we have presented a budget that we believe is sufficient to make this happen in our court, and we certainly would be happy if that would be a really significant add to juvenile court that would make a tremendous difference in what we are able to do when we see the kids the first time that we see them.
And I'm looking at the 2022 stats. What's really glaring to me is that over half of the charges involved a gun.
We have a handgun intervention program that we presented. Yes, we really would like to see some. That's the same handgun intervention programs are really necessary. We have looked at one in Denver, Colorado that works tremendously, and we would like to see that model placed here in New Orleans. We have a proposal for that as well available. I'll share that with you all. But we noticed that we look at the charges, what comes in, and over the course of a period of time, and over the last 3 years, guns, weapons appear in the top 5 charges each year. And those are different from years ago when things like criminal trespass and things of that nature were on the rise or at the top of the list. But we really are interested in instituting gun safety programs as well.
Right, and I'll further reiterate Okay, and I'll further reiterate just one of the asks if we get to ask, and that's obviously when we talk about the truancy court, and as we talked about FINS and Family Needed Services, as we are aware, we do receive some funding for the Family Needed Services process through the Supreme Court. However, that fund's only on the informal side. Once a child is determined to be truant, if we are able to work with the schools and receive that information, once that petition is filed, then there would need to be something like a truancy court, which means there would need to be a certain district attorney that would address those matters, a certain section, also certain personnel where we could really have a robust court that focused only on whether or not kids are truant. If kids are truant, a petition is filed, they come in, they get to go before a judge, but only in the informal FINS process, and only through informal FINS do we receive funding from the Supreme Court. There has been no funding for a formal process, which means that we could bring some kind of model of which that would show of how we could receive the funding so that we could successfully do that. And we can also do, and it doesn't have to be at the court. So truancy courts could be in the schools. We could be creative with this. If there's an ongoing issue with truancy and I don't want to name any particular school, so I won't do that, but in one of your zip codes, and you know it, you say, hey, judges, we need to have truancy court. It could be brought to those individuals. The families come in, we hold the kids accountable. But again, all of those things require funding. And so that would be something that we could present to the council as well.
Judge Smith.
And Councilman, the programs and services that we offer in-house have been tremendously successful.
Mm-hmm.
You both have participated. I think many of you have been there. You know how effective they are. But every year we have to come back before sort of begging to keep it in place. We need to get adequate funding for that to expand it. We have a lot of great ideas and a lot of things that can work with, the problems that we are dealing with. So we look forward to continuing to have those services offered.
Yeah, and for my colleagues and for the press who's here, in a lot of conversations with educators and meeting with many of the leaders in education, truancy is a major issue on their agenda too. They want to know, how do we have more collaboration and coordination? Because their product is the kid, and the kid is not inside their school, and then truants usually wind up before our judges. And as recently as a week ago, that was a major issue amongst most of our educators in the system right now. So I think it's something we have to take a look at, as well as the data that says 69% of violent juvenile offenders are functionally illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something attached to that, not being in school, being in the street, part of the criminal justice system, carrying a gun. So that's why what I would like for you guys during this budget cycle, and I think my colleagues would, which one of those programs can we help fund or enhance in terms of what you guys do that most impact? Because y'all have helped lead to this reduction that everybody else is taking credit for, but we can safely predict that it's going to go back up if we don't continue to fund and continue to invest.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. The first speaker is Mr. Bruce Riley.
Hello, everybody. Bruce Riley with Vote. First, I just want to say, like, when we were talking about data and crime going up and down or whatever, it's essential to keep the same data points, right? And so, as we know, 17-year-olds, they were kids, then they were adults, then they were kids, and they were adults, right? And so when we see this crime go up and down, a lot of times it's moving 17-year-olds between one system and the other. And so I feel like it's not really an accurate reflection of data points unless you're specifically saying these age ranges. So if you're to say like 14 to 16 or whatever, then fine, we could keep that data point and see how it moves. But it's a little, I'm not saying intentional, but it's a little misleading to all of us if we leave out the biggest group of that group is 17-year-olds. So I'd ask that there be better data shared so the public can better understand whether juvenile crime is doing this or that. I would love it if, we talk so much here about, trying to address kids' issues around truancy and the challenges they face. Court can't be the spot where we start doing that. You know what I mean? Like, and we have this school system that's just a mess of different people doing their own thing. There's no unified system. So a kid, even if you're just a regular kid who never gets kicked out of school, you probably are going to switch schools at least 3 different times in a short period of time, between 10 and 15. And so you're bouncing around, you're applying to these new schools, no one gets to know you, and there's no centralized mental health or any kind of support systems within our school system. And that's a major source of our failures. And I really suggest we get a hold of that, because starting at the court level, I don't care what you call it, child in need of whatever, family in need of something, you already have people with badges involved. And we need to do a better job of stepping up before then. And finally, I'll just say I looked up the court system, which the legislature ordered us to be the only ones that dox our kids, right? We have to put all of them online. So I looked up a 14-year-old. I was able to see their name, and then it said no probable cause. His name's sitting there on a crime, right? For anyone to scrape and put on the internet for anywhere. Not happening next parish over, only happening here.
Great point, thank you.
If I could, just for a point of clarity regarding the 17-year-olds, that law didn't take effect until this year in August, so that the data that we present always is directly related to the kids that are in our court, and that data reflects before the law changed to remove 17-year-olds.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside.
First of all, I'd like to thank Bruce a great deal. Our school system is a mess, and I'll get there in a second. Right now, I'm going to touch on the fact we seem to, on average, pay an FTE in this system $50K, which is ranking at the bottom of all city departments. Interestingly, the other operating, if I got the numbers correctly, which I may not have because they were said really fast, but including full-time and assuming part-time means half-time, we're paying them $75K. So we're paying our contractors 50% more than we're paying our own employees. If those numbers are true, I would suggest to you that they're wrong at a moral level. The next thing I want to touch on is the idea of our schools. I was a public school teacher for 10 years. I believe our children are truth tellers. I believe they're learning machines. I believe they reflect the values of the adults in their outward behavior and actions, while their adults only talk about things at kitchen tables that children do. If children are not going to school, it's because children are wise. Schools are not made for children. I quit teaching because I decided I was an enabler of a dysfunctional system that was damaging children and damaging adults. I had immigrant parents who had left China and were working 7 days a week, 12-hour days, washing dishes in Chinese restaurants in San Francisco so that their children could have an education. Because in China, rural Chinese are treated worse than we treat Mexicans. You need legal papers to go from rural China to urban China. And they didn't have them. It was easier to come here and put their children in the education system, and then we damaged them. We damaged the dreams of the parents, and we damaged the children's future opportunities. Our public school systems have the best dream ever. You are not doomed to be your father, and they have the worst implementation ever.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Willis, Juvenile Court.
Good morning. How y'all doing? Good morning. I was able to sit in some of the events that the judges are talking about. When I first came here a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, I basically was making an introduction to myself, to you all. I didn't even know how policies work. I didn't understand how city council work. I did not understand how a lot of these things go. And in the 2-year period, I was able to meet you all. And like I said, me and the judge, we sat, and I actually sat in on some of these situations with our juveniles. And I think they're doing a great job. Like he said, though, if we got a contractor came in town and getting paid more than what some of these staff people locally are making, we got to figure out how to make adjustments in that. But that's a different conversation. But Miss Candace, I've been knowing her for a while now. She's helped me with one of my own children situation. So she's been very strict. She's been very stern on everything that she's done since 10, 20 years ago when I first met her. And in the 2 years that I've observed them in their operation, I think they're doing a phenomenal job. They're moving towards progress. And again, like everybody said, it needs funding. So continue to fund some of these programs that y'all seeing a curve in crime, especially with the juveniles, because they are our future. All right?
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all and continue to do a magnificent job.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, judges. I do want to go back to the beginning, though, because I don't want the facts to be diluted relative to 17-year-olds in the system, and all the juvenile intakes are down. And these numbers include 17-year-olds.
Yes.
So that is good news that juvenile intakes are down. So some of the things that we're working on together
Yes.
across the criminal justice system, that involves your notifying police officers, notifying the council of different things, and us providing resources. So, but that's good news. I just want to emphasize that.
Yeah.
But we have a long way to go before we're out of the woods relative to this issue. But I do want to ask about this. These are city council budget hearings, but we don't often talk about the state and the role that the state can play, especially relative to providing resources. Can we talk about that? Can we ask, what can we do to go to the state of Louisiana to get the state's criminal justice system to provide more resources to not only Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, but also to other entities? But I'll ask you to speak specifically. What can we do to help, and is there room within the state to provide some of the resources that we're asking for?
Yeah, and I'll add to that, from some historical perspective. The Criminal Justice Code of the state mandates certain laws and certain sentencing and certain actions which come with a cost. And we can go back to the study that the Morial administration did with Jim Singleton when they looked at state mandated costs, because some of the laws that were changed in Baton Rouge, it approached up to $40 or $42 million. So great question, Councilman.
Thank you.
Well, what immediately comes to mind is a program that the state funds that was in New Orleans prior to, I believe, Hurricane Katrina, and that's the Task Center. It's a truancy assessment and screening center. I believe I've said that, but that is a state-funded program, usually funded through the district attorney's office so that they can employ truancy officers to go out. But currently, New Orleans does not have a task center. And
why is that?
It wasn't refunded. That would be through the legislature. And so we need to just ask them. I think the answer is really only the ask of the state legislature to begin that.
But our government, no matter how you feel about it, has said we have certain mandates. For example, we're changing the system now. 17-year-olds are going to be viewed as adults. This is maybe an example of, look, and I don't want to criticize that point because that's not my point. My point is that we get a lot dictated to us by state law, and we have a state law system. So there should be nothing that's valuable that's done in other parishes that isn't done here. So you're telling me we need to ask for tasks.
We need to ask for tasks.
I'm asking you to be very public at this time because we recognize the importance of it, but the state needs to be held accountable. But also we just need to ask of the state. So I've written down tasks. What else is there that you think the state can help us
I believe the
provide?
state continues to provide funding with the Office of Juvenile Justice. So I know that the state has provided some funding with the Office of Juvenile Justice. I see that Council Helena Moreno has left. But there has been some funding that has been put together as it relates with the electronic monitoring and actually beginning a process in which those kids will be monitored through real time. So through some of the funding through the state, we are able to use some of those different services. Certainly requesting the state maybe provide some type of funding for respite housing. I know that JJIC is here as well, and some of us face that same issue when we have kids that we're not really certain of where they could go. We have kids that may not be ready to go into a secure placement, but there may be some type of temporary housing situation. So being able to provide additional services. The state continuously providing and working with Covenant House, as well as working with Boys Town and working with some of the other agencies in which we're able to provide some type of temporary housing and placement for our kids. So that is where the state could provide additional funding.
Is the state providing, well, you said it at the end.
There is
Not-
some funding,
they're not
but
providing
it's
sufficient
limited.
funding.
It is limited. There are only a certain amount of beds. There's only a certain amount of resources, but continue to provide additional resources to the city. We know with some of the changes through House Bill 1, that some of the funding that we have had to incur in order to be able to do some of that necessary reporting, obviously we received some additional funding from the city, but again, that could be a request that the state provide that funding.
Can you give an example of the additional reporting requirement and how
Well, the
it puts
additional
pressure on your
reporting
budget?
requirements in that, how the names have to be listed, how you immediately have to put them into a database if a child is charged with a crime of violence. And so how that requires additional persons in our clerk's office, additional responsibilities. Additional funding from the state as it relates to the warrant process, really having a relationship where the clerk of court, as well as everyone, is aware if there's a warrant that's in a different parish. Having better, transparency with some of the juveniles that are in the justice system that might be in secure placement. Once they are housed in secure placement through the Office of Juvenile Justice, we know that based on the facility's ability, or whether that child may be moved, but better communication, maybe having a communications person that works with the court as well as through the state agencies as well as through the Office of Juvenile Justice, so that if kids are in secure placement and they're moving to a parole supervision, or if they're moving to another placement, having where we get that information. A lot of times as judges, we have to sit on the bench, and if a child is placed in custody, or if the child is going to be placed into a non-secure custody, just having to figure out where they are, what services are provided, and making sure that we realize that any child, that if a child even comes to juvenile court, and if they're placed in state custody, and even if it's until juvenile life, we know that ends at 21. So ensuring through the state process that those kids have certain rights. Let's get them a state ID, because at 21, every child that needs to leave needs to have access to identification, the right to have access to be registered to vote, whether they're allowed to vote while they're in custody, having the opportunity to be registered, making sure they have their necessary documentation. Far too often, kids leave secure placement or a non-secure setting where they don't have basic necessities. They don't have their educational records. They don't have their birth records. They don't have any type of records that they may need. So making sure that we have a conjoined system, so that way when kids leave us, they leave better than where they got there, so that when they leave us, they have certain services and abilities. And we're doing all that from the bench. We're doing all of that with probation and parole officers, with the district attorney, with the lawyers, with the judges. And so again, acting as social workers and judges, if we had a system that provided some funding, because again, every kid, and like I keep reminding all of us, that if they come into juvenile court, by the time they move out of juvenile court, they are still going to be a member, a person who will be expected to be a part of this society and to be able to succeed in this society. So let's just start making sure that they have some of the basic necessities. Far too often, kids are getting out and too many of their needs haven't been met, too many assessments haven't been done, too many mental, medical, educational, and making sure that we're putting them back in that best situation. That could be funded through some type of partnership or collaboration with the state. So I would certainly be open to having further discussions, but if you all would work with us, I think that's something that we can certainly get done.
Councilman Thomas, I'm going to ask the representatives of the juvenile, the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, to put together a request list relative to us lobbying the state for additional resources to help implement the state's justice system, to help it work better here in the city of New Orleans. I know that that's, and I'm looking at you. I'm not asking for a long report.
And I just want to, what you see, I'll tell you, Vice President, what you see is I really want the public as well as you all to really understand that our limitations. We get a lot of belief that we have all of these options available to us, but because New Orleans we use as a probation department the state of Louisiana. OJJ is the probation office for New Orleans Juvenile Court. That means that we are limited to the services that OJJ has a contract with. in order to provide services to youth. So if OJJ doesn't have a contract with an individual, an organization, a company, a community service organization, then we are not able to utilize those services unless we're able to identify separate funding to have those services implemented. So it's important to understand that we have some limitations in our ability to service youth because of that, what OJJ has available. Now, one of the things that really would be beneficial to us is if all of us came together to come together with a list, because OJJ has the ability to contract with community service organizations, and they have the funding to do so, and they often ask us who they should fund, or these organizations they should fund. So there is a very reasonable and low-hanging opportunity to get with OJJ and ask OJJ to contract with some of our community or community-based organizations. We really want to rely on the community and the genius of the community in solving problems. Our newest grant, which is going to provide us the opportunity to put together community-based meetings, to have the participation from the community in what the needs are and what we can do to solve those needs. So getting together with you to work on that, getting some money into the community through the state would be a very beneficial opportunity for us.
Right, and when you say OJJ, so the public
Office
knows,
of
we're talking
Juvenile
about
Justice.
the state
Office of Juvenile
Justice, which, for example, doesn't have contracts in certain areas that you feel would be beneficial here in Orleans Parish.
Correct.
So when we look at some of the needs of the of your office relative to the city, it's important to note that the state, within its $51 billion budget, may have room, and if those numbers are wrong, public, I don't know the number, I'm just throwing it out. I think it's something like $51 billion.
I don't believe that there's a
But the
resistance
bottom line
to
is
it.
that there is room to assist in such an important area, especially as the governor has said that he wants to work on helping New Orleans to work out some of its issues. We have things that are particular to us, that are exclusive to us maybe, but I have a feeling that you're saying that some of these things are being done in other parishes, but not here.
Well, I really can't. Well, I can tell you one thing that's being done in other parishes, not here, screening of youth as they come into the juvenile justice system for need-based concerns. I do not believe that there's a resistance by OJJ to do these things. I just believe that we need to be more cohesive and more direct and more intentional about the requests that we make and where we, and really more cohesive about where we want these funds, where we want OJJ to invest these funds. I believe that we worked with them. I work with Secretary Lofton, and I sit on the Louisiana Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges that allows us the opportunity to go before the Office of Juvenile Justice to make certain requests. But I believe as a team, and if we come as New Orleans as a whole, I believe they would be very opening to putting some funding into the communities where we believe it would be most beneficial.
I'm asking you to be very deliberate in using our assistance and using the administration's assistance in the next opportunity that we have to ask for the state. Let's ask for as much as we can relative to what the state can do to assist, to work with us in a cooperative manner to provide funding to make those resources available.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Councilmember, the State Criminal Justice Department of Corrections, whether it's juvenile or adult, they make independent decisions sometimes based on how, what, and where they fund. One of the most misunderstood decisions they made was a few years ago. No one in the press said anything about it, right? We know when you talk about recidivism, people who return, when you talk about where arrests happen, the metro area usually leads the way. There was a stat some time ago that said returning citizens, about 15,000 a year, mostly coming to the metropolitan area. And this doesn't relate to you guys, but the Department of Corrections made a decision to move the reentry program from the parish where most people reenter to Plaquemines Parish, where they don't even get a third of the people who return to that area. So you don't even have a viable or funded reentry program like you used to have in the metro area where most returning citizens return. So those are political decisions that are made that have nothing to do with crime or criminal justice, that have to do with budgeting decisions about where they want the money to go.
Agreed.
Just the last thing about your facility. Every time we're at the facility, the meeting area or the graduation area or the program area is in the hallway. Was that building designed so that the hallway would be event space?
It was
Yeah,
not.
yes, we just use
Didn't
it
have an
as
event.
such. We don't have another space, and
That's it.
and the kids like to come and have their accolades there and have their families and have their closeout at the court.
And
So-
hopefully, we have turned our lobby into more of a resource center. We have
It
turned
is.
our lobby
It
into
is.
a
Yes.
library for
Correct.
any citizen to come in and just take a book. We've turned our lobby into a place where we have banners of resources that are available inside and outside of the court. And
We
lately,
have,
we've turned it into a free store.
Yes, we
That's
have
right.
OPJC's Closet, so if anybody in the community, anybody in the public, if you've got slightly gently used clothing, our kids are really appreciating. We need prom dresses, we need suit and ties, we need dress clothes, we need anything that you all would like to donate. It has been very impressive. The kids even come in sometimes. We just helped some kids get ready for homecoming, so it has been
yeah.
certainly a blessing. We have the Coleman Studio, we have Ubuntu Village, we have a lot of the communities that come out and offer their support so that they know that the family has access to resources. We have our family needed services, so it's much more than a courthouse. It's much more. It's a place where we give second opportunities, second chances, and a chance to also, if you never want to come back, we'll show you what you can get inside, and you can make sure you don't have to return. So we want to be a place of change, and that's what we are continuing to
Well, I just
encourage.
want to
Don't forget our public library.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to thank you guys. I think that the data shows the effort and the success. I mean, I see the judges everywhere. I think every youth program that advocates for kids, I usually see one of your employees, one of the Will Homes. I think there's got to be at least 10 of them, right?
That's just
So you guys are doing your job. I just think it's time to recognize it and enhance, fund those programs that you guys are using as tools of success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any online comment? Next item on the agenda? Ms. Wu? Our district attorney. Okay.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready. I'm gonna win, so I don't know. We gotta talk about that for real. Why I'm for real?
And for those folk who are submitting cards, we're going to try to sequence the cards, so hopefully we won't misplace any, but when we get to the area where you want to speak, if you put in a card and we didn't call your name, just remind us, please. D.A. Williams.
Good morning.
You can start your presentation when you're ready. You know the drill from
Thank you.
from both sides.
Thank you, Councilmember. And it's good to be with you all today. Here to present the District Attorney's 2025 budget request. I'm joined at the table by the Chief of Operations, Keith Lampkin, Chief of Staff, Micah Entz on my far left, and Chief Accountant Mandy McManus to my direct left. The status of our 2024 goals. Number one, maintain stable staffing. As you all know, turnover is inevitable with a large organization, but we have seen significant success over the past 2 years in filling positions and limiting attrition. Chief of Staff Micah Entz did a deep dive into turnover, studied it, and was able to close some gaps that exist that have caused a tremendous amount of success since our first days in office. Our 2024 allocation was insufficient to fund positions through the year end.
However, we were assured that those staffing reductions were not necessary and the shortfall could be addressed through the mid-year adjustment process. Unfortunately, very delayed confirmation and clarity surrounding the mid-year adjustment resulted in a partial year hiring freeze that we're now working to recover from. We're very grateful to the CAO's office for approving early withdrawal of our third quarter allocations and to this council for approving that necessary gap funding this month. But respectfully note that this partial funding and the IOU approach presents significant challenges to budgeting and staffing with any sort of sustainability. Increased training, professional development. For too long, new attorneys were thrown to the wolves or thrown into the deep end of the ocean with no training and quickly burned out. And candid discussions with employees reveal that employees greatly value investment in their professional development. The Chief of Staff maintains a very robust continued education training program. The First Assistant, Ned McGowan, holds mandatory Saturday school sessions for new ADAs during their first 4 months of employment. The Chief of Trials holds regular mini trainings, and we pursue high-quality conferences, opportunities where feasible, often taking advantage of those held right here in the city of New Orleans. Replacing aging equipment, making incremental progress on that. It's a slow, steady climb of pushing that rock up that big Sisyphean hill. Solutions for ballooning storage costs. We've been working with our JTMP team on a solution to begin removing and digitizing records, and will be gradually chipping away at all of this for the foreseeable future. It is a long-term goal, and this long-term project and the new files that are coming in daily will make it a challenge, but we will accomplish it. We expect this to result in a short-term increase in costs, but represent significant cost savings for the city and for our agency long-term. Growing our No Dice initiative. As we briefed this council on several occasions, this initiative is fully operational and has seen significant success in terms of enforcement action, as well as building stronger communication and coordination among agencies as well as with communities. Thank you to everybody on the City Council for leaning into this effort. That's what's made it a success. It has allowed everybody to come out of their silos and figure out what they can do, where they can plug in, what is their on-ramp to delivering relief to certain communities. Increased engagement with all of our partners inside of Orleans Parish and outside of Orleans Parish. We are in constant communication with these partners and working pretty diligently to find those things that we can find common ground on and coordinate efforts on. Continued gains in addressing violent crime in particular. Violent crime is down substantially over the past 2 years and continues to go down. We receive calls from our national colleagues on a very regular basis asking for the details and the nuances so they can get a little bit more granular on how New Orleans has had more success than any other city. We have built a strong homicide division to focus on some of the worst offenders in our community, and we've developed some of the most skilled and experienced folks in our office, developing some real muscle memory in this area. And I personally want to thank this council because we have this council to thank, the Criminal Justice Committee, for an investment into a homicide unit when we found ourselves being the murder capital of the country. Our OSINT partnership, that's our Open Source Intelligence Task Force partnership, fueled by Bancroft, continues to provide valuable assistance to help build stronger cases, link co-conspirators, and hone in on details that may have otherwise been missed. I'm hopeful that in the very near future, probably before this council passes a budget, you will hear a very big announcement from the police department and from the DA's office that was fueled by this work and by strong partnerships by homicide investigators who are working under Chief Kirkpatrick. We also continue to build up our units, our specialized units, such as the SVU, Special Victims Unit, that's the sex crimes unit, and the SACA unit that focuses on sexual violence, human trafficking, and abuse / violence perpetrated against children. Personnel. We followed through on in the effort of creating positions we said we needed last year. And we've even consolidated a couple positions to help offset rising costs. Vacancies at the time of submissions, 9/30, were primarily due to a halt in hiring, that hiring freeze I talked about earlier with regards to that lack of clarity around the mid-year funding. 2025 goals, in no particular order. New strategies to combat domestic violence. The horrific level of abuse and fatalities from domestic violence, with the knowledge of the generational harm domestic violence cases cause, is too great. We as a municipality, we as a collective community, all know that we need to do more. As we know, victims are often too afraid or too entangled in that web of abuse to remain cooperative throughout arrest and prosecution. We desperately need to do everything we can to support our victims so they have a way to school, a way to work, a way to drop kids off from school, a way to deal with that bank account that is sometimes shared with their abuser, so they can find the courage, patience, and space to continue to participate throughout the whole case. This is the same tragic cycle that is employed in human trafficking situations. And so if we can collectively find tools and strategies together, we can not solve a problem, but we can push back and pull survivors out of this horrible web that they are caught in and save lives. Part of that is redefining what success is. In the criminal justice system, success is often defined as winning and losing cases. As we know, winning and losing is something that happens in the Superdome and in the arena, and there is no win when your loved one doesn't come back. There's simply a resolution. There's simply a closed case file. And when it comes to human trafficking, when it comes to domestic violence, we've got to readjust that paradigm to focus on survivors, helping them survive, pulling them out, and if we can get them out of that vicious cycle, even if it doesn't result in a conviction, but it results in intervention that teaches a batterer a better way to deal with their impulse control, then that in itself is a win. And so we hope to continue to work with all of you to redefine what success looks like in human trafficking and domestic violence cases, so that we're focusing on getting people out of these bad situations, not just the numbers of convictions and arrests. Improving the human trafficking response. This work encompasses labor trafficking as well. This is not just sex trafficking as well. We have to talk about sex trafficking. We're not talking about commercial sex work that is free of coercive and predatory tactics. We're talking about coercive and dangerous environments that far too many vulnerable individuals find themselves in, whether it is helping to rebuild a home and not being paid for it, or whether it's being taken from city to city from every major event to have your body trafficked by a panderer. OPDA is the co-lead agency of our Regional Human Trafficking Task Force, and we do receive some grant funding for this work, but we're really trying to help be a part of creating a new blueprint for building these difficult cases, whether it's someone who is being trafficked for their labor or being trafficked for sex. We recently engaged with a nationally renowned survivor who has since built a career on training cities, police, prosecutors, city councils, libraries, as well as educating jurors on the complexities of human trafficking to help us guide this important work and how to identify it in plain sight in our community. Added focus on truancy. Let me say that again. Added focus on truancy. and the victimization of children bolster capacity in our juvenile unit. We talk a lot about the kids that make the news. We talk a lot about juvenile court and what's happening in juvenile court. But we really must talk about the funnel that is funneling young people into the system that the fine people who just presented to you work in and toil in. Many of our young people are not in high school seats, they're not in middle school seats, and they're not in elementary school seats. I'm not talking about skipping school to go to McDonald's with your friends. I'm talking about chronic absenteeism. This was a problem in this state prior to the pandemic. And because of the digital divide, because of what was on camera behind a lot of our young people when they were able to log on in school during COVID, many of them fell out of the system. We have some schools that have close to 50 or 60% of those kids in schools, which means close to 40 to 50% of them are in our streets, which means that's a problem. Because that's not a teacher's fault. That's not a principal's fault. It's a problem that we're all going to have to deal with, and if we don't get these kids back in school seats, we will find them in the seats of defendants in juvenile court. But we can go upstream and pull people out if we focus on a citywide truancy initiative. We've heard countless times from the presentations at these tables by the experts and from the dais, even back when I sat where you sat, about the adversities facing our New Orleans youth and how that translates to adult crime. We know that to set them up for success, kids need to be in school. We know that idle young brains tend to find trouble, and far too often kids miss school and fall behind. And when they miss too much school, they feel too embarrassed and too discouraged to go back. And that causes an aversion to school, causes acting out, and causes a host of other issues. And most importantly, they're not getting the tools they need to balance these things out. And we can do our part outside of the criminal legal system to make sure that we have fewer cases inside of the criminal legal system. Many of you probably know Amir Barak and have heard his presentation. He's presented here as well. He was a young man who found himself serving time for a crime. And when he was serving time for that crime, he was tested for dyslexia. And it turned out he was dyslexic. And so all those many years when he was not doing well in school and his guardians called him dumb over and over again, causing him to feel marginalized and causing him to drop out of school, he didn't realize what was going on in his little brain until he was serving time for a crime because he became disengaged in school. And he began working with Senator Cassidy and Senator Cassidy's wife to test men in Angola for dyslexia. As it turns out, the lion's share of the men in Angola have dyslexia. What does that mean? That means if something was not caught when they were children, causing them to become disenfranchised with school and become engaged with their peers that were engaged in criminal activity. The other component and the other testing that I think is also necessary is testing with regards to lead poisoning. A number of the folks in Angola have tested positive for lead poisoning. Everyone knows that lead poisoning causes impulse control, anger management issues, and a host of other issues. And so I'd just like to throw out to this council as we talk to the folks in juvenile court, we could do a lot to reduce the number of cases they've got to deal with and the number of cases that I've got to deal with if we started screening people on the front end rather than while they're serving time, but screening them to figure out what might be pushing them into a life of crime. We also know that we want to bolster the resources to handle child in need of care cases. These are DCFS child removal cases and are handled by our juvenile division. The child in need of care cases proceedings are a niche area that very few prosecutors in this state have a real working knowledge and experience to properly manage. Headlines from this past year highlight Louisiana's abysmal record for failing suffering children, and our juvenile chief Diane Pugh, has flagged the need to boost our own capacity and our own resources for these cases. Also, unfortunately, additional resources are needed on juvenile delinquency in as well cases, where we're receiving a large number of these cases, and the legal deadline in juvenile proceedings are much, much shorter, as they should be. Our juvenile division, which means it's a lot more work, though, working that fast. Our juvenile division has very few support staff and little to no redundancy in attorneys should an ADA become sick or get COVID or quit or otherwise be unexpectedly absent. Additionally, detention hearings used to operate as part of the regular docket. However, they frequently overlap with the regular docket, necessitating another attorney to handle them. Reduced time to bring cases to trial. Reducing the arrest to resolution timeline requires adequate resources and is extremely important when dealing with young people, because everyone knows that when you're punishing a child or punishing a young person, that punishment needs to be in very close proximity to the harm they cause in order for them to learn something from that process. And so I really want to encourage this council, the same way I did when I asked about investing in a homicide unit, to think about what more robust investments in the juvenile space would look like, because I truly believe it would reduce crime as it relates to young people and reduce recidivism. DNA testing delays will continue to impact many of our serious cases. We won't be able to do all that we can to move these cases forward because no defense attorney worth his salt is going to go to trial when there's an outstanding test result, regardless of the nature of the case. I really want to put a very big plug in for Dr. Kelly and for the NOPD and for Chief Kirkpatrick as it relates to the crime lab. We have to make sure that the chief and Director Kelly can hit their benchmarks with regards to this crime lab. When I came to office, we were relying on the Louisiana State Police for our DNA testing. That backlog was years old before we got there. You all have been amazing partners in trying to find solutions in that backlog. But unfortunately, the backlog is not just an Orleans Parish backlog, so the backlog from other parishes is causing LSP to now send Orleans Parish cases out of state to do the testing, and we get that testing back. The problem is we also get a bill back from that third-party testing facility, and we also have to pay an exorbitant cost to fly in that expert to testify in court should testimony be required. This is not a sustainable scenario. The only way to truly deal with this solution is to make sure that Dr. Kelly's lab is up and running, which means getting rid of all the red tape and any bureaucracy that stands in her way in terms of getting the equipment that she needs into that space so that it can be ready to go when it's time to move forward. And it also means having the resources to pay people inside of the crime lab what they can make in the private sector. Otherwise, she will find herself dealing with an attrition problem. The police chief has been an amazing partner. Dr. Kelly has been an amazing partner. But imagine the work, and if we could use DNA testing results in car burglary cases, in house burglary cases. For the past, I'd say probably 7 years, we've only been, well, the state police has only said that they would test samples sent as it relates to murder cases and rape cases. And that's the backlog we're talking about. Now, our police officers are very well trained, and so when they go to a scene of a car burglary or a home burglary, they are testing evidence and collecting evidence that can be submitted for DNA testing. But we've got officers collecting information that is not being tested because of the backlog at the state police. That is not fair to these officers who are spending time collecting this evidence. That is not fair to the victims of these burglary cases, that we do not have those test results to use to sometimes be able to link networks of criminals that are working throughout neighborhoods and present larger cases against them. So I just want to use some of my time to put a plug in for Dr. Kelly and Chief Kirkpatrick as it relates to making sure that that crime lab is up and running. It is the only way that we're going to be able to get through the problem that we have now. And selfishly, my office is an end user of all of this work that they do. We want to continue using innovative approaches to tackle crime in the most heavily impacted communities. This is a quality of life outlook on the issue. No one wants to feel unsafe. And it's not good for your well-being to live every day surrounded by crime and chaos. So we will continue to seek out new approaches and sustain successful ones to alleviate the suffering in our most impacted communities. But we are also in all communities explaining the process so that folks understand that we're focusing on the places where the crime is highest and working our way down. No Dice is doing that in a data-informed way that is allowing the community to help lead that process. Want to apologize for any late edits to our ask, but as you know, this is a moving target that is ever evolving, and we know it's important to continually assess what's working and where gaps exist and to bring that information to the council as soon as we can. And that gap right now is in that DNA and that crime lab space and is in that juvenile space. So we've inserted an additional slide at the end that includes a revised and modest increase of the city funding ask. An overview of 2024 to the 2025 variance. I'll quickly provide just a few specifics to help illustrate the variance between our 2024 adopted and 2025 requested budgets. As previously discussed, our 2024 city allocation was insufficient to meet the full year's needs, necessitating an early drawdown of our third quarter allocation and gap funding to reach the year end, which made Mandy and Micah extremely stressed out. And thank you for guys for pulling on every thread that you could to make sure that we didn't have to fire any of our staff while they were trying cases in court. It's a big deal, but I just want to make sure that we highlight how it played out so that we can hopefully address it more proactively moving forward. Thus, our 2024 adoptive was not reflective of the true operational needs. Required employer contributions or fringe costs have increased. A new Department of Labor rule will require increasing several salaries to remain exempt from overtime requirements. The category of employees this will impact are essential to our operations and regular work, well over 40 hours per week. Costs associated with housing employees during some of our moves as we renovate and make the changes we need to the building, a process renovation that started under last administration but is now in fact taking place. Thank you for that. Projecting decreased revenue from asset forfeiture, reduce administrative fees from DCFS for child support enforcement, and finally, the recent amendment increasing our budget ask adds a few positions to bolster the juvenile division as well as equipment necessary for these positions. I think you heard Judge Bates Anderson and Judge Derensburg mention truancy, and that truancy piece when it intersects with the juvenile division. When that happens, that is a separate ADA who will be doing that work that is separate and apart from ADA work. And there's a small increase in the budget that's necessary for that work. But I do believe that addressing truancy will reduce crime, or incidents of crime will also consequently reduce the workload of judges, of ADAs, and LCCR as well. We've created some efficiencies where feasible, but I assume what we submit is relatively bare bones. It's really a bare bones budget. It's reflective of what our needs are to meet the very basics that we need to operate with efficiency and effectiveness. The city's proposed budget, if adopted, will hamper our ability to do that work, to have the lawyers in court to try the cases that have to be tried. At a minimum, we need the full amount of our original ask to this council and to optimize and fix the identified obstacles within our juvenile division. The amended amount on your last slide is absolutely required to do this work. The worst thing in the world would be to make public safety gains that have made the entire country take notice, to have those hit a pause, hit a freeze, or go backwards. And that is a position that the criminal legal system is in if we have to fire lawyers that have been in court fighting for the people of this city. With that, I would pause for any questions.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Thank you, DA Williams. I'm going to jump around a little bit. I'm going to start with the truancy issue. Have you spoken with the superintendent or any of the school board members about their plans to address truancy within the school system?
I talked to Dr. Williams when she first came on board, and I've met with school board members as well. And you may recall there was a working group about a year ago, roughly a year ago, that was focused on this issue, that pulled a number of the stakeholders together to come up with some solutions. What I'm hearing from the school system, the school board, is a serious focus on the kids that are in school. And, you know, there. No, Siri's got something to say about this. And you know, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. You want teachers and faculty focus on the kids that are in seats, but there really needs to be a public awareness piece of this. If you go into a corner store or a coffee shop and you see a young person in a school uniform working, that is during school hours, that is against the law. They cannot work a job even if they need the money. And I understand we are a poor community during school hours, and we all collectively need to push back against that. If you see a group of kids walking down the street during school hours, phone calls should be made if you know what school those uniforms match. But it has to be a group lift. Angela Wiggins, I believe, ran the Youth Opportunity Center years ago with a great amount of success, which created a place for folks for law enforcement to take truant individuals during the day if they were found not in schools. They should not go to jail for not being in school. The goal is to get them back in school. And if there's an issue with what's keeping them out of school, then it could be addressed at the Youth Opportunity Center. That program went away. It was defunded. I know some of that money came from Harris dollars in the past, and some of it came from the school system. And there was a shift of their resources away from that work. You know, and I don't know if that was to open a school, the Leah Chase School, that would be direct run by OPSB, but there needs to be a convening and a citywide initiative, and there needs to be a really open and candid conversation with the public about just how many kids are not in school. And when you start talking about elementary school kids and middle school kids not being in class, that's an adult issue. Yeah. That means the parents are making a choice to not get these kids in school, and no administrator, no principal, no teacher is doing a kid a favor hoping that the parents figure it out in a couple months, because after a couple months, it takes a couple months to go through the process. So now we're talking about 4 to 5 months or 6 months. And so if a kid's been out of school for 6 months, they've lost a year.
Yeah, I mean, I know Dr. Williams, when she presented to us when we all first got elected, that her platform was on truancy, and I'm not suggesting that you take this on because you've taken on No Dice and everything else, but I do think that she needs to hear loud and clear that there should be a reconvening of this working group. If it met a year ago, then I think since everybody's been talking about the issue of truancy today, then maybe it needs to be reconvened. So Hopefully she's listening.
We would, myself and Micah Enns from the DA's office participated in that, and we're on board for whatever convening can happen to make sure that all of Orleans Parish students, regardless of age, are in seats.
Okay. I want to turn to No Dice since I mentioned it. Has this effort, the No Dice effort, and I want to say thank you to you and to your team for even starting No Dice, because we have seen gains in my district. Has this initiative required extra funding, and is that reflected in your 2025 budget?
Keith, you want to take it?
Certainly. Thank you, council member. And again, to echo the DA, just thanks to all of you guys, because you have all been incredibly welcoming in your districts, and the same to NOPD, because the district captains and the superintendents have given us unfettered access to every convening that they have to come in and hear from people about what they see, what their solutions are, and that's really been the lifeblood of the initiative. We received a COSIP grant, which was the funding that launched the initiative, which paid for the RTM, the risk terrain modeling software. That is the basic foundation of what we use in order to begin the community meetings. It gives us the ability to pull in calls for service and quality of life information and figure out, create a bit of a heat map. But nobody takes that map and then says, hey, we need to go over and just, kind of pounce on these spots. We use that as the beginning of our community engagement, which is to neighborhood associations, it's to schools, very critically, the faith community. We've brought in and had an audience with an interfaith body called Communities of Hope, who have given us access to their congregations, some of whom participate in their neighborhood association meetings, but not all of them do. So it's given us the opportunity to hear, what are you seeing going and coming to work, to school, to church, that is impacting your quality of life and that's impacting your neighbors. And what we found is that we have the ability to hear things that, we in the police don't always see immediately on the surface, because people can tell us what happened over the last decade and a half that made this once booming, commercial center become a center for blight. So I think that long answer is to tell you that we had some seed funding to give us the access to the software and an administrator to run that, but everything else has been repurposing. Just like the DA said, we've consolidated positions. Daniel was a first district screener, who was seeing a lot of cases of people with addiction and mental health disorders coming through that first district area. And, that was one of the things that caused he and Andre Godin, our screening team, to say, we need a real initiative to handle this. And we are, unbeknownst to us, playing a role in prevention, whether or not we know it. So we actually need to figure out how to bring all the troops together and how to figure out what we can do on the front end so that we're not seeing so many cases coming in for people who don't need to be in the criminal justice system. So a little money, but we could absolutely use more to help with that initiative, because it is, I believe, giving all of us a great opportunity to do our jobs better. It is a convening force for us, city agencies, law enforcement at all levels. And again, just the community having some agency in it, I think makes it worth whatever investment we receive.
I mean, just to add on to that, council member, so we're only able to focus on one community at a time right now. And I wanted to do it that way to provide a proof of concept to communities and to you all as a legislative body in the city. I think that our team has done that. I do imagine and I do envision a world in which there would be a No Dice initiative happening in every councilman, in every police district in the community. If that's something that this body wanted to fund at some point, whether it was year 4, year 5, year 6, what have you, we could drop a budget of what that would look like so that every single community could know that this work was happening in their community, regardless of how much crime was in their community. But as it stands right now, we're focusing on the places that have the most crime, like that Claiborne corridor and that Treme area.
Yeah, I mean, DA Williams, you were my moot court coach in law school, so I just want to put the fine point on it that y'all will draw up a budget to let us know exactly how much more you need.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Duly noted.
All right, great. I understand that you've been working with Instead. How's that work going?
Amazing. They are a phenomenal group of people who understand that if we actually focus on the root causes of why people make bad decisions, most folks will make better decisions moving forward. And so we want to work to try to get more people funneled into that program. And anytime we can find more resources for them, and we would wholeheartedly encourage supporting and funding them and their work. And we go after grant funding, and sometimes we're the lead grant applicant, and sometimes we're not. And the goal of that is to do this sort of non-traditional work so that we can use our operating budget on dealing with crimes in court.
Okay. And is Instead reflected in your budget or no?
Keith, do we have it in there? I don't believe so.
And Councilmember, I believe through your work,
Yeah.
through the some of the ARPA funding, that it's going to help fund Instead and allow that program to continue serving community members. But it has been an amazing program, really, for folks, again, who don't need to be on that main highway of the criminal justice system, who just need an off-ramp and a little support. There's a very successful story that Daniel won't stop talking about right now of a gentleman who came in who had not been able to, remain connected to his health services and social services that he needed. But through this program and through the supports that Max and Barksdale and that whole crew provide, is preparing to host an art show really soon.
Okay.
Just, who had some untapped talent, who just didn't have any support to kind of hold him up and help create that path for him.
Yeah, and so I looked at the budget, and it includes zero for restorative justice and diversion in 2025. I assume that we're using other sources of funding for programs like Instead and okay.
Correct. And we are very supportive of all of those programs, and they need to grow. I think it's sort of one of those situations where it's important that we all collectively realize how important these programs and figure out ways of providing sustainable funding for them. That's not always just flow-through funding for an agency. I think of an analogy, the crime lab I was just talking about with Dr. Kelly, right? So when those big ticket items start coming in, like those machines that are going to test that DNA, the NOPD's budget is going to look like y'all gave them a whole lot more money. When truth of the matter is, it's going to the crime lab, right? Because, and so it's important that the public can see how money is being spent, because even when that increase happens, that increase is going to solve more crime with the crime lab in that agency. And diversion and restorative justice, those things need to happen, and they need to be sustainable, but not just a cult of personality because I'm the DA now, but regardless of who the DA is.
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate your advocacy for the DNA lab. I'm a big proponent of it. We have funding to clear the backlog. The backlog will be cleared as of the end of this year, is my understanding from the state. And then the money that Council President Moreno and Representative Landry got will continue to allow us to test samples, but that's at a cost. That's at a cost that if we were able to do it locally, would be much less. And to your point about expert witnesses, we could do everything way cheaper if we get this DNA lab up and running, but that's a question for Kirkpatrick. Couple more questions. You're proposing $94K in security services this year. What's up with that?
That is,
Yeah.
Here we go. Executive security for the DA. Last year, we were not asked to reimburse the sheriff's office for that, and this year, moving into 2025, we were, and so that accounts for that.
Okay, so that'll be out of the sheriff's budget and into your budget, essentially. All right. And then finally, I want to talk about your relationship with Troop NOLA and the Attorney General. Specifically for Troop NOLA, what's your relationship like? What's your experience?
It's like all things in 2024 in America today, it's complicated. But there are a lot of commonalities as it relates to carjackings, car burglaries, violent crime in the city, and the level of coordination has been top notch. But as I've seen from the amazing work that you were in the process of doing, that oftentimes there's a lack of coordination. So, Liz and I don't agree on everything at home, but we can always try to find some common ground. And I truly believe that, that degree of coordination, it's certainly not perfect right now. We are working very hard to make sure that we can stay focused on the things that the people of New Orleans desire, which are faster response times when someone hurts someone or someone's committed a crime. Everybody loves that. But we've got to make sure that we get a little bit more granular on some of these other things. And I will continue to reach out and keep those lines of communication open so that we are rowing the same direction. Because, for example, the homeless encampment may not be in a sight line of a certain intersection, but it is not solving the problem. I can tell you I've heard from neighbors in neighborhoods, whether it's Coliseum Park or other adjacent parks to the encampment that was dispersed, who begin to see the unhoused trying to figure it out because their plans were thwarted and the systems and steps and processes that you have put in place for them were thwarted, and they found themselves, scattered in these other communities. Several of them are parks where our public schools use for their recreational activities, which now means that PE is incurring in some homeless encampments. Yep. And so, that degree of coordination has to get better. And I've heard a number of the comments from different folks, and I think it will.
Yeah, and listen, it has been put out there that I'm somehow upset and angry at Troop NOLA, but I understand that they are exactly that. They are troops that are following higher orders than what they themselves can give. So I'm not begrudging Troop NOLA or Wildlife and Fisheries or DOTD anything as it relates to the homeless encampments, because they were simply following orders.
It's a common goal. I think across the board, if we were all at a table and we say, what do we want to achieve here? It would be to get unhoused housed, right? And when someone comes over with an idea and they don't sit down or pick up the phone or have a conversation first, sometimes it makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah, I agree. And just to touch on that, what's your relationship like with the AG? Are you hearing about the AG prosecuting crimes that you normally wouldn't prosecute?
No. There's a lot of conversation in campaigns, but in terms of focuses on violent crime. The idea that anyone would look away from murder cases or armed robbery cases, carjacking cases, to go do something else. Everyone realizes what the priorities are, and they're focused on that. In fact, they're trying a case right now in Section E, and there's continued focus on that. The AG and I are working collaboratively on expanding our OSINT work so that it can handle more cases than just homicide cases. We're now putting together a strategy to deal with human trafficking, which is not just an issue because of the Super Bowl, although every Super Bowl brings with it human trafficking, like every major event brings human trafficking. But we're a port city. We're a destination city. We're an international city, which means that we are always a target for human trafficking. And it's something that we have never done well. We've never paid special attention to. First Lady Donna Edwards was one of the first people at a statewide level who focused on that. And so what we're trying to do is use open source intelligence protocols that I was able to put together with Mr. Greenstone from Bancroft to develop information about the networks of human traffickers and what they have planned for the city of New Orleans to attack it and build strong cases and to pull those survivors out of the cycles of crime. But we're also going to continue to do this work on domestic violence as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I appreciate some of the work that's going on out there, especially No Dice, the way it's helped to clean up the Claiborne corridor and make people feel comfortable. But I do want to go back to the Troop NOLA issue because I don't want people leaving with the impression that something drastic has changed in terms of your relationship.
Not at all.
With
Not at all.
NOLA.
No.
Because this is one incident. It's not even an incident involving Troop NOLA. It involves the governor having used his capacity to address an issue that was on quote-unquote state property. Could you talk about your relationship overall with Troop NOLA, and are you comfortable with the evidence that they're providing to you or the way that they're conducting constitutional searches or constitutional investigations?
Yeah, let me be clear, and I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of times there might be like one soundbite that gets into the media and it suggests that there's...
I can feel them typing right now. I want to make this clear.
That there's consternation. No. The relationship between the Louisiana State Police has never been stronger than it is right now as it relates to our fight against violent crime to make New Orleans a safe place. Working with the former chief, Woodfork, and working with the current chief, and Kirkpatrick, this city brought down crime in every category, more so than any other place. Those numbers have only gotten better by adding other resources like the LSP and the AG to this work. That process is going extremely well. And look, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I remember a number of news stories about some car chases and some car wrecks with regards to going after violent perpetrators. In every single one of those incidences, there was a perpetrator who had committed a crime who was trying to get away with it. And I have not seen any incidences or heard any complaints there's always complaints. Let me tell you, I hear complaints every day. But in terms of violations, there have not been. And so the relationship is strong. The attention to crime in the city of New Orleans and the assistance and the resources that have come from the state are greatly appreciated. And when there is strong coordination, the successes are strong, the numbers continue to go down. I think people around the country are going to continue to talk about how New Orleans got it right and how New Orleans continues to get it right. And I think what will come out of it is the year of partnerships. This is about collaboration. This is about finding the things that we can do together and finding those gaps and closing them so that the people feel relief. When someone has a call for service and they've been the victim of a crime, they do not ask if the responding officer or trooper is Republican or Democrat. They don't care if that person is black, white, male, or female, a trooper or an NOPD officer. They're just glad somebody came.
I've been impressed with the relationship between the New Orleans Police Department, your office, and the federal government. In terms of the federal government, your cooperation and having certain crimes such as certain gun crimes, certain controlled substances crimes, and other crimes prosecuted on a federal level. I don't necessarily want to see a lot more people in jail. I would like them to know that there are resources out there that are going to do what it takes to enforce the laws of our locality, our state, and our federal. Could you speak to the public about the role that the federal government has played in reducing, along working with your office, crime in our city and their focus on violent crime?
Absolutely. So we talked a lot about the state partnerships, but the traditional partnerships right here in Orleans Parish in the Eastern District have never been tighter and more coordinated. My communication with the chief is I think it's unprecedented. But even more than that, the communication between my ADAs and my investigators and her detectives and her investigators, it's never been better. You know, we are looking for those things that we can solve that have been institutional problems, and we're attacking those goals. In fact, we have a meeting coming up on something very, very soon. But, you know, the NOPD, first and foremost, let me just say this. They have done so much more with far less than other jurisdictions, and they should be commended for it because they did it in the middle of a consent decree. And while the whole country was in that sort of self-induced coma from the pandemic and watching TV, we saw a lot of bad decisions by police officers in other cities that caused protests and other things and the like. You don't see that sort of thing in the city of New Orleans. And that's not a coincidence. That's not serendipity. That is because of the leadership and the leadership choices of the NOPD. A lot of folks, when they're in a consent decree, they fight it the whole way. Every year, every month, they're fighting with the monitors, they're fighting with the judges. That is not what you saw in the city of New Orleans. You saw a department and you saw leadership, and you're seeing a department. Thank goodness for Judge Morgan, right? She's been a partner to this city, and I don't think I've ever seen, and if you study consent decrees historically, you don't see the level of substantial compliance in other cities like you see in the city of New Orleans. We have achieved those benchmarks with a drastically reduced rank, and the collaboration between the NOPD and the ATF, the NOPD and the FBI. That collaboration is what helped us shutter the new image market in the Treme across from Magnolia Yoga. That was making it, impossible for children to ride their bikes and enjoy that part of that neighborhood. They were selling guns and selling drugs outside and inside of that establishment. And the coordinated work of the NOPD and the ATF made the cases that we were able to rely on to shut them down. Same thing for the tire shop on Claiborne Avenue. Coordinated effort, walking that area with the NOPD to figure out what was needed, along with the ATF to build strong cases. That effort is what we were able to build on to shut that tire shop down. So my partners in uniform made strong, smart arrests on cases that we're able to prosecute, that the Department of Justice is able to prosecute, and then we're able to use that information to shutter those businesses down so that those spaces are no longer hubs of criminality. I can't say enough about how valuable those partnerships and that work is, and it will continue to be. And we're looking for the next sites and next places. And just last week, last Friday, I personally tried a case against a defendant, a second-degree murder case, in which he opened fire in 2020 on a police cruiser in the French Quarter and caused the death of one of our dedicated public servants who was doing nothing. He was not engaging. That car was not engaging with this defendant. He was doing his work, waiting to get back home to his wife and his family. And this man opened fire and unloaded his gun into the windshield of this police cruiser, striking Trevor Abney in the brain. And because of the help of the FBI, who helped us work this case along with the NOPD, a jury came back with a unanimous verdict on all 5 counts on this individual, who I believe was attacking police officers because of feelings that he had developed in watching the news in his home state during the pandemic. But, it's a very difficult case because Trevor Abney survived. He had the will to survive for 2 years. And a lot of times jurors will not make the connection about the loss of life. But the coroner's testimony and the testimony of Brooke Duncan, a current police officer who I have no idea how he survived this attack, put the case together to show it to a jury so they would understand that even if Trevor Abney had a will to see his mother and see his wife again and stick around for 2 more years, this man took his life. But we couldn't have proven this case without the diligent work of our federal and our local partners.
It's justice that is delayed, and it's not ever complete justice. Mr. Officer Abney, as you said, for 2 years was suffering due to this incident. Every Saturday night, I attend a football game, and there's an officer, Jeffrey Pepin, who is there, who is in a wheelchair because he was in the same position, conducting his job, and someone chose to injure him in a way that injured him for life. I appreciate what you said just now, and I emphasize, and I think you've heard me emphasize it before, the need to work together as the district attorney does with the NOPD. But I can't say enough, and they're going to have a chance to have their testimony today. I can't say enough about the importance of your office communicating and working with the New Orleans Police Department, having district attorneys embedded in our district stations, for example, and also working with them to make sure, because I remember in the past it was like the police report is no good, throw it out. You're working with the you're working with the police department to get those reports done in a way that's constitutional and can survive the scrutiny of the public relative to court. So that was just a general opportunity for me to emphasize to the public and to the media that there's a cooperation that's going on out there involving our criminal justice apparatus that is helping to protect our citizens and also making sure that justice is available when it has to be. So I appreciate the work that you've done, and I appreciate what you said just now.
Councilman Green, thank you for always highlighting that. You do it whether we're in this building on this dais or whether we're in communities or whether we're at neighborhood meetings. You always either begin or end with that point. And I think it's a really important point to make because we all show our appreciation during Mardi Gras season because we know Mardi Gras would not be happening. There would be no purple, green, or gold without the blue. And we thank them during that season. And we really need to let that season and that mentality continue throughout the year because we have an amazing department that is nationally recognized for how they have conducted themselves for several sustained years. They all deserve our credit because they sacrifice and their families sacrifice them every single day that they put that uniform on and they walk outside.
And they save lives. Just last week, I was able to present a proclamation to Edwin Hosley III.
Yes.
And the other officers, Jonathan Makalak, probably pronouncing the last name wrong, who the EMS certified saved a life on Canal Street, in the 800 block of Canal Street, a gunshot victim, without regards to whether the gunshot victim was the perpetrator of a crime or, whatever the issue was, because he was actually shot by a security guard. That's not relevant to them. The fact is that they saved a life, and in instances where it's unfortunate they've been shot at and they've, sometimes as in the case of Trevor Abney, given his life. So I appreciate what you said.
It happens a lot, council member. Our NOPD officers have saved many folks. I remember going to church one day and saw the police cruiser, and it turns out it was a little girl who had gotten shot, and it was a first responder who had been trained, and he was able to keep her alive until the paramedics got there. And in the case of Trevor Abney, the defendant himself appeared as if he was having some sort of medical issue. And the video, the body-worn camera footage, and the cameras, private cameras and public cameras, captured the humanity and compassion and grace that these NOPD officers showed a perpetrator who had just unloaded his gun into one of their own. There was no rough stuff. They treated him with dignity and respect. He didn't get hurt. And there's just video footage that they didn't even realize that would have covered that. And when you listen to the words that were coming out of their mouths to each other and to the defendant, when they knew what he had done, it's truly exceptional the way that our department has conducted themselves.
Thank you for saying that. Mr. Chair, that ends my question.
Thank you. All right, thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. Also think DA Williams, it should go without note that many times people here like to laud their own accomplishments. And it's refreshing to hear somebody say how much it takes all these groups working together, and the fact that you've been committed to doing that is worth noting. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Willis, Mr. Riley.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So our DA wants less than $15 million, and we spend more than that on the yearly cost of our workman's comp for our fire department. If you take the fire department's workman's comp page at $24K each and multiply by the FTEs, we're spending more to provide our fire department workman's compensation per year than we're spending on our DA. If you do the division, I can't believe the number, I hope I'm wrong, but if you take $9.5 million and divide it by 189 employees, the average FTE cost in the DA's office is $50K. I don't believe that either, but if it's true, they're either saints or fools. Okay, so as far as the DNA, obviously, Ms. Harris has said that it'll all be backlogged, will be done at the end of the year. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. As far as open source, the fact that it has to be funded by Bancroft is unfortunate. Perhaps we should fund our own open source activities. With regards to car chases, I'm against them because God created drones. All you got to do is fly a drone over a car, and there's a 50-50 chance he doesn't even know you're chasing him. I would suggest car chases are a thing of the past. As far as mid-year adjustments, I think they're a really horrible way to do budgets because they hide as much as they reveal. And I didn't like last year's mid-year adjustments because I couldn't keep track of anything, and I'm glad I'm not alone in that regard. As far as homelessness being a crime, quite frankly, I was a criminal. I spent 28 days in Biscayne Center for sleeping in Downey, California in 1991. What comes around goes around. So if violent crime's going down, why are we nailing kids? Because we should have a pie chart here saying how much total crime there is, how much is allocated to kids, and how much to adults. Because for me, truancy is not a kid problem, it's a symptom. And the symptom is you got shitty schools. As far as the rest of it goes, I think you really should start focusing on white-collar crime because that sets the environment in which we all live. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Willis, then Riley.
How y'all doing again? I've attended 8 AA funerals, period. So I'm gonna just stick to this right quick. The district attorney office, everybody want more money, everybody want this, want that. We spoke about truancy, we talked about neighborhood associations, and everybody has been funded. I've been to 8 AA funerals. I have not seen not one person of a neighborhood association that get paid to come and support these families in times of trial and trauma. I've yet to see any of them. The district attorney, I'm sorry to hear about you and your mom being robbed, but you seem to have changed your direction after it happened to you. I know thousands of families that had the same scenarios, and y'all overlooked it. I know thousands of families that's been affected because people keep looking at me like I'm on one side, like I'm against the kids, I'm against this and that. I'm for the people, I'm for everybody. Right is right, wrong is wrong. But we cannot pick and choose which scenario we're gonna say we're gonna take serious and which ones we're not gonna take serious. If we allowed plea deals for thousands of kids and thousands of everybody else, and we became a mockery on the news where the district attorney attacked the police department didn't do their job, then the police department saying the district attorney didn't do their job and prosecute accepting charges.
30 seconds.
We need to figure out a real plan and stop playing these games and pointing fingers and blaming everybody. District Attorney Jason Williams, you have allowed a lot of people back on the street, plea deals. You said in my face one time on a Thursday and said you was gonna try one child as an adult from shooting 4 people and killing one, and the following Monday, he went for sentencing and got 4 years. That was your decision. We got to do better, y'all. That's what I'm saying. I've been watching the same thing go on. I'm for the people, but I'm not for just the general public. I'm for all people. But if we go do this thing right, let's do it right.
Thank you, Mr.
Jason,
Willis.
you should not have gotten on the news
Mr.
and sit
Willis,
up there and
that's your
warn and
time.
everybody feel sorry for you and your
Mr.
family.
Willis, that's your time. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Bruce Riley.
How you doing? Bruce Riley with Vote. I just wanted to mention a couple things. First, I really appreciate the DA talking about unpaid labor that gets ripped off. I think, in this time of disparaging immigrants, it should be noted that a lot of people that do the most disparaging are the ones that take advantage of them, and they have contracts, they're contractors, they bring on people, and then they leave them hanging. And so that gets a little bit into the white-collar crime situation. And we talked a little bit about the toxic things, like, the lead paint, I believe you mentioned that, DA. And, these things kind of go together. There's a lot of, bad business people out there. And I was kind of looking at the pie chart, not the pie chart, the org chart. I was sort of wondering, who really dives into the issue about bad business practices and corruption and such? Because I feel like one purse snatching is terrible for the person whose purse it was, but if you do things on a scale, an industrial scale, like a Hard Rock Cafe type scale or whatever, you end up impacting hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. And I think we need to put some more money into that realm to really get into things. And I was just noticing this economic crimes unit has a beginning balance of $13,000. I'm not sure what that is about or what it does, et cetera. And then my final comment, I was just kind of curious on the itemized piece under restorative justice diversion. It says $0.
30 seconds.
And other years there's been as much as $135,000, been $30,000, and I feel like this is a space where we can really do a lot of great work in the community if we bulk that up. So I don't know if that's happening, but there's a different explanation for the funding. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Harris, for raising that last issue. All right, thank you all very much. We appreciate your being here. Thank you. All right, next up, NOPD and consent decree.
With the police department next? All right.
Yes, sir.
Hi. It's going okay. How about you? I don't have any, I have no complaints. If you don't mind, Dr. Clay, I'm gonna have stuff sit next to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then you sit next to stuff. Hi. Yeah, so it's just running done, right? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm good just for operating it. Yeah.
Chief, you can identify who's at the table and start your presentation when you're ready.
I shall. So good afternoon, Council. I'm Ann Kirkpatrick, and to my right is our Chief of Staff, but also one of our two Chiefs of Staff, but Stephanie Landry. And Ms. Landry also handles our finance, and so and budget issues. So she will be making the presentation when it comes to the numbers. And then next to her is Dr. Kelly, who is our director over the crime lab. And then next to Dr. Kelly is Lieutenant Nicole Powell. She is in charge of our recruiting, and which is one of our major goals. And since you probably will have a question or two, I did ask Lieutenant Powell to be at the table. So thank you. Shall we begin?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. So this is our presentation for the 2025 budget hearing for the New Orleans Police Department. And these will be the agenda items. We're going to touch on 8 positions. And as you can just see, we will start with what we have accomplished so far in 2024. We'll move into the 2025 Department of Goals. Have some just real updated statistics for you on crime reduction, recruitment and retention. That's why Lieutenant Powell will be with us. And then personnel. What is our personnel standing? And then the 2024 budget summary, as well as the 2025 proposal for the budget. We will speak to the one-time funds. And then lastly, we will address the consent decree. So progress in 2024 department goals. So let's do a quick review. I had 3 major goals last year, or for the 2024 year. They were obviously reduction of violent crime, to sustain the reforms that encompasses the consent issue, and then recruitment and retention. Those were my 3 big buckets last year. And where are we today? Well, I think what I can point to, and we're going to give you some more stats here in a minute, but overall we had a reduction to this point in time this year of a 26% overall reduction in violent crime. I will break that down for you in a moment. But we do the main strategy that we used for the crime reduction is what we call the GRIP approach, which is foundation is Operation Ceasefire, but that in conjunction with the DA's program on No Dice, which you just heard from the DA himself.
Chief, just because it's important, especially the reduction, and,
yes, sir.
And thank you and what your team do. I know you're familiar with the report that came out a month ago where the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said that they're reanalyzing their national report on reduction of crime. We're not included in that, are we?
No, sir,
okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But I can verify that.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm going to give you some further statistics here in a minute, but this is the big overview. Sustain the reforms. We have been definitely on track to go into a sustainment period. The Department of Justice and the federal monitors did a joint brief to the judge to say that we had hit all of the benchmarks under the consent decree. The community is still giving feedback, and tonight there is I think one of the last community feedback sessions. I believe it's at, I have Chief Gardner. Isn't it Loyola? Yeah, I thought so. It's at Loyola, and the specific information about that is on our website. So we are finalizing that of community feedback. A hearing will be scheduled before Judge Morgan, in which she will be making a final decision as to whether or not we will go into sustainment. And then the third bucket was the recruitment and the retention. I will just say that we have broken even in terms of the number of officers who have resigned or retired or moved on. We have only been able to recruit to the same level that we have lost in attrition. We have not been able to add on to the bottom line associated with recruitment. So we're going to roll a couple of these major department goals from 2024. We're going to roll them over into the 2025 department goals. So that's where we're going to go right now, 2025. I usually like to have small groupings of goals. I don't like to have 10 and 20 goals but never accomplish any. So, however, we do need to keep violent crime reduction will always be the #1 goal. Crime reduction is what we do. Crime prevention, and then, so that will remain. What I do want to do in this coming year, though, is have another, put focus on our drug enforcement. So where you have drugs, you're going to have guns. And so we do want to put more emphasis in a drug enforcement strategy. I also want to increase traffic enforcement, and although that's under crime, violent crime, it's I didn't really have a place to tuck it other than to say that traffic enforcement is a fundamental approach to just overall safety. And so I had to put it somewhere, but although it's not necessarily a violent crime. Likewise with property crimes with a focus on shoplifting. Shoplifting is a national dirge going on in which shoplifting continues, retail theft is continuing to grow. So the second bucket will continue to be recruitment. We know that the key is in actually the advertisement, is the recruitment itself, it's the marketing, getting people to look at NOPD. So under no condition, under me and my leadership, will I reduce a standard in order to fill a seat. So there will be no reduction of standards, but that means we have to have bigger application pools. And so we are, thanks to Lieutenant Powell, she is with her chief, they have designed a strategic plan that should increase that marketing pool. We're going to branch out a little bit. Most of our applicants this past year have indeed been New Orleans centric, and we need to reach out a little bit. Love to stay within Louisiana, but I think we are going to have to go outside of our state to bring people to look at New Orleans in terms of joining our department. Here are, well, let's see, we have it on the next. The sustainment plan and the consent decree is on the next page. So I'm going to go to two new ones that I've added this year for goals. And one we've captured as being public integrity. This has to do with our PIB unit. This PIB is, as you know, where our internal affairs complaints are investigated. This is when people file complaints against the staff and the police department. Our structure of investigation is sound and solid and has been in place for many years. But I want to create approaches in which it cannot be weaponized. And so we need to work, and I am going to be working still with the DOJ and still with the federal monitors and in-house about how we can create a system that will reduce the ability for anyone to use the PIB unit, the complaint process, and weaponize it. And so that will indeed be a major goal of mine this year. The next one has to do, it's front and center, as you know, in the media right now, is about the promotion process. My commitment to you when you hired me, and it was one of the biggest issues that was a morale killer in our department, was a culture of even belief, if you will, if not a fact, that promotions in this department had historically not been based in the merit. And I am going to create, along with the existing foundation that needs some tweaks, and those tweaks are to remove any opportunity other than merit for why a person will be promoted in this department. And so I know of some system fixes that I have already been in discussion with, and I believe that those fixes can be institutionalized fairly soon. But it's a big goal, and it has to be a goal because it has to do with the morale and the legitimacy of how to get promoted and get what you deserve based on your merits and merits alone. And then the fifth, well, I'm sorry, I guess we didn't put it on here, but the fifth goal will be the sustainment plan under the consent decree. And I know you'll have questions for me later, but let's move on so I can cover the material and come back to your questions specifically. Again, I'm just going to give you quick crime stats. So as of, you'll see this date through Saturday, last Saturday, we have still had a reduction of murder at 39%. That's the very last column for those who are not accustomed to looking at charts. So on the very last column is the year to date as we compare year 2023 with 2024. And you can see those numbers. Armed robbery, which was huge here in New Orleans, has also been reduced to 44%. Unfortunately, we did have an additional homicide this weekend, and I believe our actual murder calculation is down 38%. I do want to point out to you that in the vehicle burglary, and I've mentioned this in many community forums, But for those who are unaccustomed to, again, looking at that chart, if you'll go down on the left-hand column, you'll see vehicle burglary is shaded in gray. We have reduced that by 46%. The reason I point that out is that if you're going to be the victim of a crime and you are a resident here in the city of New Orleans or even potentially a tourist, you're likely going to have your car broken out too. Not likely. What I'm saying is that if you're going to be a victim of a crime, of all the crimes you're likely to be a victim of, it would probably be your car being broken into. And so we have been able to reduce that crime as a quality of life type of crime, and that's been reduced by 46%, as well as auto theft has been reduced by 48%. So this calculation gives us the total overall reduction of Part 1 crimes by 26%. And this is, I won't even try to address the numbers here, it's just a visual. So these, what you're looking at is the murder trend. You'll see how it's reducing by looking at the left-hand graph. And this goes from June of 2022 through this month of October 2024. So that is murder. And you'll see armed robberies. You see this significant trend downward. Here are your auto thefts. And you had a peak, obviously, in the year 2022, but you can see how quickly it has dropped off since 2023 and 2024 when it came. Vehicle burglaries, this is what I just addressed with you. Significant trend declines. And that just gives you a pictorial of the crime reduction patterns. So let's talk about recruitment and retention. This is a scaled map of how many people we have been able to add to the department and process through, as well as the retention numbers. I will say that this is before I ever came to New Orleans, your retention program did work. And so we are seeing a dramatic reduction of people choosing to retire out and or resign. And you see these, another visual approach of the recruitment and the retention. And that actually continues through the year 2025, the retention monies. Now, so far this year, we have had 4 academy classes. For those who may not realize, an academy class is a 6-month class almost. And so when we hire someone, they are not even eligible to be out in the street. They're not even police officers for about 5 to 6 months. That's how long the training is. And during that same 5 to 6 months, you have officers retiring or resigning. So that's why the hole continues to get deep, and then we're trying to fill the hole. So the classes, our largest class was 16 members, and our smallest class, we graduated 7. Now that's who graduated, that's not who started. So we do have an attrition rate for those who do not make it through the academy. We have 2 more classes to be onboarded. Class 203 and Class 204. Excuse me, 203 is actually in the academy as we speak. So you can see we have actually 24 recruits in that particular class. And then Class 204 right now we are onboarding. Now, what is our staffing right now? So here's the org chart, as you can see, how we are structured in terms of bureaus. And then with respect to commissioned officers, our total number that was budgeted for, but we are at right now 949.47. I don't know how we get the fraction, but that is how our total number is for 2024. You have budgeted, or we have requested a budget of 991 for next year. You will see that the number of officers, when we speak of commissioned officers, now we break them down into rank. Your largest group of officers are your senior police officers. We have 519 senior police officers. We actually have a part-time police officer, and that's why we have that 0.49. Yes, that's right. And then when we actually break it down further into assignments, you can see that breakdown there. These are, do you want to go through these numbers? Or we can if you have actual questions at the end of the presentation. You may have questions you want to ask Ms. Landry, or do you want to say something about it?
No, okay. So the next slide is our civilian complement, and currently we're at 314.62, and our budgeted for next year will be 327.1. That is the professional staffing that supports the department.
Right, that's why we are a department of around 1,250. That's our total complement, including our professional staff members. And those are non-sworn members of our department. Now, I actually am going to have Ms. Landry, this is her wheelhouse, so she'll speak to the numbers.
Okay, so the 2025 budget request includes approximately $157.2 million to fund salaries and fringes, and $17.3 million for other operating, for a total of approximately $174.5 million. This amount funds the 5% increase in salary for commission staff effective January 2025, and merit pay increases. This budget request funds approximately 991 commission staff, which we've said previously, and 327 civilian staff positions, for a total of 1,318.5 positions. That's 1,318 positions. The consent decree budget funding for other operating expenses have been moved from Fund Code 7120 and is now included in the other operating budget in Fund Code 2740. The items funded primarily includes other operating expenses for technology such as body-worn cameras, tasers, early warning system, e-citation system, e-warrant software, CASNet system, desk officer reporting system, IT staff augmentation, and consent decree monitoring administrative fees. We will continue to monitor our budget and adjust as required during the 2025 budget year.
And then quickly, if you'll address the one-time funds.
Okay, our one-time funding, we're currently succeeding in spending the ARPA funding. We were appropriate the recruitment and my screen says recruitment and retention.
Oh, okay.
So ARPA's not yet. So, but if you want me to skip over to the ARPA, I can.
Do you have specific questions about these particular, we spoke about or actually thanks to the district attorney, Mr. Williams, he spoke about the lab.
Okay.
And so why don't you go ahead?
So our NOPD,
Excuse me, Councilman Harris, so you want Councilman Harris and Councilmember Giarrusso press their speaker button, so Ms. Landry, sort of.
Sure.
You mind? Go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. And I'm like with the DA, I'm going to kind of skip around your slides. But since you're talking about the DNA lab, are we on track or how are we on track to get the DNA lab up and running?
First, I just want to thank DA Jason Williams so much for the kind words, and I also thank y'all for the support. I really do appreciate it. But yes, we are still on track. Right now, we are getting our equipment placed in the laboratory. We've ordered a bunch of equipment for 2024, and it's coming in, so we're thankful for that. We're also validating our chemistry for serology. You'll hear me speak about forensic biology instead of DNA because we're not just going to do DNA. So our forensic biology training and validations have begun. So we are on track for 2027.
And how is staffing?
Staffing has been great. We currently have 15 out of 16 positions fulfilled. And we have 3 that are awaiting onboarding, 2 DNA 2s and 1 criminalist 1.
Okay, and then when it's up and running, how many more people will you have staffed up?
So what we want to do is we want to build up our CODIS unit next. We don't need CODIS right now, but we want to hire them in 2026, and we are thinking of adding 3 positions in the CODIS unit alone.
And that takes special training, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are we confident that we're able to recruit folks?
We've been recruiting pretty heavy. We've been kind of stealing from other labs. I'm so sorry if you're watching.
Steal away.
But yeah, it's been great. I've been communicating with people on social media, on LinkedIn, and it's been pretty good, but they are very specialized, and DNA is a pretty hot topic right now, so people are excited about it.
Okay. Turning to recruitment, do we have a marketing budget in here? Is there an amount set aside for marketing?
For 2025, we're requesting $500,000, and it's in budget code 2702, which is in the superintendent's office.
Okay.
$500,000.
Okay, I didn't see it. So $500K for recruitment and retention, that would be for marketing
purposes, correct.
Thank you, Lieutenant Powell, for leading up that. What about for continuing education and training of current officers? Is there a budget line for continuing training? I mean, Superintendent Kirkpatrick, you're a lawyer. You know that we have to get CLE credit every year to continue our training. So are we training our current officers or educating them in any way?
We do. We do indeed have a master training plan, and so we do have required in-service training, but I also have been wanting to mentor up our future executive leadership, starting really at the lieutenant rank, to send them to outside command schools. There are some exceptionally good schools. We've sent several of our captains to these schools, and so I want to start with lieutenants and captains, get an assessment what they have had, and then start getting them into the major schools. We do have a budget line item for training, and it's from that bucket that we pay to send officers out of state to the major schools. And these are command colleges.
And what is that line item, or can you just pull out the number?
That too is in 2702.
Okay. And then what about for technology? Is there any increases or new technology that NOPD needs to have to put us on par with other jurisdictions?
With other jurisdictions, that is a question I can't answer. Nothing in terms of with other jurisdictions offhand. I don't have anything in the pipe about that.
Okay, so I want to turn to the statistics. I mean, violent crime is down, but for rape, right? First and second degree rape.
Right.
And third degree rape.
Right.
What are we doing? I mean, it looks like we're up actually 22% on first and second degree rape.
Right. Well, let me give you an example of what we're doing. And the 7th District actually, as well, all of our district commanders get their own individualized crime stats for their area, just like a police chief. The commander is the police chief of that area. And as an example, the 7th District realized that their stats were going up in terms of rape. The captain, DeLarge, and his lieutenant, Lieutenant Jones, actually put together a community forum on dealing with, I believe, domestics and rape. They got a church to sponsor the room to bring the community in. And so we are trying to see, again, kind of that upstream route for keeping people from committing the crime to begin with. And so this is the type of thing we're trying to do, is get services more on the ground in individual neighborhoods where we can see certain pockets of the city experience more trauma and crime. So if we can get it more with our social services and resources to people and stop it before it happens. So 7th District has done a good example of reaching out and doing that.
Do we have a solve rate on the rape cases that we have?
We would. I just didn't come with them, but I can get them to you.
That'd be great if you could provide that. Let me see, where am I going now? DNA. Oh, traffic. I'm going to start with the Picayune and then move on up. Traffic enforcement. So you talked about increasing traffic enforcement, which I completely agree with. I know that we need more. We have a lot of party buses. This is very
Yes.
picky in party buses. We have illegal street vehicles. My district gets a lot of complaints about all of these. What are y'all doing about it?
Well, this is where partnership matters. And so, for example, with the LSP and partnership, we've been able to do some focus on the golf cart, illegal golf cart business. It's made a huge impact. And so it is probably through the partnership with LSP that I will want to maybe work it together because it's resource heavy. It's heavily dependent on the resources that we have to deal with it, but it is a area of great complaint and it's getting greater and greater. And as we get closer to the Mardi Gras season, I think it's going to increase. So I will be talking with the colonel and the captain over Troop NOLA to see if we could partner, as well as with our Orleans Parish deputies who help support us and so forth, to give some focused attention on getting it to stop.
Okay, on the issue of Troop NOLA, do we have an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with Troop NOLA?
I don't believe we have an MOU.
Do we have any sort of written agreement in place with Troop NOLA?
No. No.
I guess the question is, why not?
Well, we even reached out with Super Bowl planning, and I think it's a legal issue that the attorneys to be as to whether or not they actually need it.
So it's an issue of the attorneys, the city attorney and the attorney
Yes,
general?
not between me and the colonel. It's not an issue between the colonel and I.
And Councilmember, not to cut you off, but that was the first public question I asked when I asked for them to appear before the Criminal Justice Committee.
Yeah.
And that was the first question asked.
And they said no, I'm sure. Yeah, they're not here. All right, well, there's no MOU. I know there have been in the past when state police have come into the city under the Landrieu administration, for example. There was an existing MOU.
Correct.
I would hope that the attorneys figure out how we're going to paper this deal by the time Super Bowl gets here, especially given what has happened over the past week with Troop NOLA. And I just want to say thank you for keeping NOPD out of the sweeps.
Yeah, no, NOPD was not going to be a part.
I know.
And you know that, and that was the instruction I gave our folks. And we did do an MOU for Super Bowl, but that became a legal issue that the colonel and I we're not your legal authority for it. And so we'll let the legal beagles figure that out.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Talking about relationships and especially in the city with another city agency, this is my super pet peeve, but it's a real pet peeve. DPW has parking enforcement underneath them.
That's correct.
Rather than NOPD being in charge of parking enforcement.
Sure.
This raises several issues, and I brought it up to you before publicly, and I'm going to keep harping on this.
Sure.
Number one, you do not have the resources to tow when you need to tow without parking enforcement being there. Is that correct?
Oh, boy. I have other chiefs in the audience. I think
That's correct,
is an
yeah.
actual correct statement, but I want to be sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. You can't tow without parking enforcement. The other issue is this, and it's just come to our attention recently. Chick-fil-A, for example.
Yep.
There's always an issue with double parking. People are running in and out. Parking enforcement has said, and DPW has said, it is dangerous for our parking enforcement officials to be out there because they're getting weapons pulled on them and guns pulled on them when they try to write a ticket. So yet again, I'm saying that parking enforcement really needs to be under NOPD because it just, in my mind, makes so much more sense.
Yeah. I understand. When I was with Oakland as their chief, I inherited the agency with parking under them, and the city council took it away and did what our structure is here. You know, wherever I've gone, it has always been an issue. Should parking stay with the department, or should it be its own entity, which is what we have? So I've had it both ways.
I'll keep pushing for it because it's a huge pet peeve. Finally, on recruiting, again, Lieutenant Powell, thank you for your work there. What is the reason that our cadets are not making it to graduation? I know it can vary, but what is?
That's more of academy. That's
academy. I'm sorry.
Academy issue. But what we seeing is one of the issues is, I can say, is the physical aspect of it. And what we're doing in recruitment, we're trying to work with the incoming candidates and what they need to do. And one of our strategic plans for next year is how we can put out more information to prep them for the academy. You do a pre-assessment during the background phase, but it's only a small portion of what you do in the academy. So even making sure that the candidate or the police recruit applicant knows what to expect and continue to do it, because sometimes people come in the process a month or so before they even start the academy. So yeah, it's good in the beginning, then in between that time, they stop. So we're looking to keep engaged with those candidates throughout before they start the academy. That's one of the barriers or issues in the academy that I can speak on.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to getting the solve rate on the rape cases.
Sure. And so we'll make sure we'll get that to you today, hopefully.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon now. I wanted to ask about parking enforcement as well, but from a little bit of a different angle, which is we're still dealing with the emperors, the pension issue.
Yes.
Would moving the personnel from parking enforcement to NOPD increase the pool of people? And therefore, I know, see Mr. Large getting interested in that question. But the question is, would it increase the pool of people so therefore you have more folks under emperors and then not under the city pension, and therefore increase the pool as well?
I think it's a great question. It's one
I tried.
He's the budget chair.
Yeah, it's not one I anticipated, but actually, Chief Landry here, she's been the one working with that altogether.
So on that position, it's under litigation. The law department is working through it. So it depends, because some of the people in DPW are now grandfathered in. If we hire new people, possibly.
Okay. I mean, I think that's something we ought to think about, though, is how we can hire new people, marry things. And look, I agree with the issue Councilmember Harris raised, which is we need to marry the function of enforcement with the people who can handle it. But if we can also help out the police department on the pension side, I'd love to do that, too. All right.
Good thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I have a few more questions on Public Integrity Bureau? You talk about weaponizing and trying to change the policies. I imagine what you're saying is people, whether they're inside or outside the department, sometimes can take something that is meant to be good and then use it to be something that is bad.
That is correct. It's adulterating a system that is basically a good system but adulterates it.
Can you just give maybe an example or two, Chief, of how you'd like to change it to make it a better process than what exists right now?
The ability to weaponize usually is through the anonymous complaint approach. And on one hand, we want to be able to receive anonymous complaints, and that's what we do. So even if it's anonymous, we will take that complaint. The issue, though, is hiding behind some anonymity. And it can be used to, especially if you're internal, if you make an allegation against a fellow officer or and it's a serious allegation, the officer, for instance, while being investigated, would not be eligible for promotion. And if you're promoting, then you can weaponize it so that if you're targeting someone, they couldn't get promoted. They're going to be jumped over, right? That would be an example of a weaponization. It also works with the community. The community may not like the outcome of an investigation and therefore now file an anonymous complaint of a failure to supervise. And so what happens is you really leave your staff, subject to an attack that obviously if there is merit to it, of course you want to deal with it. But during that investigative period of time, they're restricted in some of their assignments, opportunities, things like that. So this is what we call the weaponization. And so you're going to start finding people just, it's a morale Let me give you an example.
Sure.
Y'all remember my second week here?
Yeah.
I got a complaint from my uniform that came in anonymous. I didn't have a nameplate. I had a sweater on because I was freezing, and I didn't have a jacket yet. But the city had to pay a whole lot of money to have that investigated. It went over a year. Really, is that what you want your PIB unit to be used for? And that's a weaponization. And I don't think that, like you said, you're taking a perfectly good system, but it can be adulterized. And there are ways to maybe clean that up, to keep the system, but not allow for this abuse of a good system.
Great, okay. When it comes to revamping promotions, would that be prospective or retroactive?
I didn't hear that.
I said, when it comes to promotions, would it be prospective or retroactive?
For promotion, will you go back retroactively or go forward?
No, I'm going to go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, no, everything's about going forward.
All right. I know this may be a little bit difficult to answer, but assuming the court allows the city to enter the sustainment period,
Yeah.
would we expect to see a continued decrease in consent decree costs because of the fact that we are no longer in the middle of litigation, but entering a probationary period?
And I'm sorry, the fan is such.
It's all right. I'll try and speak in here.
In the rate, in the cost.
Oh, the cost, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, we are talking money, yes.
Yes.
Yes, because, and the reason that cost will go down, Mr. Giarroso, is because we will have less technical support, so the team won't have to come as often, and so that's where your cost is built in.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my last question
Yes.
is just to make sure I understand. Ms. Landry, maybe you can help me with this a little bit more. On the personnel side, going down by $9 million, that's because of the merit-based pay and other issues inside the budget. I just want to make sure I understand correctly about why that number decreases so significantly.
I would have to defer it to Brandy because she made the additional cuts for the budget.
Right.
From the CAO's office. We gave them a prepared proposed budget.
Sure.
And the cuts were made on their end.
Okay.
So this is similar to fire and EMS, and there was an inquiry for us to get you those detailed
Yeah.
numbers, but we have to backtrack in to get you some of those numbers.
Okay.
A part of what happened again, so for the bigger agencies like our NOPD, the merit pay was overstated. That's one of the places, the overtime as well.
Right.
But last year, for everybody, that's one of the issues, the merit pay. That's one of the lines, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I just, I guess I would like to know what the total number is that shrunk, not just for NOPD, but for NOPD, fire, EMS, because it seems like that number is pretty big when you add it all up and just how that's being factored into the budget as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to
Chief,
comment
where are you,
afterwards.
excuse me one time, where are you in your presentation?
I've completed the presentation,
completed
so now we're here for your questions.
Okay, Councilmember Green.
I'd like to comment after the public comment.
Okay, after the public. Well, first of all, thank you, Chief, and if really all the men and women with the police department, you guys have to be credited and applauded for where we are, especially with all the other agencies leading the nation in major violent crime reduction areas, as well as the community involvement. A couple of my questions, 3 of them, were asked by my colleagues, so I don't need to have to repeat their questions just because they were good ones. We in the city right now, we have shoplifting gone wild. And you and I have talked about this before. It may not get the attention of the press or the media, as someone lying in the middle of the street, but right now it's extremely difficult for retailers and business owners to maintain a large portion of their goods.
Right.
We see closings of stores. And when you talk about shoplifting, for the press who's here, that's millions of dollars of goods that could be sold, where you could hire people, participate in advancing our economy, as well as paying taxes to municipal government where we can fund our agencies. What is our, especially when you guys will follow up on a break-in or vandalism of a store or shoplifting, is there follow-up that happens after that within the city or within the city agency where, because I'll give you an example. Captain DeLarge in the 7th District has been excellent, right? If there's a break-in, if they vandalize a store, automatically send a unit out. And then he'll contact my office. And in one case with the Hobbit, I was able to talk to the people who own the business,
Right.
give them some assurances, since the police department and Captain DeLarge was so receptive to being able to talk to them and actually give them some comfort. They're actually going to do almost $1 million renovation in that same location where they've been vandalized or broken into. So is that standard operating procedure, or is that just Captain DeLarge?
No, Captain DeLarge is a great example, but all of our captains are working on it. As a matter of fact, I pulled up the stat. Shoplifting is the very bottom.
I see, yeah, I saw the number.
It had been around 600% increase, I think was the number around at the top of the year. So you can see we're at 19. Now, what is happening is all of our captains in their jurisdiction, they know which businesses are the most targeted for shoplifting, and it has to be taken seriously, because if you close your stores, if business people leave because they can't afford to continue to be in business, then you actually affect your community. And so shoplifting is something all of our captains, they go to the stores that we can give them a list. We know these are the stores that are most targeted for shoplifting, and they've been working with the managers of those stores. They've been working with the regional managers of the store. If you, as an example, I go to a particular drugstore down in the 6th District, and it's just has been a target for shoplifting.
People walk in and
Yeah,
product
take
walks
their
out.
stuff. I was in the store once when it happened, but the officer, the captain of that area, contacted that manager. They now play very loud classical music outside so that they have reduced lingerers, people who would hang out to then go in and commit a theft. They cleaned up their parking lot of trash. They did a lot of things. They put a security officer inside the door. Those are the things that will prevent the shoplifting. And so we have been working with our store owners to practice, community policing through environmental design.
So then is there someone from the police department that then contacts the administration or the head of economic development to say, hey, look, we've established a relationship, we've stabilized what's going on with the store owner, there's a business owner. Can you follow up with them just to make sure they know that our city is here with you, and we're going to do whatever we can to make sure you don't leave or close your business?
Right. We don't want them closing their business. It affects our community. It destabilizes the community when your economy leaves the community.
Okay, so you're saying that happens or that should happen?
No, we got to give the resources to the business owners and we got to be a part of it. And our officers and commanders are indeed addressing it.
Right. Thank you. First of all, I always want to thank Chief Landry for her responsiveness and what she does every time our office or we call. I appreciate that. Where is the crime lab now? We've been talking about a lab now for a couple years. And what do we need now to have the best crime lab in the city, not only the city, but especially this region? What are we missing? What are we waiting on?
Well, we're going into our validation phase. Excuse me. So when we buy equipment, we can't just plug it in and start using it. We have to validate it. And so that takes time, sometimes 9 months, sometimes a year, to validate all of your equipment. Your validations also go into building your protocols. So that's where we are. We got the people, and the people are in the laboratory starting the validation process for serology. who want to then move into the validation process for DNA. And that takes much longer because it's a more tedious process. So that's currently where we are, and we also have our RFQ for the redesign of the fourth floor. So that is also happening.
So ETA on when we'll be fully operational.
Fall 2027.
And someone mentioned earlier about it, but employing or labor, that's highly specialized.
I'm sorry?
Someone mentioned earlier about filling positions or staffing.
Yes.
That's a highly specialized.
Yes.
That you can't just hire people off the street.
Correct.
When you're talking about crime labs. So, how specialized is it?
So we have certain specifications in our positions that are required by the FBI for us to hire people. So it's that specialized to where they have to have a certain credit hours of classes that they have to have taken before they are recognized as a DNA analyst. So that is what kind of causes the difficulty with recruitment, but so far so good. We've been able to find the individuals to come work for us.
And then the last thing I'll ask is that Councilmember Harris could have scratched it off, but then I scratched off one of our questions. But is someone within the administration of the city attorney's office looking at an agreement with the state police in terms of how they operate? Because I think this was just maybe a small sample of where you could potentially have community concern, and we don't want it to be a Laurel and Hardy, who's on first, or who was responsible for who. And then the last thing is, we don't want them being involved with something and then blaming the NOPD. So we have an opportunity, I think, to add some clarity to who has jurisdictional responsibility, what roles do they play, do they call you or the district commander when they respond in the district, who determines who responds. I think that would, moving forward, would actually give some clarity and help keep some folk out of maybe trouble if we can define those roles moving forward. Kind of makes sense to me. That's why I asked from day one, what was the agreement? When were they going to come before the city and talk about the role they would play and their roles and their relationships with the New Orleans Police Department? So that's just an amen.
Right,
That's an amen. Okay, so let the church say amen. All right. Councilmember Green.
How many comments?
Oh, you want to go after the speakers for the speakers? Okay. Mr. Willis, Michael Willis.
How y'all doing? I guess we having one of these days today. Okay, first, thank y'all for doing a phenomenal job. I can't wait to see what will happen in 2025 and moving forward. I'm an ordinary citizen, so people come to me for some reason like I'm something different than what I am, all right? So I hear the things that y'all might hear and might not hear. So when I'm here, I'm only being a voice, not for myself, it's for the community. But I also feel bad for you all as well because I keep telling the community we can't police our way out of everything, all right? The police is only come out when we commit a crime. If you slap somebody, a phone call get called, the police come in, boom, and they have to do their investigation. But I'm also asked questions like, the police chief hit 2 pedestrians, they downplayed that. What's the outcome of that? Like, how do we deal with some of these scenarios and cases where it seems unfair to everybody, right? Because I have a perspective and everybody else have a different perspective on certain things. And it's not to attack you or anybody. I think that you all are doing a phenomenal job. We just got to figure it out moving forward. And then people want to know how many police officers do we have? Are we understaffed? And do we need to keep this multi-jurisdictional task force going? I believe it's working. So I mean, beyond Mardi Gras, all right, and Super Bowl and Swifty. So my thing is this. I'm trying to figure out everything. This is all new to me, very, very, very new to me. But I've been able to sit in meetings with you and quite a few other people to now be better educated on answering some of these questions. But at this point, I'm like, I don't know what side to be on because I don't want to be looked at. Mike is against the police and he's against the people. He's for the people, but he's for the police. You see what I'm saying? So I'm kind of stuck where I'm really playing a role as an influencer. You know, I realize I am an influencer in the community. So I want to give the people the right information. And when y'all say transparency, again, I'm going to be very transparent with the community. What are we willing to do, period? Because we cannot police our way to everything. And then, again, we just got to figure out how do we keep these multi-jurisdictional plans together and keep it moving forward. And we keep always speaking about money, funding, and funding, and funding.
Yeah,
and
Mr.
funding.
Willis, wrap up.
Okay, so we just need to figure out where do we better spend the buck at to keep this thing into a positive direction moving forward.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Next speaker is Mr. Michael Burnside, followed by Bruce Riley.
Mike Arick Burnside, 2215 Felicity. The fire department was kind enough to give us their workers' comp numbers. It would be great to have them for the police. The fire department was kind enough to give us some of the retirement numbers. It would be good to know for the police how much money is going to people who are serving today and how much are going to people who were serving yesterday. My understanding is we have some officers on drop, and I'm not a drop expert, but are they all going to leave at the same time, or are they going to leave a little bit at a time? Because if they all leave at the same time, we're going to have a cliff. The next thing I want to mention, of course, is the real-time crime cameras. I would love for them to enforce the 18-wheeler rules with regards to our no truck route. I'm not the only one, God willing. I will mention the NOPD has something they call the CLA, which is the Citizens Leadership Civilian, I can't talk anymore. They have something. You should talk about it before you leave. With regards to overdoses, they get forgotten. They're not violent crime. They're not here. They're not there. We have more overdoses than we have murders, and nobody knows it. So somebody's got to take, if not ownership of overdoses, at least the job of describing their existence. We need some more white-collar crime investigations. We also have issues, in my personal opinion, with the existence of an Office of Secondary Employment. So the secondary employment's a really polite way of saying we don't pay people enough, so they got to go have a second job. It is a polite way of saying they're going to spend time and energy on that second job. Therefore, they're going to be long-distance runners instead of sprinters, because if they're putting in a 16-hour day, they're not going to bust their ass for the first 3 hours, because they won't make it through 16 hours a day. And the final problem with the Office of Secondary Employment is, and this is going to be a loaded word, and I don't have the right language, but I'm going to try anyway, loyalty. People build themselves a certain economic model that requires a certain amount of money. And if you chop even 10% of that money out of their personal budget, they don't have their personal budget anymore.
Thank you.
And therefore, they will give more honor and more attention to small amounts of money than to large sometimes. That has a fancy word in sociology. Can't remember what the hell it is.
You did good, Mr. Burnside. Bruce Riley, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce Riley with Vote. I don't know if they ran out of like the itemized sheets of the dollars and cents over there, but I couldn't find any. It wasn't online because I was really curious about the millions of dollars we've been spending on tech. And, you know, this is a budget conversation, not so much about the operational, you know, day-to-day of an officer. And, you know, the idea of spending all this tech money, these cameras and computers and programs and algorithms or whatever and consultants was to, you know, solve crime and free up, you know, be a force multiplier or whatever. But I didn't hear any conversation about that. And so I'm like, if we're going to continue to spend all this money on crime cameras, just as one example, you know, we don't ever get an actual accounting of the effectiveness or lack thereof. We get the last time I think we probed this question, there was a sort of trust me, it works kind of thing. And that's just not good enough. So we need to dive a little bit more into what we're getting out of our buck for that. And you know, you mentioned there was no agreement with the troop NOLA and whether that's a problem or not. You know, and you know, for some people, you know, the vampire, you have to invite them in the house, right? They can't just barge in. That's part of the lore. And so, you know, a great way for someone to take over the city is not through the state police, but through the National Guard. And I saw there's an MOU to have a deal with the National Guard, and I'm just like, wow, let's just start letting the National Guard be doing law enforcement here in the city. And I wonder what could go wrong. I mean, I wonder what they might do that would be surprising at some point in time, and all of a sudden there's a whole National Guard deployment. But yeah, just keep on like letting the camel's nose under the tent, as they say, and see where it gets us. when all of a sudden we're under martial law by the National Guard next time there's some type of emergency. So y'all think I'm talking crazy, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, and they are crazy. And they're only an hour and a half up the road. There's some crazy people up there. And they want to bring this city to heel. Remember that one? Yeah, they're still trying.
You're not crazy. You're a historian. Councilmember Green.
I want to start by thanking the New Orleans Police Department for something that doesn't get recognized enough. I remember that at the beginning of my term as a council member, there were grave concerns relative to response time, and the council asked the New Orleans Police Department to work on the issue, to get involved with the hiring of civilians to provide support for the New Orleans Police Department. You can see by the numbers that we have hired a significant number of civilians who are working. But everywhere that I go right now and I hear about response times, I hear prompt response times. And guess what? There's nothing like experiencing it. Unfortunately, I've been in a couple of incidents recently that are very near where police have had to be called in a timely manner, including a shooting where I witnessed two guys shooting at a car passing by in a beautiful neighborhood for no reason whatsoever. But do you know that I heard a siren from a police department within 2 minutes of that call? I appreciate that fact that our officers are responding to calls of shots fired in a timely manner, and that's part of the reason that our police department is being recognized throughout the nation, because of their bravery in responding to incidents such as I've experienced twice recently. I also want to tell the public that no, there's actually a very open process relative to operations involving the New Orleans Police Department, and I'll tell you what they are. One, the council has a quarterly meeting at which all members of the law enforcement community send representatives and explain to us what's going on in their departments. We also have at each district station of 8 max meetings once a month. Once a month. The public is willing to come, but you know something? I don't see the public at those meetings, and maybe it's a sign that they don't feel that they have to show because they're getting a response. But I don't want us to leave here thinking that between the max meetings, the quarterly meeting of the Criminal Justice Committee, the emails that you can send to each district, and the Police Community Advisory Board meetings, that there's not a way to get in contact with our law enforcement community as far as our police department and find out what's going on with them. Just keep that in mind. And if you have any problem, you have an issue, you can't get it addressed, you think, contact my office, and I'm going to tell you, we'll work with you to make sure that you get an answer from the police department. I think that they've been very open, and we have one of the most overseen police departments probably in the nation. Between those 3 forces that I just mentioned, the monthly meetings, the Police Community Advisory Board meetings, the ability to attend those max meetings, but also the Public Integrity Bureau and also the Independent Police Monitor, as well as a federal government oversight of a police department through the consent decree. So I'm very clear that we have an open process of getting information. I do want to say that in terms of recruitment, thank you for mentioning that you're not going to change the standards to be able to hire additional officers. Because I think in the past there may have been an instance where we're just going to hire. We're just going to fill our ranks. But you know what I see happening right now within our police department, and the council is involved in a very important extent to that. We have motivated officers who are responding to calls in a timely manner and are conducting constitutional investigations and are conducting constitutional arrests. Of the 7,000 plus arrests that we might have in our city this year, and I know the number's higher than that, very few complaints about rights being violated. There's always going to be somewhere a concern somewhere expressed by someone. But I'm very proud to say that one of the reasons that we're getting the recognition is because people recognize that in the midst of a challenging past, I think our police department is moving in the right direction. So I want to thank all of our officers for the work that they do, for the leadership that is in place right now. There's always going to be some headline. But what I see as a council member, when I go to calls, when I go to the Special Operations Division calls, of which I never knew there were so many people who stay in houses and say they're not going to come out and arm themselves. But the police have been able to end all of those incidents, even in just my district, but throughout the city, without loss of life, without someone being shot. They've had to sometimes ram in a door to be able to open the door quietly for someone to be able to come out peacefully. I think that I'm just trying to say in a nutshell, there's a reason that our crime rate is going down as it is now, and I want it to be sustained. But one of the ways to have it sustained is to recognize the progress that we're making and to give attention to those who are responsible for that. So I am appreciative of the work of the officers, the leaders, the civilians, and the public relative to what we're doing to support the New Orleans Police Department and our citizens. Our citizens feel safer, as the UNO poll just showed, which should have been a front page story, that the UNO Quality of Life poll says that people are less concerned about crime by significant numbers now than they were just 2 years ago. I look to my left and to my right and ahead, and I say thank you, members of the council. Thank you, members of the police department. Thank you, representatives who are here representing law enforcement in our city. I'm proud to support the members of the New Orleans Police Department at this time, and I'm proud to be a citizen of our city because these improvements that we are seeing are real. So thank you, everyone, for the work that you do.
Chief, thank you. So I think everyone will agree that the level of productivity and efficiency amongst our criminal justice partners have made a difference. But as a student of from early 1900s when Italian and Irish immigrants were slaughtering each other to the late 50s and 60s when organized crime controlled much of our neighborhoods in the quarter and downtown, to the late 60s and early 70s when heroin became mandatory sentences and the impact it had on our community, to the early 80s to late 90s when we had 17 years of 300 and 400 murders, to the Pennington era when we led the nation in overall reduction, to the period a few years ago when Chief Ferguson had his first year when we hit the lowest number, 129, to now where this department is leading the nation in crime reduction. As much as we love our criminal justice agencies, whenever a community does good, it's not solely because of law enforcement. It's because of those everyday people out there we'll never get to thank, those folk who've adopted kids in their community that are not their own, those neighborhood groups that are doing Crime Watch, those organizations that don't get funding. And I'm going to say this, and it's no slight on anything, but if the criminal justice system was the number one reason we had a reduction in crime, we wouldn't be on a roller coaster. It wouldn't go down and it wouldn't go up. And in conversations with you and I, when we walk through neighborhoods, what you talk about is those everyday partners. So yes, our system has collaborated, they've done a good job, but those mamas and daddies out there, those women and men in this community that we'll never thank, whenever you see a success in crime reduction, a community becoming better, it's because they're leading the way. The question is, how sustainable is that? And how much longer then can they be engaged without having a viable partner? And that's what we're trying to solve now, because one of the words you consistently use, as well as your chief, is sustainability. How do we keep those partnerships together? So thank you for what you're doing. But you guys you guys get the second award behind the citizens of this city. We just have to encourage them to stay engaged. Chief, if you want to close out.
Well, I want to.
No, I got one more card. I'm sorry, and please forgive me. Miss Morgan Clevenger.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for what you're doing here today. I want to commend the chief and the NOPD for all the work they're doing. But I want to echo Councilman Thomas's statement, because if it wasn't for the grassroots... You
can call me Oliver, I'm good.
KOT.
All of those title stuff be thrown around.
Well, if it wasn't for the grassroots, the community, the families, there's so many of us out there fighting all day, every day. to make our city better. And many folks never get that recognition. And I want to talk about the police community advisory boards real quick, because that was formed under the consent decree. And from what everybody has said, and I hear it all day, every day, including the federal monitor, including a former chief of police, including the community on a regular, that the PCABs, Police Community Advisory Boards, have failed. And that is not on the volunteers. That is not on them, because if a citizen steps up and volunteers their time and puts their energy and their passion into something, they need to be supported. So the big question right now, there's a lot that the consent decree needs to look at before we continue. And community engagement right now is a blank page on page 19. So we have an opportunity right now to turn that around. I volunteered, actually I was asked to restart the PCAB in 1st District over a year ago, and I have done everything I could to make it meaningful, robust, and engaged. And I thank Deputy Chief Garnon for actively participating, and the other 1st District, Kendra Gallen, but we actually need support. So when the city budget, everybody our PCABs deal with are paid by city dollars. We are not funded. We don't have staffs. Everything we do comes out of our pocket. So it's an opportunity to make a real difference this time in how we do community engagement, because for the consent decree to be removed, for the police department to keep up the good work, community is at the heart of it. It's how they engage in community. And this gentleman who died in this chamber, my friend, he was here because he was harassed by the police.
Come on, Oliver, come on.
Chief Tootie Montana. So we can never forget.
Bring your 2 minutes up. Go ahead, bring your comments.
We can never forget where we come from. We can't sugarcoat where we've been, but we have an opportunity to make change. And I really, really ask for your support for the Police Community Advisory Boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
I'd like to mention that I attend Police Community Advisory Board meetings. I do appreciate the work that Morgan Clevenger has done relative to the 1st District, but I want to make it clear that when I attend meetings, there's always a representative of the New Orleans Police Department present. They are there to answer questions. They are there to be engaged. Yes, there is a responsibility on the part of the public who has a concern. I don't have as large a concern because I'm a city council member. I attend, but I just want to make it clear that I use that and I go back to that as one of the many ways that we have to communicate with the members of the New Orleans Police Department, and I encourage us to use them, including the district monthly max meetings where you can go in and sit and meet with the commander of the district to find out numbers, to register complaints and the like. Let's not downplay the fact that there are opportunities and the New Orleans Police Department are there to answer questions. And I do want to make it clear to Councilman Thomas, I see the community, I recognize them. There are 22 community organizations in District D alone, and I go to those meetings and members of the New Orleans Police Department are there, and they are in a position where they can work with the community. I see the community involvement. I see that Crime Stoppers now has a record number of tips because the community is involved and they're confident. But they have to be confident in something, and I'm glad that they're confident in the ability of the law enforcement community to address their concerns, and anything that we can do to engage and enhance community participation, I'm ready to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Landry.
Yes, Councilmember Harris had a question about the training. The amount is $100,000 in 2702, budget line item, okay?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Council.
you very much.
I've appreciated this coming Friday will be the 1st year anniversary when I sat before you and then got to be inaugurated. I want to thank you for your partnership, the partnership with this city. Thank you for your comments about the community. This police department really is an amazing police department. It is absolutely, I'm like, rest of you police departments, eat your heart out. I mean, we did a great, fantastic job even this weekend. It shows you who we are. And I saw my sheriff partners back there. They are absolutely, these partnerships are real. And they are a fantastic sheriff's office as well, the DA and so forth. But I want to thank the council for working with me collaboratively, for praising your police department, because they deserve that praise. And I appreciate it so much. And I appreciate the city hall, the mayor's office, and her support of me as well. So with that, we'll say our thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Hudson. Sheriff, once you're situated, you can, if you want to identify who is at the table with you and any vital staff, and then you can start your presentation.
Will do. Thank you, Councilman
thank you.
Thomas. Glad to be here today with our team. We're here with a great deal of our executive team out in the audience. Can't see everybody behind me, but if y'all would just either stand or raise your hands if you're here to represent us today, OPSO. I'm grateful to them all. This is our leadership team and the men and women who do the work. Thank y'all. I want to just a special recognition to the men and women in black in the back. That's our Investigative Services Bureau team. That includes force investigation, internal affairs, and all of our other specialized investigations. Not only do they work the investigations, but they also work at the streets, the French Quarter detail and other details, protecting and serving the city, and working right alongside the men and women in blue. They also come and shake down the jail, respond to major incidents. So they are our Swiss Army knife. They do a little bit of everything. So we want to thank the men and women in black for being here today. Also want to give a special shout out to Karen Odom Johnson, who is the Health Services Administrator for the Wexford Health Group, which is the medical and mental health provider for the jail. She is a big part of us working together and being more collaborative than ever with our medical and mental health provider. And I'm grateful for her being here, and she's going to help us to comply with the consent judgment. Okay, sitting up here with me today, to my right is Keith Stroff, who is the chief over our operations, our physical plant, which is a major part of the consent judgment, as we'll talk about during our presentation. To my left is the newest member of our deputy chief rank group, and that is Bianca Brown. She came in from the Downtown Development District. We were very grateful to get her. She is our new CFO, Chief Financial Officer, and she's already, this is only day what? A little over a month now. A little over a month. So, but she's really helping us to get, get that financial, she's got the financial acumen to really lead us and guide us. So grateful to have her. So that's our team. So I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon again. Thank you all for allowing us this opportunity to speak to you today. As sheriff, my responsibility is to ensure that the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, or OPSO as I may say during this presentation, provides a safe, secure, and humane environment for our staff and the residents in our custody. While meeting the mandates of the federal consent decree that governs our operations, and I want to highlight the improvements we've made, the ongoing challenges we face, and why we are asking for your support in approving an increase to the 2025 budget. We're going to talk about, we're going to go through our improvements and accomplishments in just a minute. Chief Brown is going to lead us, but since taking office, my team and I have been committed to transparency, accountability, creating a safer environment for those in custody and in the community. Whether we're housing the jail, which is at almost 1,500, or out in the streets during Mardi Gras or any other event, our deputies and our employees lead the way. Some of the key areas of improvement include our transparency and communication. Our Chief of Communications, Casey McGee, and her team have been just really killing it on social media and in the media as we've been trying to get out more information to our community about what's going on. We want to tell our own story instead of having one-sided stories told. So we've implemented regular incident reports that provide open communication on jail incidents publicly, and that's available on our website. You will not probably find another jail in the country that does that. Additionally, the anonymous hotline established by our Compliance and Accountability Bureau under the leadership of Major Silas Phipps Jr., who is also here today. It allows staff, residents, and the community to report any ethical violations or other types of violations, fostering greater accountability within our organization. We have strengthened our leadership team. I talked about Chief Brown being here. We also have Deputy Chief Christopher Goodley, who's joined our team a little over a month ago. He retired from the New Orleans Police Department after 26 years of service. I get that right, Chief? And doing a tremendous job there at all ranks throughout the department. In fact, I believe when I first became police monitor, I think he was a lieutenant at that time that I came in. So he's definitely moved up the chain and taken on more responsibility. And all of that experience is a major win for us here, as he is now over our courts and our patrolling function, taking over for retired Chief Melvin Howard. So we've expanded our directors as well. We have a new clinical program director, Damon Smothers. I believe he's also here today. And he is enhancing resident services, which is a part of bringing down crime as well, because we try to get to the root causes of crime. Our security major, Anthony Giovingo, has came over from, I believe it was Tangipahoa Parish. He has many decades experience, including time previously at OPSO, and he is helping us to enforce policy adherence so that we can comply with this consent judgment. We have launched new and expanded training programs, ensuring our staff is better prepared and supported. That is Captain Troy Dickerson, also retired from the New Orleans Police Department, now running our training academy and really leading us in that initiative. So these initiatives are critical for improving both morale and operational efficiency. I want to talk a little bit about the consent decree compliance. While we are still under that consent decree, we have made significant strides towards compliance. We've achieved partial compliance in previously non-compliant areas and are working diligently towards substantial compliance in all 174 areas. Our Compliance and Accountability Bureau is leading those efforts through rigorous internal audits, policy reviews, and the creation of action plans that serve as a roadmap to helping us achieve compliance. But despite these successes, OPSO continues to face significant challenges due to budget limitations. The reality is that we've been underfunded for decades, and our current allocation is simply not enough to meet the demands of running a constitutional jail. On average, daily population has risen steadily by 3 to 7% each month since March, due to some in part to the new legislation. So I was glad to hear about talking about perhaps going en masse to the state to try and get some money to fund some of these issues that we're having around the jail. And we are now housing just slightly less than 1,500 residents, but we've been over that as well. And you know that the council limit, of course, is 1,250. We want to just highlight that the cost of housing one adult resident for a year is approximately $53,000 per year, while our deputies, who are entrusted with their care, earn a base salary of just $37,440 per year. This disparity between the cost of housing and staff salaries is unsustainable for us and makes it very difficult for us to be able to recruit and retain competent employees. It also highlights the urgent need for additional resources, which we're bringing to you today. Our current budget allocation is $64.6 million, but that is insufficient, again, to a constitutional jail. There have been a number of issues that have been just the cans that have been kicked down the road and they're now coming home to roost. We do have to fix these issues, whether it's the physical plant, whether it's having a real pay plan where we can, our employees can see where their careers are going. Those things have to be put in place in order to sustain a secure operation and to have the human resources that we need to do this job. Without this, we risk not being able to comply. We risk safety for our deputies and for the residents in the jail. And of course, that's not something anybody in the city wants. We're again here to ask for increased wages, improved working conditions, and access to resources to reach our goals. And we are grateful for the raises that we've gotten over the last 2 years, but $18 is just not a living wage for deputies. I was as our deputies got up the morning after Hurricane Francine came in, as they slept on the inmate mattresses and on cots in the different parts of the facilities, including some who were pregnant and stayed here to do their duty for this organization and for this city. They were talking to me and just making jokes about how they've had to apply for public assistance to make ends meet for themselves and for their families. That was not a good feeling for me as the sheriff. Their attitudes were great. They were there to help this city, but I have to do my job for them, and I'm asking you to help me do that. We've made partnership, but we need your progress to make this journey safer, more accountable, and this jail more humane. Chief Brown is now gonna go through our budget presentation, and we're gonna talk about our needs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. As Sheriff Hudson has stated, we've made progress, but your continued partnership is needed to continue this journey. Let's discuss the goals that we've accomplished for 2024. As it relates to Goal 1, Goal 1 implemented a transparent and open communication channel for our staff and community. The communication department issues weekly incident reports to the media every Thursday, and these reports are made available through our website so that the general public can be informed about critical incidents happening within the jail. This creates transparency and information sharing that has never been available in the office history. The Compliance and Accountability Bureau has developed and implemented an anonymous hotline for staff, residents, and the community to report ethics and misconduct violations, underscoring our commitment to transparency and accountability. Goal 2, expanded the leadership team in both strength and numbers. We've onboarded a new clinical program director responsible for creating and improving programs and working with external stakeholders to provide services for the residents. A new jail security major is responsible for ensuring staff adhere to agent policies and reviewing facility incident reports to show accuracy. As it relates to Goal 3, establish a Compliance and Accountability Bureau to ensure strict adherence to the consent decree guidelines. OPSO is under a federal consent decree that governs the operations inside the Orleans Justice Center. This decree stems from past injustice where conditions and treatments within our facility were deemed unconstitutional. We're actively working to exit this decree, but it's not easy. It requires tough decision and unwavering dedication. So we have created a Compliance and Accountability Bureau, CAB, ensuring rigorous adherence to decree guidelines through corrective action plans, achieve partial compliance in numerous previous non-compliant areas, and are digitally working towards substantial compliance in other areas. We have boosted the CBA team with additional staff to conduct internal audits and rewrite policies, ensuring compliance at every level. Goal 4, unwavering commitment to training with new courses and professional development initiatives. Ensuring our deputies are equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge. The training staff successfully developed a new 50-hour in-person, in-service course for all commission or jail operations staff. Our new training academy manager has expanded on those initiatives and successfully implemented an annual professional career development process for academy staff that includes week-long new supervisor training, outside training for jail field training officers, critical tasks in jail/correction operations, and also implemented a 5-day new detective/criminal investigative course. Moving on to Goal 5, we've streamlined the investigative process to improve the prioritization of cases, particularly those involved An inquiry to an employee and resident. Investigative detectives have been trained to identify administrative violations, allowing them to proceed with policy and procedural infractions to be reviewed by the Disciplinary Review Board. The Administrative Division received 604 cases in 2023 calendar year and closed 574 of those cases with only 5 detectives. Throughout the calendar year 2023, the Administration Division has maintained a 95% completion rate. Goal 6, which is still in progress and ongoing and will carry over to our 2025 goals, security and operational electronic interface between Phase 3 and Phase 2. For Phase 3, a security system must be implemented, including new cameras and intercoms, which costs approximately $4.1 million. Goal 7, which is also still in progress, that will move over to our 2025 goals, enhance recruitment and retention by achieving a competitive living wage for all OPSO staff. Our base salary in 2023 was $18, an increase by 2.5% to $18.45 in 2024. Our goal is to be inclusive of our partner agencies' pay scale as we serve mainly some of the similar functions. This continues to be an ongoing challenge for recruitment and retention efforts. As you know, we're currently in competition with the private sector. So how do we retain and recruit, and which stops employees from going down the street and neighboring with our neighbor to get a job? So, however, we've made some headway by prioritizing staff wellness. We've started a wellness program that prioritizes their mental and physical well-being, acknowledging the challenges they face in their roles. OPSO has contracted with clinical professionals to create a space for staff to participate in wellness counseling twice weekly. Additionally, options include virtual visits, immediate services when needed to work on the wellness strategies. Moving on to our Goal 8, which is still in progress, that will move over to our 2025 goals. Goal 8, a complete overhaul of a new jail system, JMS, and case management system, embracing an innovative solution to ensure best operational practices, ongoing quality assurance, and continuous improvement. With an ARPA funding allocation from the City of New Orleans, OPSO committed to the overhauling of both systems completely. This new system improves public safety, advances the consent decree, compliance efforts, and improves staff efficiency and effectiveness. Moving on to Section 2, personnel. As you can see, this slide identifies our full-time personnel we've adopted and proposed by each department. Administrative staff. The 2024 adopted budget covers 78 positions in various administrative departments, such as executive, finance, operations, human resource, and IT. The proposed 2025 budget will need to cover 91 positions. This will be necessary as we anticipate a growing workload with recent legislation changes, new projects, and expansions, mainly in the areas of semester operations with our off-duty details. The remaining department shows no change except for deputies in our Orleans Justice System, which has an adopted budget of $414 for 2024 and a proposed budget of $563 for 2025. As we move on to our 2025 department goals, Goal 1 is continuing to uplift our valuable deputies and staff, investing in our staff and deputies who are the backbone of our department, demonstrating bravery and resilience daily. The outcome of that is training. Provide additional training and development opportunities to help employees learn new skills and improve existing ones. Training can include mentoring programs, classes, seminars, or programs to make their job easier. Compensation, provide a livable wage. Research has shown that $64,986 a year, $31.24 per hour, is the minimum need to live comfortably within New Orleans. Recognition, recognize employees to show that we care and we're invested in their success. Work-life balance, support employees' work-life balance by encouraging paid time off and offering flexible work arrangements. 76% of our staff are females, while 21% of that support other dependents. Mental health, support mental health by investing in coaching and continuous counseling. Goal 2, addressing the root cause of crime. Critically important to address the root cause of crime, including addiction, trauma, and mental health issues. Outcome, investing in rehabilitative service and program is vital. Helping residents rebuild their lives can improve public safety and reduce the jail population over time and also save public dollars. Goal 3, supporting the reunification of families, collaborating with the community organization and social services to provide necessary support and resources to reconnect family bonds and anchor those in custody. The outcome is preventing the cycle of violence, to confirm the commitment and investment of time and resources to enhance the reunification process. Goal 4, and final goal, exiting the federal consent decree. The federal consent decree strictly governs the operation inside the Orleans Justice Center. The outcome is saving tax dollars, staffing levels, where we have mandatory 24-hour post requirements, and return to local leadership and community standards. Our outcome of these 2025 goals overall is to reduce crime, lower the resident population, cut costs, and strengthen compliance in families. Moving on to our 2025 proposed budget. Now, I got a little creative here. For our 2025 proposed budget, I'm showing the variance as negative. It's actually, we do need additional funds, but basically the work that we do is extremely important. So without that additional funding, we will be operating in a deficit. So basically, you can see now today, our 2024 projected actuals total $42.9 million for personal services and $24.6 million for other operating, for a total of $67.6 million. Based upon our current budget allocation for 2024, we're operating in a deficit of $12.3 million.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question? We just made a mid-year budget adjustment.
Yes.
Is the 36 part of that mid-year?
No,
budget?
it's not.
Okay.
It's not. So that adjustment was $7 million, Councilman. Thank you for
40,
that.
yeah.
Yes,
so
it's
40.
not. No,
Yeah. Okay.
it's not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The difference between our projected and adopted budget for 2024 primarily stems from unbudgeted expenses due to population growth, agreed upon salary increases, staff that were not included in the overall baseline budget, and mandated overtime due to the consent decree. Our 2025 proposed budget request for personal services total $49.3 million for such services as staffing, retention and recruitment, security and facility design, and $38.9 million for other operations, which mainly encompasses building, maintenance repairs, equipment and supplies, liability and insurance, security system interface for Phase Street. The 2025 budget request includes an increase of overall 37% from the prior year. Moving on to facility design, nearly capacity limits. There are limited space to relocate and house disruptive residents due to the facility design. OPSO is deeply concerned that new legislation requiring 17-year-olds to be housed in adult facilities will bring ongoing challenges and stop the momentum of the positive work we've done in the past year. As we move on, our 2025 budget request for other funding, basically that covers for 2024 projected is $24.6 million. For 2024 projected for personal service is $4.8 million. For our other operating is $9.9 million for a total of $14.8 million. 2025 proposed budget is $11.6 million, mainly in the areas of the Mardi Gras CEA with outside agencies, the ad valorem tax that's collected, and inmate services. The 2025 proposed budget for other operating is $14.9, and that's mainly in the areas of state grants and state revenue. That's expected. Any questions, council members?
Any questions? Is your presentation finished?
Yes.
With the budget side.
With the budget side.
With the budget side.
We still have the criminal justice side if we have a moment to be able to.
Okay.
Find that.
And that's another presentation.
Yes.
Well, let's see if we have some cards on the budget side of it, especially since we've broken it down into two components. First speaker is Sergeant Janelle Champagne. Sergeant Champagne. Followed by Mr. Michael Willis.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the City Council.
Each speaker has 2 minutes. But go ahead, Sergeant.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the City Council and our Honorable Sheriff. Thank you for the opportunity to have me speak on behalf of the brave members of the Orleans Parish Sheriff Department. I'd like to let you know I have a 9-year-old daughter that I haven't seen all summer. I haven't been able to see all summer due to me working around the clock and working paid details as well And even after that, I have little, if anything, to show for it. As I sat here this morning, I realized that millions of dollars are spent on the city to keep it safe throughout other agencies. The amount that is allocated to OPSO is not proportionate at all. Despite being under a federal consent decree, the professionalism at OPSO is at an all-time high, despite a low morale. When you guys go home at night and you feel secure and you feel safe with your family, we have to answer the call for service. We have to answer the emergencies that are handled at the jail. All arrests that are made in the city is processed and maintained at the OPSO. We have to deal with mental issues, dangerous residents, and given that we have to provide care, custody, and control by the staff that take their job seriously, and we would like to be paid accordingly. Costs are up, groceries, salary, rent is up, the salary is low. So low that a lot of OPSO members have to work detail 7 days a week just to survive. Wages are higher with other departments all around the city, and OPSO needs to keep up just to sustain with operability, with the staff. I know a lot of people that left OPSO. They didn't want to leave. They're working at the hospitals. They're working at the universities, and we talk about it all the time. And at the end of the day, they're just telling me, "Hey, man, you're just paying a lot more."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Willis, followed by Ariel Mercadal.
How y'all doing again?
Good evening.
I was able and privileged enough to have Sheriff Susan Hudson to actually come out to one of my events to see what we do for his community engagement. And I appreciated it. And Mr. Thomas, you then came to quite a few of my events. Quite a few of you all have come to our community engagement events to see what it is that the community is needing. But I also went and attended some of their events to see what was going on. I seen Eugene Green at a couple of events, the domestic violence ones, the human trafficking, and I think it's a great thing that what everybody's trying to do. Again, everybody have different perspectives on a lot of things, and we all are really trying to do a lot, but how do we really, like they say, have sense of urgency, keep it funding to keep these things going, because it needs sustainability. And it also needs great partnerships. So I just want to tell everybody, continue doing what we're doing, but we just got to really figure out how can we be more consistent, more supportive, and keep doing more partnerships with each other. And until you all come out sometime and see what's going on, and also people like myself, I'm an ordinary citizen. I had to go on inside to see what's going on. And we also might need a different way of marketing, because Eugene Green, the event was a success, but like you said, we have little engagement. The reason why we have little engagement because I think we're lacking somewhere in marketing. So some kind of way we need to figure out how do we come together and get the information out to the general public so they can get the resources as well, because they need to hear these messages and see these things that what OPSO is really doing, just like all the other facilities, what NOPD is doing as well. So again, let's just figure out what we're doing and how to enhance it and come together instead of just pointing fingers and shooting at each other. Let's figure out how to make it better. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Mr. Michael Burnside. No, Ariel Mercadal is next, then Mr. Burnside. I'm sorry, Ms. Mercadal.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sergeant Ariel Mercadal, and I proudly served the sheriff's office for 12 years. But today I stand here as a sergeant, not as just a sergeant, but as a single mother of someone who represents many of the women working at OPSO. I work hard every day for my family. I have 3 wonderful biological children, ages 13, 16, and 10 months old, as well as a bonus baby I've taken in as my own while her mother works to get back on her feet, who is also 16 years old. They are my world, and every moment I have with them is precious. But as you all know, life isn't easy, and lately weight of my responsibilities have become heavier burden to bear. My youngest is 10 months old, goes through 2 cans of baby formula a week. Each can costs $19.99. He eats 21 jars of baby food a week, and each jar is $129. The cost adds up quickly, and each week it becomes harder to stretch my paycheck to cover the essentials. I shouldn't have to think about taking on a second job to feed my children when I already have a career to serve, and serve my community with pride. I love my job, and I'm proud to be a part of a team that comes together like a family, especially in tough times. I have to pick up 2 to 3 details a week to earn additional income, which means more hours after work spent away from home and my children. These long hours make it hard to be a mother to my children in a way they deserve. I want to be there to spend quality time with them so they don't get sucked into the world around them. I want to learn the latest dance to make TikToks with them and make meaningful memories. I want to be able to spend more time here on earth with my children and not just working more and more to get by. I know I'm not alone feeling this way. We are a family here. We just support like family. We support each other in hard times. Today I'm asking for your support in seeing us, the hard work men and women of this department, and understanding what we face. I hope you can see it in your heart to help us and so many others find a balance we need to give our all at work.
Thank you, Ms. Mercadal.
Thank you.
Mr. Michael Burnside, followed by Mr. Belden Batiste.
Michael Burnside, 2215. I was operating under a misunderstanding. I didn't realize there were going to be 2 presentations. I was unable to find the handout for a second presentation. So I have a whole bunch of questions here that you undoubtedly answer in your upcoming presentation, which of course would be a waste of everybody's time to ask you now. So I'll make a couple of comments and then go sit down. Your overtime's 25%. That's obviously a screaming need to hire people. In fact, you're only paying them $20K on average for an FTE. That's not what they take home. It's what it costs you to have them. Is very low for city employment. There are 2 departments cheaper than you are, one of which is sanitation, the other which is park and parkways. Other than that, everybody in the city is making more money than you guys are. An idea that you may touch on in your upcoming presentation, but you may not, is the city police have a PCAB, Police Community Advisory Board. For however poorly they may or may not be functioning, the idea at least is worth considering that you might consider a sheriff's community advisory board, because a lot of people who are not criminals do not end up inside jails, and therefore they do not know what it is like inside a jail. So they're out of sight, out of mind is probably one of your biggest fights. The better job you do, the more you're ignored. And so this is a problem if you're in a jail where they make weapons out of pieces of construction material that was left behind you by a contractor that you will not sue for some reasons that I do not understand. Because if I were in charge of a jail in which people were making weapons out of the jail, I would say, dear contractor who made my jail, why are you weaponizing my employees? I misspoke, not my employees, my residents, I think they're called. My brain's going, I apologize to all of you, but I hope you have a good forward movement in trying to solve the problems that do affect all of us. Because as one lady explained to me, here in New Orleans, every family's got somebody in jail.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Belden Batiste, followed by Mr. Bruce Riley.
Good morning, OT. I got to leave, so I'm going to stay in the 2 minutes, but I need to make a comment for Stella, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm here to talk about the sheriffs. Joe Giroux, so you know I call you the money man, right? So I'm asking that these sheriffs get a pay raise. For too long, they have struggled. We have helped everybody else. These sheriffs bust their butt. So I'm asking that you get them 25 to 30. Now, Joe, I know you might complain about that, but try, Joe. But anyway, also, I'm here to speak about the sheriff. You know, we got Troop Nola here. Troop Nola is, I think, doing an all right job till they make Noonie mad. But anyway, they're throwing them in the jail. They're throwing a lot of people in the jail. So the jail is overcrowded, OT. And we're asking the sheriff to deal with the overcrowded on the jail. But who's going to give her that money? Who's going to make the budget big? So this lady did a good presentation. I'm asking you, Eugene. I'm asking Leslie. OT, I'm going to call Freddie King, Helena, and JP. We need to fund the sheriff. We need to fully fund the sheriff, because these officers bust their butt, and I hear a lot of sheriffs say they're leaving, and when they leave, we don't want those people out on, the street, so we better keep these people and let's pay them. Pay them like y'all pay the NOPD. The other thing is, I want to speak about Stella. Stella do a great job, A1 job. just dealing with me is a job. You know what I'm saying? So I'm asking you to fully fund the monitor. I'm asking y'all to fully fund her. Joe, you know I'm gonna call you 19 times, right? So anyway, fund Stella, and also I want to speak about the PCAPs, OT. The community has been left out with the PCAPs. You know, the chief was here. You know, I had something. I didn't speak because I'd put on a show, but I know y'all trying to do something. So I'm just asking y'all to do that. I got to run. My son called me, needs some food. But I expect to hear from y'all. Fund the sheriff, fund Stella, and you'll keep Noonie quiet.
Thank you. Thank you for your community involvement.
I made a mistake. Fund the lady at the juvenile justice too. You know, fund her. And one more person is here. Give that young lady a job, Braisha. She worked 24 hours. She helped me with my kids. Well, give her a raise before she get the job. Thank you.
And what's that turn? Let them have it. Mr. Riley, followed by Mr. Raekwon Johnson.
Bruce Riley vote. I don't know how I can follow that, but give everybody a raise is definitely important. You know, the rent's too damn high. But you know, I just wanted to mention, I didn't see anything in the budget about the construction costs and all that and where that's going. And maybe it doesn't belong in your budget. Maybe it's a different part of the budget. But it just seems odd that we're not going to talk about what seems to be one of the larger project budgets in the whole city. And we also know that it's going over, right? It's supposed to be done right about now, right? And so that's going to add up to more and more. Last time the money got squirreled away from Parks and Rec, which we all voted for the money to go to Parks and Rec, not to get squirreled into a jail construction. So I don't even know if that's legitimate. But, you know, I don't know if the increase in staffing costs accounts for the staffing of the new facility too. But like it seems like it should be going way up. And so y'all need way more money for this jail if you think you're going to do all the things you're going to do. $3.7 million on building maintenance and repair of a relatively new building, that seems like a whole heck of a lot. But the most important thing I wanted to say, two quick things. One is there's still $1 million in proposed revenue from phones here. We've been having that conversation for a long time, and so I'd like to get into, you know, why we can't get free phones for folks. And secondly, as I mentioned about the law libraries, people should have access either to a library or on tablets to the information. And then finally, y'all need to put some funding into medication-assisted treatment. This is a triage location for the most concentrated space of people struggling with addiction in our whole city. And so if we can't provide some treatment at that point of contact, we can't fool ourselves that we're doing something else under the bridge or on this side of the street or whatever. This is a real opportunity for medication-assisted treatment like Suboxone. There's an issue where that's really cheap in the pill form, but you have to logistically move people around, and I know the sheriff has troubles with that. But then there's a shot form which is more expensive, which you can give people monthly. And so one way or the other, we really need to start treating people with medicines that have been proven to work. And this is me talking. This is all the doctors you know talking. So please fund that. Thank you.
Mr. Riley, Mr. Raekwon Johnson, and the last speaker on this issue before we go to online comments is Chief Christopher Goodley. Mr. Johnson.
God damn, I can't see. Good afternoon. My name is Raekwon Johnson. I'm here to represent the dedicated men and women of our department. We work long hours, 12 to 16 hours. This takes a toll, not just physically and mentally, but on our families too. I like to find a better balance so I can spend more time with my kids and be present for them beyond the sacrifices I make for work. Inside the jail, we face daily challenges. It's very overcrowded, and the intake center is stretched beyond capacity, making an already dangerous environment even more precautionary. Some night, one of my colleagues, they manage an entire floor by themselves due to chef shortages, and I know they mentioned we have 71% females. The deputy that's running that whole floor by herself is a female. We're outnumbered, and the risk is real. Staff shortages are worsening as burnout grows. Many of us work 12-hour shifts with only one day off each week, pushing our limits. Also, infrastructure is another critical issue. Broken doors prevent us from securing violent inmates, and with only one working elevator, response times suffer, leaving us vulnerable. Our maintenance team is doing all it can, but they're under-resourced with the jail in this state. The risk increased for everyone. The risk increased for everyone inside. A pay increase will boost morale, reduce turnover, and attract new recruits, which we need to secure and keep my colleagues from seeking employment elsewhere due to unsafe conditions and work overload. Truthfully, not all recruits will stay due to demand, but when they increase pay raise, we can keep the flow of new people coming in. Our sheriff and the entire team remain committed to our work as we demonstrated during Mardi Gras and even beyond, providing support to NOPD. Whether securing the jail or patrolling the districts, we remain committed, but we cannot keep up the pace without your support. This is not about making our jobs easier. It's about ensuring the safety and sustainability of our jail and community. It's about giving me and my coworkers the chance to live a decent lifestyle, to feel safe in our roles, and to be there for our families outside of saving others and protecting those in our custody. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Chief Goodley.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Chris Goodley, and as many of you may know, I spent over half of my law enforcement career with the NOPD. Now, it's no secret, NOPD has a very, very difficult job, and the work they do is very important. But they are often recognized for their efforts. That recognition is often observed by the council through fair and competitive compensation. As I started my career with NOPD, I was fortunate enough to reap some of those benefits. However, there are two sides to the law enforcement component in the city. Currently, I have the privilege to work with the great members of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. And this gives me a unique perspective of seeing the important roles both law enforcement agencies contribute to keeping our city safe. NOPD's role is to investigate, locate, and arrest those members in our society that are suspected of being engaged in criminal activity and bring those individuals to jail, which is the Orleans Justice Center, to await the adjudication process. Once an individual is located and arrested, the encounter between NOPD and the suspect normally is concluded within a few hours in most cases. That is when the suspect is brought to the OJC. The Orleans Justice Center is staffed by the great deputies and the staff of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Some of you may have already heard from those members come before me. The primary role of the OPSO is the care, custody, and control of the residential population currently awaiting to complete the adjudication process by the courts. Now, we all believe in a judicial process whereby a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. However, majority of the jail population are being held on for suspicion of committing some very violent acts, to include murder, rape, robbery, and gang activity. Therefore, deputies face many challenges and could have a very dangerous encounter on any given workday. It takes a very special person, a dedicated person, a trained person with the right temperament to take on this great responsibility. Their encounters with individuals do not last for hours, but in duration, many of these cases last for several months to years to be adjudicated. This is a very huge responsibility, and it requires very important work. It is my firm belief that the work these deputies perform every day is no more or less important component of the law enforcement process, and these deputies should be compensated fairly for those duties. Now, noble and wise members of the council, you have been bestowed upon you a huge yet difficult responsibility of balancing a $1.4 million budget. It's not about Sheriff Hudson, it's about—
Chief, how much longer do you have to go?
20 seconds. 20
Okay.
seconds. It's not about Sheriff Susan Hudson. This is not about anyone on the leadership team for OPSO advocating for a pay raise. This is about the members, the dedicated staff that work hard every day to get them a decent living wage they so much, quite frankly, need and deserve. With that, I say thank you.
Thank you. We have another last card from Brian Faybright, 3300 Wall Boulevard. Mr. Faybright.
Councilmember Thomas, after this comment card, if I could ask a question?
Yeah. Mr. Favorite.
How you doing? How y'all doing?
We're doing good, Mr.
This is my second time doing this. I'm gonna just say this is my second time doing this, asking for more money. If I was your child, if I was one of your family members, would I have to ask you for any money? I wouldn't. If it comes to your doorstep, then you understand what I'm saying. I sat back there and once again, I'm real passionate about this, and I saw all those numbers, and we once again talking about numbers. And would you work for $15 an hour? Would you sit as a council person for $15 an hour? Would you sit for $18 an hour? How much would it cost for you to be sitting in that seat? Think about it. Feel it. We do a different job than NOPD, but we do a job. That's real simple. I want to be simple and honest. I didn't write anything down. We do a job, a job. How much do you get paid for your job? All of my comrades want to get paid for their job, just their job. They want to buy some milk like I wanted to buy 2 years ago for my son that cost too much. Now I want to buy a house and I can't buy a house. But I'm a distinguished law enforcement member, and law enforcement all around the nation don't get paid. But we're about to have a Super Bowl. We're about to put lights on a bridge. Let's pay the people for their job. Your job is your job, my job is mine. I want to get paid like you want to get paid, because I'm sure if the check didn't come through, you wouldn't be sitting in the seat. Just like if the votes didn't come through, you wouldn't be either. I love all y'all, and I'm here for everybody, but I couldn't sit there without saying something. We just want to get paid for the job that we do, and if you don't know about the job that we do, come on to the jail, come on to everything that we do, all of this social media and all of this stuff that we have to show you so we can get paid for our job. Who do you have to show for you to get paid for your job?
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Sheriff, I hear the plea and the passion of your officers, and I get it, but I would ask that you provide us with sort of a breakdown of, so currently people make around $18.45 to start as a base.
Yes.
What are you trying to get them to? That's what I didn't hear.
We are trying to get our deputies, the national average is 24.
So you're trying to get them up to 24 as a base?
That would be a base. That would be great for us.
And then do you have a breakdown in like bands? So you get paid $24 your first year. What about your second year? Is there automatic increases?
Well, we're working on our pay plan, and our Director of Human Resources, Pam Randall, is here. She and our Director of Payroll, Martina Jackson, are here. We're working on our pay plan for steps and what's the other part? Same as the city's pay plan, so that we, for years of service, education, et cetera. So we're working on that, which we'll bring to the council next year.
Next year. So you don't have that currently? You don't have the pay plan currently?
We have a draft for you.
Can you provide it?
Yeah,
that to us?
absolutely.
Because it's hard to say where you're going to make these increases and see it without understanding what the steps are. If we're paying a first-year sheriff $24, then how does that impact going up all the way up to leadership?
Yeah.
Are you planning on freezing leadership so you can pay people down the line? I mean, these are the questions that are going through my mind as I hear the impassioned pleas for additional money, which I totally get, but I just, the data is missing, and I would like to have it, and I think our other council members would like to have that as well.
And we will definitely provide that to you. Chief Brown will help us get that to you.
Okay, the other thing is, and I think you're going to get into this on your next presentation, but I just want to touch upon it here. The number of people in the jail have increased. Is that because of Troop NOLA and arrests made by Troop NOLA?
We're not able to, with the old jail management system,
You can't
really break
correlate
it down by which agency, but we've been steadily rising this year, since the beginning of this year, when all these things started taking effect. So it's been going up, again, 3 to 7% each month.
And are you seeing, I saw in the other presentation, you're seeing an increase in the number of state-charged misdemeanors, and what's that about?
You know, we roughly, about 9,000 people cycle through this jail per year.
Yeah.
And we're looking at almost between 20 and 25% of those are state misdemeanors only. No other warrants, no other holds. And so that is a lot. They get out quickly. We only have 44 still in our custody, but that is a tremendous labor cost for us. And we still have to hold them. They're still, you know, it stresses our facilities.
Sure.
These 1,500 people being in custody are stressing the plumbing, the electricity, every part of the system. And so that's a huge amount for people who are going to get out anyway. So we've talked to the all of our partners, the state police, the NOPD, and all about that, and asking them to be more mindful of those, as the city council asked them to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the state is going to impose new laws upon us, and we've said this to other agencies, if the state is going to impose these new laws without a correlation in the amount of money that the state provides, then that's really unfair to the city. It's unfair to the people who work with you. It's unfair to our citizens because that increases tax burden theoretically because we have to fund you additional money. So, you know, it would be interesting, and if you can provide a data, or I know you have a new system as well.
That comes in March, but we do want to try and get you some better numbers before this next revenue session starts, so that you'll have that available.
Just to correlate source of intake versus, is it NOPD, is it Troop NOLA, is it some other law enforcement agency? So we can then make the correlating request to our state delegation to get additional funding for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Online comments?
The first one is from Ermisha. She says, our staff is underpaid. We are working long 14 to 16-hour shifts 5 days a week to make ends meet and away from our family and kids. The next one is from Desiree Brown, who says, Dear Council Member, as an employee of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, I am reaching out to urge your support for a critical budget increase for our agency. We are currently facing financial challenges that are making it increasingly difficult to fulfill our mission. We respectfully ask that you take a close look at the data presented by Sheriff Susan Hudson and our leadership team, which details the responsibilities our team undertakes and the resources needed to operate effectively. Much of the work we perform is unseen by the public, given the limited access to jail operations. However, our responsibilities are no less essential to public safety and community well-being than those of other members of the broader law enforcement community. Each day, our team works to uphold high standards of care, security, and rehabilitative services for incarcerated individuals while striving to maintain our household with inflated expenses. Our team members are working hard, often going above and beyond in challenging conditions. We are committed to making a positive difference in our community, yet we can only continue this progress with the appropriate funding. This increase will support essential initiatives such as staff raises to retain skilled personnel, enhanced training programs, improved facility conditions, and overall safety and accountability measures. We ask for your consideration in this budget cycle as OPSO's mission of safety, justice, and integrity directly benefit the entire community. Thank you for your attention to this important matter and for your commitment to a safer and stronger Orleans Parish. The next comment is from Raekwon Johnson, who commented in person, so I won't read that one. And the final comment is from Jaquetta Shaw. A raise is very necessary for all OPSO employees. I only make $15.35 an hour. My rent is $1,200 plus high energy bills. I do not receive any assistance. I always have to buy food. The salary at OPSO cannot pay my bills. I have to work a lot of overtime. My son works at the Panda Express and he gets paid $15.50 an hour. He also works at Target and makes the same thing. How can a family be supported off of the current OPSO salary? They cannot. It's simple. The cost of living has increased so much, and with little pay, families are really struggling. It is imperative that we at OPSO receive a raise across the board and ASAP, not some long process. And those are all of the comments.
Councilmember King.
I wanted to respond to Officer Fade Wright's comments. Definitely understand what you're saying. I know that what you all do behind the scenes. You put your lives on the line. I don't think folks realize how dangerous that job could be. I hear from Officer Beers all the time when I see her out and about. Have family in the jail, so I definitely understand. Your words have not fallen on deaf ears for myself or colleagues on the council.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Green.
I did also want to emphasize, interestingly enough, the same thing, that we do see the work that is being done and we recognize how important it is. I want to, before I bring up a budget issue, I want to thank the Sheriff's Office, because the Sheriff's Office does work in areas that people don't recognize. I appreciate your support for victims of crimes, for the work that you do to emphasize the need to work to reduce domestic violence in our, in our city. And it doesn't get beyond me that, for example, at the domestic violence event of the other day, someone who was accused of murdering their partner was in the jail at the time that we were having an event right there. So I want to let you all know that I recognize, and I think that we all see the fact that you all are that line that is between some of the most violent people in our city and our public, which deserves safety. So I appreciate that. I do want to say this, and I think that we've all alluded to it today, and I know that it's going to be a subject of discussion, but the state needs to get involved financially, more than they've been involved. According to your budget alone, city appropriations for medical and operating are $87 million. The state of Louisiana puts up about $5 million, unless this line item called on behalf is state. What is that last item? On behalf? Let's say it's $15 million that the state puts up. I'm reading to you line items that say the city's taxpayers put up $87 million, which is through us. I know that there's more that can be done, and I want to get it done. I know that we're going to scrub the budget. We're going to do what we can to identify the resources. I just want everybody here to know that we're not ignoring you. But then on the other hand, we had lines of people who came after the assessor revealed his numbers, and we heard concerns that people were going to lose their houses, not be able to pay their bills, not be able to send their children to the schools that they were sending them to because of the tax increases that might result. So we as a council made a very deliberate decision, a difficult decision, that we weren't going to roll forward our millage, and it does affect the ability to invest additional resources in the areas in which we want to address them. So we heard the public and we hear you. And I want to let you know that I'm going to do all that I can, working with our budget chair and our council, to identify potential support. But I'm not going to sugarcoat an issue that we need to address, and that we need to address in a unified fashion. $87 million in city appropriations for a system that works with state laws and also has to respond to state mandates. Yet I see really on the books about $5 million in state revenues. I appreciate these numbers. It's something that we need to be deliberate about and work with the state and our state legislators to get more money out of them. But we will give consideration to everything that has been mentioned today to do what we can, but we need to work together with the state of Louisiana and address some of these mandates that the city has that are unfunded by the state.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Sheriff, for that part, especially the budget part. Anyone who was listening, and that was the second year in a row that Deputy Favorite made a passionate appeal, not just as an employee, but as a man and a father. And anyone who didn't understand that or feel that, especially doesn't understand, or you're disconnected to the plight, and I'm going to say specifically, especially of black men in this country and black men in this community. When you mentioned the percentage of female deputies, kudos to the women and young women who stepped up to the plate. But if you felt, Deputy Favorite, we need to deal with those realities in this community. The CNBC report, not that it's important to the press or other people, said that black men and boys are being left out of the nation's economy. Where's the program or effort to rectify that? If you're familiar with the criminal justice system, for decades, 90 and 95% of the people who go through the system are black men and boys. Right here in the city of New Orleans, the report commissioned by Nola B.A. and Rod Miller several years ago said that 54% of black men and boys of working age were unemployed right here in our city. It said they were unemployed even though 14% of them passed a drug test, had some expertise in the field of discipline, and had transportation. So I would hope that given the numbers that you highlighted, and given everyone who's in charge of an agency, whether it's private or public, that we're conscious of that, especially given what happens on the street with black men and boys. And for my colleagues up here, we say we want black men and boys to be missing from the community, missing from the house, missing from the job, missing from the schools, but vote in a voting booth? So you want to exclude me from every other important part of society, but you're going to talk about me for voting. That's some bull. And anybody who didn't feel that young man for the second year in a row, he wasn't just speaking for himself. So I would hope that there's some look at honoring our women and young women who stepped up to the plate, but also being conscious of who's missing from the economy, especially when they expect you to be the head of the household.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen and amen. We're going to transition to our criminal justice really briefly because I know the police monitor is waiting, but there's just a couple of points we want to get into as we talk about what's going on in the facility. So I'm going to ask our Chief of Corrections, Jay Mallett, to come up, and Deputy Chief Christopher Goodley. And I was much remiss in forgetting somebody very important that I want to recognize. In the 180-year history of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, there's never been a woman chief deputy or a black woman chief deputy. And I want to recognize Chief Deputy Inga Berry, who is the number 2 in the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Charge it to my head, not my heart.
Well,
Chief.
I think you're the first too, right?
I'm the first black woman sheriff in the state of Louisiana.
Okay.
And I'm bringing along a first run along with me, but she earned it. She comes from a law enforcement family, NOPD, NOPSO. So she stepped up to the plate for us. Thank you, Chief.
First follow first.
Yes. We're going to go into just a couple of slides. We don't necessarily need to get to too many because I know there's a lot going on. But what we're our deputies are out there in the community, and those will be working under Chief Goodley, who's over our patrol functions. We're going to continue to do our community safety work and patrolling deputies. We had 60 deputies out in the field night and day in all 8 districts during the hurricane. We're going to continue to do that during storms where we don't have, our population in the jail moving around much. We'll continue to work with Mardi Gras as long as the city asks us to bring more deputies in here. I think we average around 200, and then we bring close to 200 deputies as well to the table. And we're going to continue to work on the human trafficking and all that surrounds the Super Bowl as well. I wanted to talk about, can we get to, yes. There's one slide I do want to show, which is slide 4. Oh, thanks, Major. And just showing the number of hours that our deputies perform out in the field. And that's the men and women in black, all those in uniform here today. They're out there in the streets also protecting and serving. That's really important for us to let you know that they are a part of this equation. Now, my main job is to guard the court and the jail, but this is the work of their hearts. And so I always want to support what they champion and what they love to do. We want to get into the next one with the jail population real quick. As you can see, it's continuing to go up. You can see probation cases, parole cases, all that is within your packet there. Sentence DOC, that's a very small number. We continue to get those folks out the door a lot. We're processing misdemeanors as fast as we can, but we have enough deputies for 800 people population. So we are almost double that for the number of deputies that we have. We are at 55% staffing. And Chief Mallett was going to go through all these things for you, but I'm trying to go kind of quickly, and he'll be here to answer any questions if we need to. Looking at the next slide, 6, this is one of the most important points. As the council has mandated 1250, we can be down below that number. We can get down to the 800 number if we continue to drop the number of days that people are in custody who are already going to get out. If we can get into those 30-day range, that would be even better for us. That's something we want to work with everybody, the public defender, the prosecutors, the judges, all of that to be more efficient with resources and to bring that number down to a manageable size for us. The ability to, at this rate, it impacts our ability to get people to medical care, to court, to be able to get programming in the jail. All of those things require a deputy to be available.
Excuse me, Sheriff. I just want to add, I did receive a text from public defenders and some other defense attorneys, and they also mentioned how it's difficult for them to have access to their clients and provide them adequate representation with the issues with the overcrowding.
Yeah, we're under, and we talked about the action plans that we're under to comply with the consent judgment. That requires us to put deputies in certain places in the pods. They're required to be there at all times. That takes up the number that can be elsewhere. And so it's a catch-22 for us. But we know the programming brings down violence. It gives people hope. It helps them to get somewhere. And that's where we're trying to get. But even I didn't realize, I thought we were in the 5,000 to 7,000 range. We had 9,000 people over the last year cycle through this jail, 9,000. That is the work of the men and women of this department has just been tremendous. See our average daily population. We talked about the juveniles. Those are special. They're taking up an entire 60-person pod, and there are 20 of them. But that's what we have to do to keep them segregated and safe. So we talked about our overpopulation. I want to talk to you briefly about our jail reduction efforts, population reduction efforts. We have Deputy Sergeant Favorite and Attorney Virginia Ryan are a part of our jail population management unit. We are drilling down on the numbers to see who's in here, what reasons are they in here for? Is it DOC? Is it probation and parole? What are those issues? And we've met with every actor in the system to talk about recommendations to be more efficient, to get people out of this jail quicker. I had people call me and say, look, my friend's going to lose their job if they don't get out of here soon. But they're being held because they haven't been to court, etc. I met a man in our honor pod, which we're going to talk about in a minute, who had been here 5 years awaiting trial. He said he had only been to court 6 times in that 5 years. But needless to say, compliance with the consent judgment, and I know Major Phipps is going to say I'm preaching to the choir, we need those deputies to be able to do all the things that the consent judgment requires. I want to highlight one quick thing, resident behavioral management. We have something called the Honor Pod, and that was spearheaded by Lieutenant Michael Lewis, who's here. This is a best practice from the federal government. It's called Strategic Inmate Management. It's where we meet their needs. It's intense supervision. It's dealing with issues going on with them, and that includes our program management, clinical programs folks. They told us when we assessed them, 60 out of 60 had no place to go when they left. I think 45 out of 60 said they were probably going to reuse substances when they left. And then you can see 60% said they're dealing with PTSD, substance abuse, mental health, etc. while they're in there. But in this pod, we have gone from a few issues or fights to 0 this month because of this program. We need to do that everywhere in the jail, but again, deputies are necessary to do that. And we have 24 pods. We're doing it in one. We want to thank all our partners doing the reunification and reentry. We believe that families are very important in this process to get them connected to that. Our new tablet provider who will be giving phone calls and video calls. We have free video calls each week and free phone calls, but overall that system is not free, and that's what Mr. Riley was talking about trying to get. We want to thank all our partners who Congressman Carter's funds are paying for to come into the jail. We're kicking off our clinical programs, but we want to do more. We want to assess everybody in the jail. We want to have reentry plans for everybody, but that requires us to have, again, deputies to be able to get to these folks, assess them, do all this work. We're transporting the entire population of the jail over to court every month. And we want to work with the court. We thank the court and Chief Judge Davalier for coming in and advocating for our deputies today. We want to sit down with her. I'm going to respond to her letter to you as well and talk about the components of court's security. There are 4 components. There's jail population, which is a driver of the number of people in the court. There's deputies, there's the orders of the court, and there's the physical building itself that also needs help. There was an assessment in 2013 that we want to go through with them to work on. It requires putting together a working group of all stakeholders, a task force, putting a plan together, and going forward on that. Lastly, I want to just get to our staff survey. Again, we don't want to overstate the need, but it's big. Our team needs help. We put the information in your packets in 17 and 18 about what they're dealing with, what's hurting morale, what hurts retention. We're doing that work. I had been asked about that, I think, my first year at the budget, about what's going on. I believe that was Councilmember Harris that asked me about that. So we're surveying our team. We're getting the information to you. We want to do right by them. And before I take it over for questions, did I forget anything, Chief Mallett?
I think you did a good job covering everything.
All right, and Chief Goodley, anything you want to add in here?
Nothing to add. I'm open to any question you might have, though.
Major Phipps on compliance?
Yes, just one quick thing. I would like the council members to understand that we're asking, you have staff that's crying for a raise. We can't currently staff the facility. So to put it into numbers and to put it in perspective for you, until we're able to pay a living wage to hire and retain staff, we're going to remain under this consent judgment, which means the city will continue to pay out on a consent judgment for monitors for everyone that's involved, because everything dealing with this particular consent judgment surrounds staffing. If the staffing's not there, we will not be able to meet the other obligations. We can put together as many corrective action plans in concert with our partners, but unless we have the staff to actually implement those things, then we're going to continue to struggle.
Thank you, Major. Any questions for us?
Yeah, I have some, then Councilmember Green, and then Councilmember Harris. I'm going to go back to Major. Is the staffing plan complete?
Yes.
There's a final copy?
Yes.
We got a draft, but I haven't seen I see Councilmember Harris putting up her hand in the air. Right.
Sure
well, is there a difference then between the staffing plan and the pay plan? Those are 2 separate plans?
Yeah, the pay plan is about steps and grades, just as the city did about 10 years ago for its workforce. The staffing plan, which has been changed since Chief Mallett came into here about a month ago. How long you? No, 2 months.
77 days.
So.
Not that you're counting.
But we are now have mandatory overtime, so it's changed up. We've worked with our monitors, with the federal courts to look at exactly who needs to be where. And we're even now working to move everybody that we're going to be in programming to different floors. That's this leadership that we've gotten here from Chief Mallett we're really grateful for, so that we can have a particular floor where we can provide a lot of programming. So we do have a new staffing plan that he's put in place, and we will provide that to you.
Thank you. Has the new staffing plan been provided to the federal court?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Has the court ordered any of the defendants to pay more money for staffing?
We have not asked them to yet.
Well, I guess my point is there's been a big thing made about compliance with the consent decree. The judge has not been shy about forcing things on the city.
Yeah.
We can all agree about that.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if funding is the sine qua non, the thing that has to be done to get there, then A, why hasn't there been a request to do that? And then B, why the judge hasn't ordered?
Well, number one, Chief Mallett worked with our monitors to get this staffing plan and the mandatory overtime in place. That is about, I think, $5 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we put in place with our monitors and fully with the court's knowledge. And then we came to you, our partners in this, to ask for your help with it. So we're trying to work through that political process. If it has to go back that way, we can, but we would rather work out something that works for the entire city, and we can all plan and budget and manage this.
But you see my point, though, right, is there isn't anything by the court who's overseeing. We don't get to oversee this. We are your partner for purposes of funding, but we're not your partner for purposes of the consent decree. that's the federal judge. And so the judge
Well,
is the
to
one
a
who
certain
oversees
extent,
it.
you are. Like, you pay for the medical and mental health care, which is a huge part of the budget. Facilities, phase 3, all of those things. So you are in there, the mix with us as well. But again, we haven't taken the adversarial route. We've taken the partnership route.
I guess what I'm struggling with, though, is if the court felt that this was something that was needed, it hasn't been presented to the court, and the court hasn't mandated that it happen.
That has not happened yet, no.
Okay, all right.
We have had conversations with the monitors who agree with our approach here, and we've worked very closely with them to even build out the plan. So we do believe it will get court approval, because we work with them to build it.
Right. And when do you expect to have court approval?
You know, it depends on what's about to happen with the budget, I assume, because we want to bring all of that at once to the court to say, look, this is our plan to get into compliance. Here's what we need to get into compliance. Here's what we've gotten so far.
And do you think the court will mandate that in the absence of a pay plan?
We've not had any discussions with them about pay plan.
Well, I understand, but I mean, but listen, I think I don't want to speak for you, but I think the point Councilmember Harris is making is the sheriff's office is asking the city for more money. Part of the more money is based on having more people and having a pay plan for hiring more people. And if you don't have not you, Sheriff Hudson, the sheriff's office, does not have a pay plan, then it makes it hard to have that ask.
Well, we have a draft of the pay plan to finalize and bring to you, but I'm not sure that's exactly the court's purview, but it could be as a part of our budget conversations that we have quarterly as a part of the consent judgment. But that's the route we've been trying to take first, and we're not finished finalizing it.
And then where does the sheriff's office stand on tying into BRASS, the system that the city provides on accounting?
I'm not sure what tying into means. The city has always had access to our AS400 system to look at any of our expenditures that they want to have a password and ability to get in there. We have not settled on BRASS because it does not meet our needs and the state legislative auditor has told us to go out and for RFP for our new financial system, which will bring us out of the 80s into the 2020s. So we have not done that yet, but if BRASS wants to bid in that, we're glad to be a part of that, but they've got to meet our needs as far as inventory and all the other financial needs we have.
Ms. DeLarge, can I ask you that question? Is there something BRASS doesn't do that the sheriff's office needs? Because it just makes sense if we're paying 80% of the freight, that the accounting system matches up to make apples to apples.
Yeah, so we would need to get those specifications that are needed, and I can confer with the Department of Finance on that.
Yeah, I think that'd be great, because as your partner, we want to make sure that we're doing things together and that make a lot of sense. And if there's something in BRASS that doesn't work to meet, first of all, your needs, both as running the jail and being the sheriff, but also that isn't complying with Louisiana law, we want to make sure that we're doing that and making it as easy as possible for the sheriff's office.
Glad to, and we'll provide you with the response we've provided to the Inspector General twice now, which shows the details, all the things it doesn't do.
Right, I guess my point though is, put the OIG aside, not that they're irrelevant to the conversation. I'm trying to cut through the pragmatic quagmire, which is just, if BRASS isn't doing something and the CAO's office is sitting right here, and this is sort of our opportunity to talk about all that, I want to make sure that we can be joined at the hip and make it work for everybody. And the things that haven't happened, if they're not in the CAO's hand or ITI's hand, that we're making that as available as possible.
There's a current consultant that's helping to make BRASS better in the easier way. So this could be something we can bring forward with them
well,
too.
It just seems, Brandy, I guess two things. If you have the consultant on the one hand, and we're spending $30 million on this criminal justice overhaul, that part of that ought to be so the sheriff's system can work as proficiently as possible and speak to the city system. And look, I'm looking at Councilmember Thomas. My grandfather used to get in screaming matches.
You know what I was about to say?
Yeah, with Sheriff Fody, because he came in here with a sheet of paper, and that was his budget. And so,
No, but I think that's important, especially for the employees who are here and the people who are watching this. For decades, there's been an issue with having 80% of the responsibility, but only 20% of the relationship. So I think at some point moving forward, how do we make sure that that 80% of financial responsibility at least leads to a 50-50 relationship? And I think what some people are seeing now is those damaged relationships or those lopsided relationships actually affecting people who are working hard right now, and that needs to be dealt with. And we have a chance to do that now.
Yeah, we look forward to that. We do want to be good partners, and we would like to plan. We would like to be able to plan out all of our needs so I can take care of the men and women of this department. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
I think Councilmember Green was before me. Do you want to go ahead, or you want me to go?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Green.
That's okay.
So I apologize.
No. You don't have to apologize. It's just
no
no issue.
You know, I got jumped on for going out of town.
You'll never get jumped on for me for a little mistake like that. Jail population reduction efforts. We got to make sure that we don't backslide and that our citizens remain confident that our city's safety of our residents is paramount. So I'm going to ask you to identify the two last categories, give examples to the public of what you mean and what sort of summons could have been issued. Who are you working with to have the summons issued instead of people being brought to the jail? So if you could go to the second to the last one, what kind of incidents are you talking about relative to the 1,800 individuals that could have been issued a summons, and what discussions are being had with whomever is responsible for making those arrests to issue a summons instead?
As I was telling Councilmember Harris, we're not able to give you the percentage breakdown between NOPD and state police right now, but we're working towards that. The ancient system that we have is going to be replaced.
I was really more focused on the incidents.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The incidents.
The types of incidents, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
It'll be things like theft, drugs, sometimes like criminal damage, minor criminal damage, stuff like that. Sometimes it's...
I understand. You can't just say it might be drugs. Selling drugs?
Possession.
Possession. So you're going to be very specific.
Yeah.
Because the public doesn't want somebody who's selling drugs to children, for example, or selling drugs to somebody who's vulnerable to be issued a summons.
Yeah, we're not talking about major drug dealers. We're not talking about drug dealers.
Okay, all right. So if you could give those examples, that's why I'm asking, because I will be asked at the next meeting what kind of summons will be issued and what types of crimes we're talking about. They're still crimes.
They are, but it's $53,000 again a year to house somebody for some of these, like shoplifting or whatnot. So those are, this public's got a way. What do they want us to spend our resources on? And that's, and where are our deputies going to be at? We really need to have them on the people who are human trafficking and doing these types of things. We need to have them in that space, in my opinion.
I understand. I'm not being hypercritical, but I think the public needs to know. That's certainly going to be an issue. You use a number like 1,800 individuals, and you can't just say it's drugs, for example. People don't want somebody who's selling drugs to get away with just being issued a summons and then they don't show up. That's what some of the problems that we have in encampments, for example. People just go up and sell drugs because they feel that there's no consequence for them. A summons is not sufficient. But also, there is a bit of weighing that we have to do. We use an example of shoplifting, for example, and people who shoplift so blatantly and walk past people who are collecting the credit cards and the like. I don't know about issuing a summons if you're walking out with a basket full of stuff because you just feel that there's no consequence for it. There's a price to be paid by our business community, in terms of the services that we get. I just want us to be very careful, and of course we'll have that discussion. I want to be part of it, clearly, because we don't want to backslide on public safety because there's a cost involved with people not feeling as secure as they need to in our city too. Just let's look at that one carefully in terms of the summons that we issue. I want to issue summons. For example, there was somebody who was on a private piece of property and he was trashing the property. He refused to move even when the owner came by with a member of the New Orleans Police Department. He refused to move. He was issued a summons. The summons worked for him because a week later he was gone. Still took him a week on somebody else's property. I just want to make sure that we do that right, okay?
We'll provide you with that information. Did you want to add something, Major?
I just wanted to say, Councilman, so that the 1,800 that's mentioned deals with offenses that there is a specific municipal ordinance for which would have put that individual into municipal court. So it's not a felony, it's not a state misdemeanor for which there is not a municipal ordinance.
Give me some examples.
So, as the sheriff said, trespassing, simple battery, yes, sir.
Getting close. Getting close. Go ahead.
Those are all state,
You
we charge them
understand
with a
what I'm
state misdemeanor, and then they're stuck into our jail when they can't afford a bond, as opposed to sending them to municipal court where they can get the services that they need and actually not physically be in a building where we don't have the space currently.
I understand the concerns. We have to weigh them. Then when you get into issues like battery, somebody walking by and punching you in the head, as they're doing in other places, as a battery.
We're not talking about DV or any of those types of cases. We're talking about drunken brawls in the quarter, that type of stuff.
I know. Yeah. Let's just, you understand where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
Let's just be careful. Oh, and the other issue is juvenile offenses. So if you're no longer going to book adults, an adult who's arrested at age 18 for a crime that he committed, such as a gun crime at age 15, or if they're not going to be booked, what do you expect the police or others to do?
They'll go to juvenile court to be managed. So what our lawyers are saying is we don't have a legal right to even hold people for that. They've got to go to juvenile court and manage those cases. So we won't spend the time booking them, getting them in, moving them out over there. We'll just refuse them. They'll go straight over there and be managed through that process because we're being told that legally we don't have the right to hold them.
So does that withstand state scrutiny? For example, if you commit a crime at age 16 and you're not arrested until 17, and now 17, the state says you're an adult, you're saying that they still go back to juvenile court?
Yeah, because at the date it was committed. The offense was committed. They were still juveniles.
That's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm concerned about, crimes of violence, how they might be addressed if you find somebody 2 years after they've committed the crime, that the public needs to be safe. So you're saying that there will still be processing, but it'll be processing in the juvenile court,
yes.
Unless the juvenile court officers send it back to you.
Yeah, NLPD can take them over there and get them processed.
But they can send it back to you.
I'm sorry?
They can send it back to you.
Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe.
Sure.
Yes, they can.
Sure they can. Why wouldn't they? They have the ability to do it now. At the end of the day. Well, not now, but you know what I mean.
Well, for certain offenses, look,
The difference between being processed and where you're being held. That's not the same.
That's true. If the court orders it, that's possible.
Right, so let's give a very specific. If you're age 16 and you commit a crime involving a gun, but you're not arrested until 18, you're an adult then. So the difference between, that's a very specific example, but they're going to be out there like there. Because not everybody gets arrested immediately after they're found because the car that they're in is stopped, or they're found because they're arrested for something else. So if you're age 16 and you commit a crime, you don't get caught until age 18 and you're an adult, how do you no longer book them?
They're going over there to be processed and booked, and then we'll take the orders of the court from there. Would they go over there first?
Okay. That's fine. I don't need to go into the depth of it. I think that you kind of know where I'm going. I just want the public to feel safe and that there's going to be justice for those who have been victimized by crimes, and that in an effort to reduce the jail population, we don't create a system where we aren't providing the justice that people need who've been victimized by crimes. I'll be watching that closely, as I guess we all will be, based on this discussion, especially maybe that'll be part of the quarterly Criminal Justice Committee presentation that you make.
Councilmember, if you'd like more clarity on that, you could get with our staff at the next criminal justice meeting. It doesn't have to be quarterly; it could be monthly. If you'd like more clarity, we'll have maybe the sheriff address that if there's some more specifics.
I would just like the numbers.
But there's some differences in what we. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, very quickly, Sheriff. I'm struck by the page 17, the quotes from folks who are saying that after being employed with the sheriff for 20 years, $18 is equivalent to my work experience. And as an employee who's been employed one day and an employee who's been employed 10 plus years should not be receiving the same rate of pay. I mean, I think, again, this just goes back to the pay scale issue. And if you could just get that job plan over to us and finalized as soon as possible, because this to me is very striking, and it just reinforces the idea that you shouldn't have somebody who's been working at the jail for 20 years making $18 an hour. there's this other quote that says someone's making $15 an hour, but we know that the base is $18.45, which again is less than a lifeguard makes.
Right, for deputies, it's 18.
Okay.
Yes.
The other question on mandatory overtime, do you pay time and a half? What is the rate of pay?
Yeah.
It's time and a half?
Yes.
So if you're making $18.45, you get $18.45 plus half that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions from council members? Councilmember Green, any? Councilmember Giarrusso? Michael Burnside. Mr. Burnside. Yeah.
I had every intention of only speaking once, but like many of my intentions, I find myself not acting on it. So my brain's scattered and it's tired, and I'm probably not going to make a lot of sense, but I once upon a time was in a jail. I spent 28 days in Los Angeles County Jail, and it was quite an interesting experience. I could talk about it for more than 2 minutes, but it does give me some personal understanding, even though it happened back in 1991. My brother worked as a jail employee in Arizona for several years and married an MP, military police, which would be a police person in the military, of course, and she did many different jobs while she was an MP and got to watch some inmates for a little while. So I have zero problems trying to increase the pay for the young, God help me, I'm getting old, aren't I? The individuals behind me who are doing the work, right? But on the other hand, separation of powers is raising its ugly head. So we have a civil service. It's professional. It deals with all the city employees. It's got staff. It seems to me that the sheriff's office could engage in some kind of contract. I don't have the right words because I don't know an MOU from an RFQ to an RFQ, but whatever it is, a nice contract from lawyers, where you just hire the city civil service to do this work for you. And, you know, maybe they make 5% administrative fee or whatever, but there's no real reason for everybody to be so separate. You have the power, you're elected by the people. If you say no, no it is. But in the road to yes, all the help you can get from people who are already doing this job and has made it their profession would solve a lot of problems with pay plans and staffing plans and a lot of other things. And it's just something I wanted to come up here and say, so thank you for letting me.
Sheriff, thank you for your presentation. There aren't any more cards. I think, first of all, the passionate appeal to the council by your employees and the men and women who work with you, definitely one unnoticed and unfelt, and we've gotten them a couple of years in a row. But as I was thinking, there's a bigger problem here, especially in this city. You know, I was part of a council a decade or so ago that actually we passed a living wage. And the courts ruled that our living wage was unconstitutional. We said that anybody who lived within Orleans Parish needs to be able to make a certain wage. We thought that was the right thing to do. This state, many of the conservative courts overruled that, so we weren't able to do that. But there are a lot of employees for agencies, to my colleagues, that because of politics or they feel like they can't come here to say what we heard from a lot of the men and women who are here today. But it brings me to a bigger problem, Councilmember Green. There was a time in New Orleans where you could get by. You know, I know for years my father didn't have a job or retired as a laborer, making the barely minimum, and you could survive with your family. And there's been a time for my colleagues for far too long where we expect the people who work here to get by. Well, they were able to get by on the way to just being passed by. And so now they're just being passed by. And from teachers to public employees to the men and women who work for you, Sheriff Hudson, we expect them to do now what my mom and dad did, or what people did decades before them. And New Orleans is not a place where you can get by anymore. People are being pushed out of the core of the city. People can't even go back and live in the neighborhood where they grew up, where they had property. So at some point, there has to be a movement, especially with what we're in control of, where folk know they at least know they're getting a saving wage, a living wage. Oh no, a saving wage.
Amen.
Yeah, get a wage where you can put something on the side. Because especially in our community, we don't even have generational wealth anymore. So hopefully this discussion gets us to take a look at the budget, that enormous fund balance that we have, that I've never seen one that big before, where we can take a look at how we can impact, especially with the people who work with us and for us, where we can help impact not just their future, but impact their now. So I just want you to know from one member of this council, the Budget Committee, and I've heard from others, that we need to take a serious look at what at least we can have control of, because folk in this city can't get by anymore, and we shouldn't expect them to get by anymore. But Councilmember Green's point is serious. At what point does the state right to work stay, where they just expect people to just take, have our legislators give us some freedom to create an environment here where, if nothing else, the people who live in New Orleans Parish can at least be expected to be respected when it comes to what they make. Sheriff Hudson, you want to close out?
Thank you so much. Appreciate you listening to our team. Every time I meet their families, it just becomes more poignant to me. So thank you for listening to them. Thank you for taking this into consideration, and we will follow up with all that information. We want to be good partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have JJIC and the great Miss Williams and her staff. Yeah, we want to thank our employees here. I watch Ms. Spears run back and forth, and all of our employees who work with us, and we have these long meetings, and very rarely do we ever thank them or acknowledge them. We can't pull these meetings off without it. So from Ms. DeLarge to Ms. Spears and to all of our support staff, thank y'all for what y'all do too, because we've been here a while. Ms. Williams, you can identify who's at the table with you and start your presentation.
Greetings, Council. Today, I'm here. I'm Ms. Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. I have with me Superintendent of Support Services, Ms. Lee Reisman, and our Fiscal Manager, Mr. Gabriel Bordenave.
And I'd just like to recognize that Ms. Williams is also the first Black female director of JJIC.
And there's no doubt about it. First name Stella, last name Braid. Celebrated.
All right. We ready?
Ms. Williams, you can start when you're ready.
Okay, so we will start with progress on our 2024 department goals. Safety and security, JJIC increased staffing in grounds patrol and also in residential life. Residential life is the staff that provides direct care services to youth in custody. We completed our camera upgrades with 360 vision and audio throughout the entire facility. So we are 24/7 eyes on, ears on. We purchased and we are prepping for our body cam implementation, and so the body cams will be used by direct care staff and also by grounds patrol. This will ensure proper coverage in the event that a situation occurs. It is to protect the youth and the staff within the facility. And we are in the designing and development phase of a JJIC transport team, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in my 2025 goals. Staff recruitment and retention. Critical hires have been made within the administrative team. I'm sure Councilmember Jeruso will be happy about that. For a long time, we had some vacancies in our administrative team, but we've hired a fiscal manager, a training coordinator, assistant superintendent, and for the first time in a long time, a security manager. So that resulted in reductions in vacancies in all of our departments, including dietary, maintenance, and supportive services. Continued professional development with the hiring of our new training coordinator in April of 2024. We've seen drastic improvements in staff professional development and training. More specifically, this training coordinator has met with each and every department, worked day in and day out to understand the needs of each and every department. And so she created and went out and got some training for maintenance. She's got some training for our dietary staff where everyone is Serve Safe certified. And then also she's working with the Grounds Patrol. That is something I will talk about in my 2025 goals in terms of some needs that we may ask to enhance that department. Our capital project execution, we received a notice to proceed and it has been issued for our pass-through door modifications, so the locks and the door mechanisms have been resolved, but now we are working to put pass-through slots in some of our doors, and so we have anticipated completion date of December 2024. Data management software improvement, we are working with the Justice Technology Modernization Program for that citywide initiative. We've submitted an RFP for a new solution. And so we are hoping to have a contract completed and in place by December of 2024. Rehabilitative and therapeutic programming is has reached historical numbers at JGIC. This is the first time in a very long time that JGIC has had a consistent flow of community partners. Working with the youth in our facility, I take pride in the community partners, and I know we're here to talk about budget today, but I'm also here to advocate for the need of community partners, not just inside JGIC, but in the communities as well on a preventative measure.
Real quick, Ms. Williams. Right here. Can you, haven't heard much of issues that's happening in JGIC as far as peer-on-peer. Even when I visit, they always say such a great and a better environment, let me say that, than what they come from. And you have a tough job. You have kids that sometimes society has kind of pushed it aside. What are some of the things that you are doing that we can help you with as relates to keeping the tension down and helping their behavior improve?
Some of the things that I'm doing, one is, again, staff training and development for the juvenile counselors inside the facility. But I must say about 90% of the credit for the change in behavior at JGIC has to go with is related to the community partners that we work with. We have a phenomenal team of community partners that come in and they provide conflict resolution, they provide grief therapy, they provide basketball therapy, dance therapy, mindfulness, art therapy. We have a slew of partners. The work that is being done with the children inside JGIC could not be done without the dedicated community partners and also the dedicated JDCs. We have some very dedicated individuals working in that space, and we're working together in conjunction. So it's like it's our own little community, our own little family, where the JDCs are aligned with the community partners, and we work together. They come in the building, and it's like family.
What is JDC for those who don't
know? The Juvenile Detention Counselors. So those are the direct care staff that travel throughout the facility all day with the children.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. You can finish what you presented.
I'm sorry. 2025 department goals, number one priority on our list is our community outreach for New Orleans East. We've established the advisory committee. They have had a meeting, and we are in preparation for our request for proposal. This is the number one goal for JGIC for 2025, and the reason it's our number one goal is that we feel if we could set this up right and it's executed, it can expand to other areas of the city. I thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for tasking us with the challenge of taking this on. We are grateful, and as we started to do the research and work into it, it's our hopes and desires that it can really, really take off and start to flow into other areas. But again, we can't do this without the community partners.
Well, first of all, thank you for being a willing partner. It's been kind of, how would I say, a struggle for it to get to this point. But I think now we have the mechanism in place to get it done. But it's inspired by some of your partners.
Thank you.
People like Bradija and others.
Definitely.
Who donate their time. Who never get credit for the 71% reduction
Definitely.
in violent crime on juveniles, but have done it in spite of the fact that there hadn't been really a coordinated access, right? And that they haven't been rewarded. The only thing I'll ask is that as we go through this, and you know, politicians get in trouble for telling folk who to give something to.
Absolutely.
But I would hope that through this competitive process, that your partners that you've worked with are informed that they know when to apply and bid, and that their part, you know, too often I hate seeing, and nothing against folk who are not from here, right? But they wait till the people in this city do the work, and they come in and get the contract.
Absolutely.
And they come in and get the money, and then they leave. Hopefully that doesn't happen with this effort.
Right. In my ideal world, again, to do it in decency and order, I would like to see some of the community partners. So I'm definitely holding meetings and keeping them informed about the process so they don't let that opportunity pass them by.
Thank you.
We would like to expand our reentry services. We're excited about the possibility. We put a proposal in for ARPA funding for electronic monitoring at JGIC strictly for pretrial youth. But it won't just be your basic standard electronic monitoring. It will be electronic monitoring with therapeutic services that will, and case management by our intensive in-home supervision reentry specialists. And so we're looking to expand and grow that operation. Our JGIC Transport Department, this is definitely necessary as we have a unofficial partnership with the Sheriff's Office when we have to transition juveniles that's being adjudicated adults to CDC court. Sometimes it's a challenge on them and JGIC when they don't have the manpower to support us in the transport, and it's a high-profile case, and we need safety and security. JGIC staff is not equipped with mace. They're not equipped with any type of weapons, and so therefore sometimes when we are dealing with a very high-profile case, we need added security. And so in order for us to be able to move safely in transit, we are in the process of establishing a JGIC Transport Department, and so we may ask for additional funding to support that. But we would like to see it grow from long-term juvenile detention counselors who's familiar with providing safety and security with youth as they travel to court, but we just want to get them some more training, and we're going to probably be asking for some support on that. Staff recruitment and retention, we sent in a proposal for salary increases to the Civil Service Commission, and so they will be voting on that. It may be on November 8th, so if it come across your desk, we're definitely asking for support for that. And I would like to add that in 2024 JGIC hired 34 new individuals. We exited 22 individuals for various reasons, but we still had a net gain of 12. I know it's not a great number, but we are definitely trying to hire, and we made some progress. And we will continue to work on staff recruitment and retention in 2025. But we will definitely, we will be asking for salary increases in the most critical departments. 2025 capital project execution, we need to replace the grinder. The grinder that we have in place right now at JGIC can no longer sustain the addition to the facility, which is the new building. And so this grinder replacement will definitely support some of the much larger sewage and plumbing repairs that bills that JGIC incur. So we would definitely like to see that capital project finalized by at least end of 2025, because it'll take some time to actually plan it out and get the grind in place. And then data management software development. Again, we are contract should be in place by December of 2024 for the Justin Modern Technization project, and staff configuration and training for staff and ready to go live shall be completed in 2025. In regards to the organizational chart, JGIC is regularly reviewing with HR our organizational chart to determine if changes can support recruitment and hire. And so, for example, on our org chart under security manager, we have a security systems manager, but a city IT specialist has been added to JGIC. And so we would like to see our organizational chart change in that area to put maybe 2 lead supervisors or just two leads to oversee grounds patrol. We think it's redundant to have a security systems manager and an IT specialist. All right. In terms of personnel, JGIC 2024 actual, we were budgeted for 55, and for 55, and then 2025, we're allocated 57 FTEs. All right, and at this time, Mr. Gabriel Bordenay will speak to our proposed budget.
Good afternoon. Regarding our 2025 personal services budget, it's hard to predict what our exact outlay will be for 2025 due to the high attrition rate at JGIC, but we are committed to filling all of our vacant positions. In 2024, as Ms. Williams said, we've had a net increase of staff since 2023, and we expect to continue hiring and improving our staffing numbers for 2025. In fact, one of our success stories is we've successfully staffed up our grounds patrol division, and these additional positions have allowed us to no longer require use of supplemental private security, and now 100% of our building security is handled by in-house staff. Regarding our budget slide, for 2024's operating budget, it says for projected actuals, we will actually probably spend closer to our full budget allocation due to us having to catch up on some 2023 invoices that had piled up before I got there in April. But going to 2025, despite we have the $250,000 budget cut, I'm confident JGIC will be able to operate at the same capacity next year as we did this year, because we have cleared almost all of our budget, of our backlog of invoices, and with your earlier approval of the extension of the professional services agreement with Children's Hospital, thank you for that, by the way. After that, we will be 100% caught up. And additionally, I'm looking forward to the success of the New Orleans East Conflict Resolution Pilot Program. The $600,000 you've committed to this initiative will go a long way to make a real impact in the lives of children in the New Orleans East neighborhood. I look forward to sitting here next year with concrete examples of our successes and asking you to increase our budget so we can expand this initiative citywide. That's all I have.
All right, so I'll just provide some quick updates regarding Q3 statistics and numbers. In regards to intakes, we had 100 new admits. Those demographic breakdowns are listed, but we had 92% were male, 8% female, 92% were Black or African American, 5% Hispanic, and 3% white. The top detention charges were top being remanded from court. We had 11 youth remanded from court, 6 for simple burglary, 4 illegal possession of stolen things, and 4 for illegal possession of a handgun. We did have 1 critical incident that we are aware of.
We have to call it what it is. It was an escape, but it was not an escape from locked doors at JJIC. It was the area of the facility between courts and JJIC was compromised, but no kid walked out of a locked room or overpowered a staff at JJIC. So we have to be clear about what it was.
We also required all staff.
Ms. Williams, thank you for that level of transparency too. That means a lot, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We also required all staff to shelter in place during Hurricane Francine. In regards to discharge numbers, we had 96 youth discharged from JJIC, 1 in regards to a non-detention case, 84, which is the majority, to court order.
Excuse me, Ms. Reese. Councilman Thomas, I'm sorry.
Member King, no, go ahead.
I'm gonna keep my comments short. Respect everyone's time. It's saddening to see we have 100 new admits, and out of the 100, 92 are Black boys. I don't know. That's a startling statistic, and I just want to leave it at that. That's pretty discouraging.
That's the reality.
And consistent, though. It's
consistent. But, you know, Ms. Williams, your entire staff, I know personally what y'all do over there. Keep up the good work. The only time we hear about you all, something bad happens, which is rare, and that's a good thing that we rarely hear about JJIC. Before you took over, they had a lot of controversy surrounding this department. But I just can't say thank you all enough. I know the hard work. I know the type of individuals that you deal with, adults and children. Sometimes adults can be more problematic than the children. And it's nothing short of a miracle that y'all are keeping it together the way that y'all are. But it's just disheartening. I mean, the number, if it was like 10 and you say, okay, 90% of the new admits were Black boys, but at 100, that is very startling. And we do a whole lot of talking as a community about solving our issues, but this shows that we have a little bit longer to go. So thank y'all for the work y'all do. I do have to leave, colleagues. I apologize. I want to give a shout out to Ms. Metz. I know she's worked in a lot with our young women because they often go, ignored. But just thank you for the work that y'all do. And I look forward, this entire council looks forward to helping y'all what we can and to seeing that this number, this 912 out of 100 goes down. That's alarming.
Well, thank you for your endless support. You are definitely one of the fixtures at JJIC, and so we are grateful to you, Councilmember King, along with Councilmember Thomas. Just random reach outs, checking on the facility we appreciate it.
So returning back to statistics regarding our discharges, again, 84 were court-ordered releases, 9 were youth that transitioned to state custody, OJJ custody, 1 youth transitioned to the adult facility on adult charges, and 1 youth transitioned to a long-term mental health facility. In regards to length of stay at JJIC, the longest length of stay was 474 days. The shortest was less than a day, so just a few hours. The most frequent length of stay is 2 days, so I think that's a valuable number to recognize. And then last, we have a picture from our last YAM Young Artist Movement unveiling. This was a really wonderful project working with the New Orleans Art Council. and Journey Allen and all the work that she does. And we're looking forward to our November 9th showcase, our fall programming showcase, where all of the council members will be receiving an email invitation shortly to see all of our partners' work and the services that they do at JJIC.
And at this time, we are open for questions.
Councilman? Okay, I was in the back, but I wanted to let you know that I was listening. I just had something that I couldn't avoid doing.
No, it's
We have
okay.
television in the back, but I want to thank you all for your work. It is very difficult work, and just as it was said by Councilman King, it's okay to be redundant. You hear of an escape, somebody who was disturbed, and that unfortunately sometimes obliterates what has been done in terms of recognition. I want to tell you, I see, what you're doing. I recognize how difficult it is. And one day we hope that the number of admits will just be down tremendously. I think we're moving in that direction, but I know that there are a lot of young people out there who have some significant troubles. I just wish they wouldn't turn to acts such as we were experiencing, such as I've witnessed just recently, involving a shooting incident, So, but thank you for the work that you all do. It's so very important, and it's recognized. That's all.
Thank you, Council. I'd just like to add our partnership with Children's Hospital, our partnership with the Travis Hill School, and definitely our partnership with our community partners are definitely playing a role into some of the reduction we see internally inside JJIC with reducing our critical incidents. I remember it was a time, and I think I'm at this table the longest tenure employee at JJIC when it was formerly the Youth Study Center, and we would have staff members and you just constantly leaving out the facility either by ambulance or by us bringing them to the hospital for being involved in critical incidents. And so just to turn that piece around and start working on internal trauma is a good thing. And it's great to have the partners that we have to help do that.
Thank you.
Are you finished with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any speakers? The first speaker I have is I got a few speakers, but card was put in by Journey Allen, who couldn't stay, but I'm going to read their comment. Through programming that creatively engages the teens and supports them in reimagining their lives beyond the walls of JJIC. It is through such impactful programs that we're able to prepare our young people for reentry into the community. So thank you, Journey Allen, for your comments. Next we have Mr. Burnside.
Yeah, I was looking at your mean modi. I can't even talk anymore. I think I used to teach mathematics. So sad. Mean, median, and mode. And I was looking at 47.52, and I knocked down, saw the longest was 474, so that jerks everything. It was really nice to know that most people only stay there 2 days. That's good. And it's nice to listen to competence, and it's nice to listen to success. So it's a very nice presentation. I will point out something slightly different than has been pointed out already. Illiteracy, for me, is the pathway to destruction. For me, illiteracy is the denial of freedom. For me, illiteracy is stagnation of the soul. So it is important in New Orleans, as Councilperson Thomas does remind us, to know who is male and who is female and who is black and who is not. But for me, I would be much more interested in knowing who is literate and who is not. And most people think of literacy, of course, as the English language. But for me as a math teacher, literacy is more than the English language. I have found myself constantly surrounded by people who don't know mathematics. And for DNX to come in with a big hullabaloo, put their name on a building and make an agreement with the state to have 1,000 jobs, and then very calmly and above board and ethically with a newspaper article and everything, withdraw from that and pay the money back because they could not find 1,000 employees, is to hide who DNX is. They're an international company. And I think it's a poor reflection on our educational system in general. And I think individuals who have contact with the state should be assessed as to whether they're literate or not literate, and whether those literacy problems could possibly even be resolved with a little bit of money and a little bit of help. Because for me, I love history, And one of the things history teaches us is that Protestant countries and Catholic countries have different literacy rates. And Sunday school was an effort by Protestant countries to teach their little children to read, because Protestant religion is you read the book for yourself. You don't have a priest read it to you. So literacy has a long history, and a lot of it is actually quite honorable, and we really need to teach these children how to read.
Thank you, and that data has been available for a long time, Mr. Burnside. If you heard me say earlier, 69% of violent juvenile offenders are functionally illiterate. We didn't need Katrina or the state index or the Alice report from United Way to say that Louisiana ranks 50th in the well-being of children economically, educationally, and in terms of their health. We also didn't need the data center report to say that the largest demographic in the city, which is the African American community and black children and single black women, lead the nation in many of the statistics that talk about dropping out of school, not at the high school level, at the middle school level, but kids in New Orleans drop out after the 6th grade. So the data's been there for a long time. The question is, when are we going to use it to resource the kids that have to go see Ms. Williams on a daily basis? Ms. Danielle Metz.
Good afternoon. How you doing? I just want to first thank y'all for thinking about JJIC. I have a program inside the JJIC, and a lot of times the kids, after they leave there, they have no kind of programming, and that is something that we need. And a lot of those kids do come from New Orleans East, and if you just listen to some of the things they say, they don't speak the language that we speak, but they were talking about trauma-informed care, creating safe spaces so they won't feel judged and fear when they want to talk about things, family engagement, because a lot of them have things at home that they don't talk about. So we need to engage with their parents as well to see what can we do to help the parents, help them become successful so they won't reoffend. Because sometimes when I go there and I see other kids come back, I'm like, what are you doing back? And then they're telling me these things. Then I'm like, what could I do? So I'm excited about the New Orleans East initiative. I want to commend the staff, all the good job that you all are doing inside there. You know, I've been knowing you for 8 years. You don't never go home. You don't never go home. I just met you. And I hope that inside that budget, we can possibly give these women and men a raise as well, because they work really, really hard, really, really hard. And sometimes if you just listen to the kids, you could if you talk to them, you'll know their needs, because they're going to tell you if they trust you. If they trust you enough to open up, and that's the first thing, we got to get them to trust us. One young lady that I've been in her life 8 years, she's in the East right now. I'm on my way. She's been calling me all day to get a mattress. She have 3 babies now. When she left JJIC, she had, her mama had a disability. She didn't have anything. And right now she just got moved in the Willows. She have needs for things, but I take that out of my pocket and do that for her. So because I want her to be successful, I was just telling her I want to create a home. So for her 3 babies, that she can feel home when she go inside there. You know, I don't get any money for this. It's not about that. I do it for the love and to embrace them and let them know that we care about them and we want to meet their needs.
Well, you should get something for her. So hopefully at some point, it's organizations like yours that have been doing the work, that when we do this New Orleans East Outreach program, and then if we're smart, we expand it to every other district to follow up with the kids once they pass through JJIC. It's one of the most critical components. And you and Bradija and Perry and others, y'all may never get credit for reducing, impacting juvenile crime, but those of us who are out in the street know that if the police department, their primary job is to arrest and lock folk up, not to do the work that y'all do to stop them from going there, and then secondly, when they go there, to make sure they don't go back. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bradija Harkness. Harkness, yeah. Harkness.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams, Ms. Reisman, Mr. Gabriel. How y'all doing? I'm not going to be long because I have to get my daughter, but I firstly would like to commend JJIC on the amazing work they have been doing. And this is definitely coming from someone who was a JDC counselor before. So to see the improvements with staff and the security and the facility, it's like, whoa, we're really making progress. But in order to kind of make this system particularly sustainable, we need to invest in community partners like myself, Ms. Danielle, and others, because the only way for us to save families is to help on the outside before they even make it to the inside. So thank y'all so much, Ms. Williams. You're doing a great job. We always need more funding to help our kids. How you doing, Mr. Geruso? I hope that you're hearing me. Because the last time I was here,
I remember, but I'm one of 7 votes. I think it's funny to me that everybody seems to think, because I'm the budget chair, that I am the sole controller.
No, right? I'm not. I'm not speaking to that specifically.
Okay. All right.
I just know last time when I was up here, it wasn't so good. So I'm just letting you know, hey, we're good, and I need JJIC to be good too, because this is a place that holds our kids, and it's important.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Gonna get my daughter.
I'm working with her. We didn't always have a great understanding, but I couldn't deny her skill set. She have an awesome skill set with children.
Well, she got an awesome heart for our kids. And she'll get mad at us and still go do the work with our children. That's why I love what her and so many of our other people are doing. They may come here and have issues and differences with us, but when we talk about volunteering their time, we couldn't pay them what we owe.
They fight for those kids.
But look, and for Councilmember Geruso, I don't need to defend him. He has been one of the most conscious budget chairmen, and like I said before, Jim Singleton and many others get the moniker of being a budget guru, but he spends a lot of time making sure that we can reach an agreement about what we need to fund, what's important, and where we need to impact spend. So we appreciate what you do, man. Councilmember Green, any closing comments?
Nope.
Ms. Williams, thank you and your staff. We know with the press today, when you have one incident, it's almost like it never happened before. You have to apologize for it. But you got a lot of people now who don't know what jails and prisons used to be like when they were gladiator schools. Where in LTI and
barbaric,
and when the old youth study center, you didn't have to just worry about people escaping. You had to worry about them harming staff every day and harming each other. So a lot of times when a rare incident occurs today, those are people who have no idea of how much more safe it is with you and your staff, and how much safer you guys have made it, because stuff happens, period. And thank you for being transparent, opening up the institution to help our kids. We appreciate it. Any closing comments?
No, I just want to thank you, Council, for having us, and thank you for the support. I don't think it's been a time we sat before this council and asked and did not receive, whether it was monetary or just basic support. So we are forever grateful at JJIC, and we thank you too.
Thank you. And last but not least, she's probably the most patient woman in all of city government, because whether we have criminal justice here, her and Councilman Geruso are here, because if nothing else, he's here no matter what. But she's probably the most patient woman. That is Ms. Stella Zement of the Office of Independent Police Monitor. And thank you for bearing with us. We appreciate you. And I don't want to leave out Councilmember Green, because
I sent through a lot of reading.
He's
I'm not even on the committee.
Yeah, he's here. Even when he's not on the committee, he's here. And the only reason why Councilmember King left and others, because they had other meetings and other commitments, so they'd be here too. Miss Stella.
Yes. Yeah, sure. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us, Council, and our public that's still here and watching at home. We're excited to introduce our anticipated budget for 2025, including some reflections from 2024. So we'll begin with a status on our 2024 goals from the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm joined here today with Chriselle McGowan, our Deputy Police Monitor. Yes, it's been a long day. So as the council can see, we provided a review of our 2024 goals using the color coordination that was requested. This year, we were able to release more informational guides and tools to the public. We are in the process of creating a virtual public archive. We released an RFP, we selected a vendor, and that vendor is currently at work. We hope to go live with our public archive soon. We're in the process of building our 24-hour hotline. We put it in the green because it's going to be released this year. Yes. And our 24-hour hotline as a way of just reminding everyone of this great goal that we're really looking forward to discussing more once it gets released. This 24-hour hotline will be available to the public and to employees of the NOPD to be able to file complaints of officer misconduct any time of the day or night, including holidays. We built this hotline with the intention of being able to reach the community at the times that they most need us, and to be able to reach them in whatever platform they would like to be able to talk to us in. And that includes in English and Vietnamese and Spanish. Individuals will be able to text and email submit their allegations of officer misconduct as well. And we look forward to having this beta up and running in the next couple weeks. And then we're going to do a public informational campaign before publicly releasing the 24-hour hotline phone number. This year, we conducted some case reviews of misconduct investigations. However, we believe that those will be released to the public because of the 30-day comment period for NOPD in 2025. That's why we marked that as yellow. We intend to conduct an audit of PIB intakes in 2025. Unfortunately, we were unable to achieve that this year. We are looking at use of force review board, lawsuits, claims, and appeals. We're doing all of those subject matters as reports. We're in the process of doing those reports right now. We're working with our part-time data coordinator and with our data contractor to be able to complete those reports, and we look forward to being able to release them in 2025. We launched our post-investigation mediation program in 2024. So now the Community Police Mediation Program is available to officers and the public alike after an investigation has been completed. So we started receiving requests from members of the community to have their full misconduct investigation, but to still have an opportunity to sit down with the involved officers to be able to talk about how they could work together effectively in the future, or to be able to discuss how that event impacted them. And so we are happy to now provide that space through the post-mediation program. We also launched our district-based mediation pilot. So this program is providing our community police mediation program services to just the community. So this program is really in place for individuals who are utilizing law enforcement as a way to have conflict resolution between, say, neighbors or family members or just members of the public who have to engage with one another regularly, but are doing so in a way where there's a lot of conflict, and as a result, 911 is getting called. So we're trying to take the police out of that conflict resolution position because we're equipped to be able to provide those services. We're trained mediators. We have the space to provide those services, and it's a huge burden to place on our law enforcement partners. And since we're equipped to provide those services, we want to make sure that we're out there and useful. We had the goal of providing internal NOPD mediation services. We were unable to get that off the ground this year. That is something that we look forward to trying to pilot next year once we're able to fully parse out all of the legal obstacles that would be in place with providing internal mediation services to NOPD employees for conflicts that they're having with other NOPD employees. As one could imagine, there's a lot of employment concerns that could be triggered by these types of mediation services, and we want to make sure that we're fully cognizant of all of those things before we start offering that space formally. We are trying to increase our role in the police community advisory boards. This last year, we wrote a proposal and a presentation that was provided to the NOPD, the police associations, and the mayor's office for a way to reimagine our police community advisory boards. And it was not accepted. However, we did make that effort, and we are looking forward to continuing to be a partner to the PCABs moving forward. We successfully held a public forum every month of the year in 2024, and in almost every single neighborhood. I think Holly Grove was the last neighborhood. But from New Orleans East to the West Bank to the Lower Garden District, Uptown, Central City, we tried to hit them all. And finally, we wanted to create a community collaborative committee. This is an ongoing project and vision that we have for our office. So moving on to the OIPM personnel, we have 6 full-time employed positions, and we currently have 1 part-time position. Our data coordinator is a part-time position. We now technically have a few vacated full-time classified positions. However, we would say that it's technically vacated only because we do not have the budget to fill those positions. The one position that I believe we are trying to work out the funding to be able to fill would be for the community engagement position, and we would hope to be able to achieve that in 2025. Our current organizational structure is included on this slide below. You can see that we're currently employing 6 full-time staff members and 1 part-time staff member. That chart does not include all of our mediators and the few contractors that we're still utilizing.
Yeah, I want to ask you there because I don't know if you knew it, but in the past I've done mediations there for the community disputes. The one I did was at the Magnolia housing development, that area there. How is that going? Is that still currently an active program?
Yes, we actually just celebrated 10 years of the Community Police Mediation Program. And we're holding on average between 25 and 35 mediations a year. We are seeing that police officers are almost entirely agreeing to mediate. Our issue is with getting community members to be able to trust the process and be interested in engaging in a mediation in lieu of a misconduct investigation. And that's always difficult. And that's why us now offering the post-investigation mediation services has been interesting to those community members who still want to have a full investigation conducted, but want to also access our mediation programming.
Thank you.
In 2025, this is our anticipated organizational structure. Our first priority, again, is to hire a community outreach coordinator. And of course, you know, if there was the funding, then we would look into the auditor position. So moving on to our goals for 2025. In 2025, we intend to continue our radio show, which we started in 2024, as a way to reach a larger audience and to be able to reach more individuals that may not be able to engage in our public forums or might not be able to engage with us on social media platforms. So the radio show was actually born from a recommendation that we received from members of the community who said that they listened to us on WBOK, and they wanted to be able to.
And on whose show did they listen to y'all?
Maybe yours.
And I haven't been invited on it, and I haven't been invited on theirs yet.
I didn't want to plug any particular show, but yes, yes, it was on your show. And we really appreciated that, being able to reach such a wide audience and be able to talk about issues that matter. So we wanted to continue that work. We've been very lucky to be able to find a home on WBOK. We've loved having the show. It has been a chance for us to be able to talk to a diversity of people, people in lawmaking positions, from like our legislators and our elected officials, to people that are working in law enforcement, to our partners that are working in the criminal legal space or in other community-based spaces that touch on policing. And then we're able to hold shows on specialized topics. Like last week, we held a show all about consent decree sustainment, and we were able to, on the air, receive public comments about the consent decree that will be submitted to federal court by the November 8th deadline. This is really a chance for the community to be able to meet their police officers, to understand why and how they're policed. It has been a humanizing experience for our officers who are on the show, because people learn more about, say, what makes a school resource officer different from an everyday officer, or what are the French Quarter sweeps, or how one becomes a captain of a police district. You know, all of this information helps our community better understand their police department, but also it gives an opportunity for our department to better understand our community and to engage directly with members of the public who they might not ordinarily be able to speak to. I will add that now we're recording every single show. The shows are available on our Spotify platform, so people are able to listen to them, and it lives on as a public archive to policing, oversight issues, and community concerns that will exist forever. And so we're happy to have those stories and those voices captured and available for everyone to be able to access. In 2025, we intend, as stated, to complete a report on lawsuits and claims, disciplinary appeals, and criminal proceedings against officers. These are topics of concern, topics that we're required by our mandate to report on, and we really want to be able to give more time and attention to these important areas. In 2025, we're going to take on a larger role in providing audit checks to the NOPD under the sustainment strategy, and we're going to be providing more audit services in the areas of force and misconduct. We are going to launch our public-facing database, which is actually an initiative that was born from 2020 in Resolution 20-175. That was spearheaded by Councilmember Moreno. We have selected a vendor, and we're scheduling the kickoff meeting. That we've hit a variety of obstacles over the years, but we're happy to say that in our role as the project managers, that this project is finally going to be able to start moving. And we are in the process of writing a use of force and a use of force review board report that will be able to provide more information to the community on the topic of force, which we know has been a sticking point for the community as we consider the possibility of sustainment. In 2025, we intend to continue our high level of public forums and community engagement. We want to make sure that we reach everyone and everybody knows of our services and understands how to safely navigate a police encounter and how to then navigate the confusing process of working with their police department. And then we want to continue to expand our mediation program from district-based to post-investigation to internal employment mediation. We want to make sure that everyone is able to access those vital services that we really think helps decrease future unnecessary calls to 911 and improve public trust and public relationships with the police department. So here is our budget summary from 2024 and our proposed budget for 2025. Just as a way of a reminder, for us, we exist in the city's organizational structure under the Ethics Review Board along with the Office of the Inspector General. We currently have an ERB chair and vice chair. The only seat on the ERB that's currently empty is with Dillard University. So under the section 9-404 of the city's home rule charter, we receive a guaranteed fraction of the general fund. It's 0.16% of the general fund. The Office of the Inspector General receives their fraction, and the Ethics Review Board receives theirs. So as you can see, we kind of laid it out in a pie chart. As a result, this is what we anticipate our budget requests to be. And by request, I mean it's more just us stating what the anticipated budget will be based on our percentage of the general fund. So with that, are there any questions for the OIPM?
Councilmember Green? Any online comments? Mr. Michael Burnside?
I should keep my amusement to myself, I guess. So I don't have a lot to say, but I got a little bit. One of which is I didn't know there was a November 8th deadline for comments with regards to the consent hearing, so that's awfully nice to have learned. At some point, I hope to hear about some sort of expansion of your budget percentage, because I think maybe you would be a reasonable alternative to continued federal oversight and consent decrees, but you have a fairly small office, and if you're having a hard time hiring an auditor, we live in a capitalistic system and money matters a great deal. So if you wanted to take on any of the burden carried by the federal consent decree monitors, you'd certainly need an auditor. The other thing, two things I want to mention, I guess, is a lack of numbers in your report. It would be nice to know, how many complaints you dealt with, how many were resolved this way, how many were resolved that way. Pie charts are beautiful things. Old, retired math teachers love pie charts. Bar charts, maybe not so much, but pie charts are where it's at. And the other thing is a kind of a little comment. It's not meant to be off the cuff, but I'm going to present it that way anyway, because I'm tired and everybody wants to go home. Is there any hope for an Office of Independent Sheriff monitor? Would be a non-trivial question. Thank you very much.
And if I could just briefly respond to Mr. Burnside. Thank you for that point about how to provide more data. I would say that in our monthly reports, which we submit to City Council and post on our website, we have data on how our complaints are resolved, how many complaints we've received, how much force monitoring we've done, how many mediations we've received, how many we've been able to conduct, and all other relevant data, including budget breakdowns of like where we are with spending down our money. So we would love your feedback on our monthly report, and we can see if we can incorporate more of that into our budget presentation, and thank you so much.
Councilmember Green.
I meant to ask you to comment on how you felt your office would be able to enhance the Police Community Advisory Board. You said increase the role that your office plays. I think that I advertise the fact that they're open, the public doesn't come, and like I say, maybe they don't feel so concerned. But what do you see as the role of your office?
And in that comment, that way I don't have to say anything, is include so that the public will know the difference between advisory and oversight.
Yes. So just to be clear, oversight, we do have more powers than you would have in an advisory capacity. In oversight, we're able to have a level of access, and we're able to provide formal recommendations that are often taken. And we're expected to be in a lot of rooms, some of which result in very real legal consequences. So we have an independent attorney to be able to advise us and represent us whenever we're expected to then testify as a result of our presence in that space or the recommendations and work we've completed. Now, for our Community Advisory Board members, which are more in an advisory position, they are put in a position where they can be able to provide kind of like counsel and operate like a focus group in some ways for the police districts to be able to engage with the community and find out how the community might respond to certain initiatives or policing concerns. And they are to act as the voice of the community. Now, as written in the consent decree, the police community advisory boards could be far larger and could have a larger impact. And I share the frustration of Councilmember Green that that the turnout is low frequently at these PCAB meetings. However, it's like the chicken or the egg, what comes first? Making PCABs more impactful, and then that will drive community engagement because they will be excited to be a part of something that matters. Or do we try to get the community engaged in it and then expand PCABs to be able to match the enthusiasm or the turnout that we're seeing from the community? And I would say that first you need to invest in the PCABs, treat it, as I say quite frequently in this room, like a field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. If you make them bigger, if you make them more impactful, if you give them more power, if you give them a larger, more defined role, then I think the community would be more interested in engaging with them. It's just right now the question we frequently receive from the public is, what's the point? And there isn't a lot of data or a lot of information around how many of their recommendations are put forth, how many are adopted. And as is frequently heard, the PCAB members feel that they are struggling in their volunteer capacity to be able to put on the types of meetings that they would like to be able to hold. We did provide a proposal, and we would love to go through that step by step with the council if the council was interested. However, the decision really does lie with the city of New Orleans, with city government, and we don't want to overstep by going into it too deeply right now, I guess.
No, I just want to hear, and you've commented, I don't necessarily agree with it because I don't know where you stop. How many boards do you pay for? All these people serve on all these boards for free, to be very honest with you. Maybe there's a little bit of budget for administrative expenses. But,
and that's what I think the recommendation would be for websites,
everybody
email
who serves
addresses.
on the ethics committee, everybody who serves on the aviation board, everybody
Correct.
who serves on, they don't get paid. They do it because they're interested in the community benefits that are derived from the organization. We don't have to hash it out now, but I caution where we even give a suggestion that there's going to be a board that people might get paid for when I've got 100 boards that people don't get paid for.
Exactly, and we weren't, the proposal doesn't necessarily propose that the individual members receive compensation, though that is a model that's getting adopted around the country. It's more about how, through investing in PCABs, as in building websites, giving them streaming capabilities so their meetings could be streamed and accessed online, being able to give like the PCAB chairs cell phones with phone numbers that are dedicated for this purpose, ensuring that they have the ability to make photocopies, say have a pizza at their meeting if they're meeting at dinner time, or even be able to access public spaces for their meetings without having to pay. Things of that nature would really improve, I think, engagement in PCABs.
Discussion for the future.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank you. You know, I think you alluded to it earlier. You can walk down that road, but it's really whether the municipal government and the police department and the community at large actually wants to accept whether it's advisory or whether it's oversight.
Correct.
Because you can have all the intentions, and if you create a system where you're not going to get the cooperation of the administrative part of government and the leadership of law enforcement, then you really haven't set up anything that works. So I don't know if it's right to ask you this question without her being here, but I think this police chief has said she's worked under both kinds of systems. What do you think she's comfortable with in terms of your conversations and your observance of NOPD?
I think Chief Kirkpatrick has been extremely transparent with her position on this matter. She likes the monitor model, where there's a formalized office that is responsible for certain responsibilities. She is not in support of a civilian oversight board where a community-based board oversees the police department. And she has said that she would support our office even being reimagined to be expanded in some capacity. Is there anything else?
And also, she does support PCABs. Also,
yeah.
She did support the proposal to move the coordination of police community advisory boards under our office. She has been very vocal about supporting our office receiving subpoena power. And she has worked very effectively with our office. She's participated in public forums. She takes our recommendations. But again, I believe she would not be in support of a civilian oversight board.
Thank you, Ms. Ament.
Of
Any
course.
closing comments?
We just appreciate this opportunity to address the council and address the public, and we will follow up by sending the proposal to y'all's office so you can read what was proposed.
And maybe I'll get to be on y'all's show one day.
Yeah.
We would love.
Like all the times I've got y'all on mine.
We would also extend a invitation to any council member to appear on the
We have all
monitor's
of us.
mic. We would love to have you on.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Cement like the ground.
Cement. Okay.
Yeah, the Z is just there to confuse you.
That means solid
Yeah,
foundation.
yes.
You
So-
can build on
Silent V, yeah.
cement.
Yeah, so popular with New Orleans.
Thank you and your staff, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Budget Chairman, you know, all this, we can do but all this falls on the guru.
I can do meeting adjourned. Can I do that?
Second.
That's good. See everybody Wednesday.